traffic, military traffic, is permitted in the town. I also can confirm that the military command center has been hit. The Taliban had described the attack to be a terrorist attack on Kabul. We heard that Quetta in Pakistan is a ghost town. Can we say the same about Kabul? Well, I believe that lights in the town remind me of the same situation like last night. I believe that movement is almost completely stopped, with the exception of the military movement for the Taliban. We know that the Pakistanis have ordered people who live in Quetta to stay home, and I think this was done because some of the American forces might be on their way to the Quetta airport, which is about 50 kilometers from the border of Afghanistan. Also, we believe it's much closer to Kandahar, and this will make the job easy.
It's quite fascinating when you think about it. Here we are listening to live broadcasting from Kabul via an Arabic reporter through an Arabic television company based in the Persian Gulf in Qatar, which has been a real window on the world for people all over the region. It's where they have some of their most intense debates about this whole issue. And now we are able to plug into Kabul, and listening to him as you have been. He was asked there a short while ago to compare what was going on in Kabul to Quetta, which is in Pakistan. And the people in Pakistan had been asked to stay home, and so it was totally quiet. And the reporter, at least in Kabul, was saying it's fairly quiet as well. This is the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair.
As you will know from the announcement by President Bush, military action against targets inside Afghanistan has begun. I can confirm that UK forces are engaged in this action. I want to pay tribute, if I might, right at the outset, to Britain's armed forces. There is no greater strength for a British Prime Minister and the British nation at a time like this than to know that the forces we are calling upon are amongst the very best in the world. They and their families are, of course, carrying an immense burden at this moment and will be feeling deep anxiety, as will the British people. But we can take pride in their courage, their sense of duty, and the esteem with which they're held throughout the world. No country lightly commits forces to military action and the inevitable risks involved. But we made it clear, following the attacks upon the United States on September the 11th, that we would take part in action once it was clear who was responsible. There is no doubt in my mind, nor in the mind of anyone who has been through all the available evidence, including intelligence material, that these attacks were carried out by the Al-Qaeda network masterminded by Osama bin Laden. Equally, it is clear that his network is harbored and supported by the Taliban regime inside Afghanistan. It is now almost a month since the atrocity occurred. It is more than 2 weeks since an ultimatum was delivered to the Taliban to yield up the terrorists or face the consequences. It is clear beyond doubt that they will not do this. They were given the choice of siding with justice or siding with terror, and they chose to side with terror. There are three parts, all equally important to the operation in which we're engaged: military, diplomatic, and humanitarian. The military action we are taking will be targeted against places we know to be involved in the Al-Qaeda network of terror or against the military apparatus of the Taliban. This military plan has been put together mindful of our determination to do all we humanly can to avoid civilian casualties. I cannot disclose, obviously, how long this action will last, but we will act with reason and resolve. We have set the objectives to eradicate Osama bin Laden's network of terror and to take action against the Taliban regime that is sponsoring him. As to the precise British involvement, I can confirm that last Wednesday the United States government made a specific request that a number of UK military assets be used in the operation which has now begun, and I gave authority for these assets to be deployed. They include the base at Diego Garcia, reconnaissance and other aircraft, and missile-firing submarines. The missile-firing submarines are in use tonight. The air assets will be available for use in the coming days. The United States are obviously providing the bulk of the force required and leading this operation. But this is an international effort. As well as the UK, France, Germany, Australia and Canada have also committed themselves to take part in it. On the diplomatic and political front, in the time I've been Prime Minister, I cannot recall a situation that has commanded so quickly such a powerful coalition of support, and not just from those countries directly involved in military action, but from many others in all parts of the world. That coalition has, I believe, strengthened, not weakened, in the 26 days since the atrocity occurred. And this is in no small measure due to the statesmanship of President Bush, to whom I pay tribute tonight. The world understands that whilst of course there are dangers in acting, the dangers of inaction are far, far greater. The threat of further such outrages, the threat to our economies, the threat to the stability of the world. On the humanitarian front, we are assembling a coalition of support for refugees in and outside Afghanistan, which is as vital as the military coalition. Even before September the 11th, 4 million Afghans were on the move. There are 2 million refugees in Pakistan and 1.5 million in Iran. We have to act for humanitarian reasons to alleviate the appalling suffering of the Afghan people and to deliver stability so that people from that region stay in that region. Britain, of course, is heavily involved in that humanitarian effort. So we are taking action, therefore, on all those three fronts: military, diplomatic, and humanitarian. I also want to say very directly to the British people why this matters so much directly to Britain. First, let us not forget that the attacks of September the 11th represented the worst terrorist outrage against British citizens in our history. The murder of British citizens, whether it happens overseas or not, is an attack upon Britain. But even if no British citizen had died, it would be right to act. This atrocity was an attack on us all, on people of all faiths and people of none. We know the Al-Qaeda network threatened Europe, including Britain, and indeed any nation throughout the world that does not share their fanatical views. So we have a direct interest in acting in our own self-defense to protect British lives. It was also an attack not just on lives but on livelihoods. We can see since the 11th of September how economic confidence has suffered, with all that means for British jobs and British industry. Our prosperity and standard of living, therefore, require us to deal with this terrorist threat. We act also because the Al-Qaeda network and the Taliban regime are funded in large part on the drugs trade. 90% of all the heroin sold on British streets originates from Afghanistan. Stopping that trade is again directly in our interests. I wish to say finally, as I've said many times before, that this is not a war with Islam. It angers me, as it angers the vast majority of Muslims, to hear bin Laden and his associates described as Islamic terrorists. They are terrorists, pure and simple. Islam is a peaceful and tolerant religion, and the acts of these people are wholly contrary to the teachings of the Quran. These are difficult and testing times, therefore, for all of us. People are bound to be concerned about what the terrorists may seek to do in response. I should say there is at present no specific credible threat to the UK that we know of, and that we have in place tried and tested contingency plans which are the best possible response to any further attempts at terror. This, of course, is a moment of the utmost gravity for the world. None of the leaders involved in this action want war. None of our nations want it. We are a peaceful people. But we know that sometimes, to safeguard peace, we have to fight. Britain has learnt that lesson many times before in our history. We only do it if the cause is just, but this cause is just. The murder of almost 7,000 innocent people in America was an attack on our freedom, our way of life, an attack on civilized values the world over. We waited so that those responsible could be yielded up by those shielding them. That offer was refused. We have now no choice. So we will act, and our determination in acting is total. We will not let up or rest until our objectives are met in full. Thank you.
British Prime Minister Tony Blair committing the coalition, at least, saying the will not give up until the objectives are met in full. No overseas leader at all has been as out front in support of the United States and President Bush specifically on this as has been Mr. Blair. He's been criticized for it at home in some quarters for having had such a high profile, but he's been deeply appreciated, as you already know, by many Americans. He went to Pakistan last week when there may or may not have been some doubt about General Musharraf's steadfastness in this particular stage of the crisis. But you hear him there again paying tribute not only to the British Armed Forces who are participating in this tonight. There was at least one, perhaps more, sea-launched cruise missiles which left a British submarine, perhaps in the Arabian Sea, for a target in Afghanistan. And I don't think Mr. Bush has had any closer ally in this throughout. He and Mr. Blair have been quite close since Mr. Bush came to office. And Mr. Blair, as I said, has been really out front in a major way, trying, along with the President, to put together a meaningful coalition which will have some enduring capability in the days ahead. And as President Bush said in his remarks just a while ago, this has begun, it will continue till the objectives are met, and Mr. Blair is saying it again. The Taliban, by the way, we've only got really one connection to the Taliban at the moment, and that is their envoy in Pakistan, who said just a short while ago, the all too obvious, one assumes the Taliban says Afghanistan cannot hand over Osama bin Laden now. This will be a fight by the Taliban to their last breath. Everybody knows they are tough and determined. And he also says this attack on Afghanistan is an act of terror. We heard that within the last half hour as well. So we certainly know, and nobody is surprised by the Taliban position on this. And part of the aim tonight, as you've heard from our military analysts and political, is to try to dislodge the Taliban from power in Afghanistan, even if at the moment many people who study Afghanistan will believe this opens the country in the short run to some potential chaos. To the Pentagon, John McCarthy.
Peter, we're getting little bits and pieces of some of the strategy that was involved tonight. One of the things that the United States used, as we have already mentioned, are the Tomahawk cruise missiles, American and British vessels using that particular weapon. Also, we now know that manned fighter bombers off 2 American aircraft carriers were used in the initial assault. So manned aircraft flying from the Arabian Sea across Pakistan, hitting targets inside Afghanistan. We are also told, Peter, that in this first go-round, they did go after some of the Osama bin Laden, it's difficult to describe, terrorist headquarters, terrorist training camps, places that they believe some of his associates might be tonight on the basis of the latest intelligence. They felt they needed to hit them early in the assault. in hopes of catching them before they disperse. So that is part of the targets. And of course, the other set of targets that we've already talked about are all of the air defense systems, taking down the airports, taking down communications, which are more standard types of military targets.
Okay, thanks, John. We're going to get a briefing from the Secretary of Defense not very long from now. We'll certainly stay on the air for that. But just to remind you of the state of confusion that we're all in at the moment. The military may not be in any state of confusion at all this evening. They may know precisely what they've hit, but of course in 1998 the U.S. launched about 70 to 100 Tomahawk cruise missiles against bin Laden camps in Afghanistan and did not do very much damage. We do know that the intelligence operation in Afghanistan, certainly at the technical level, in other words seen from overhead, has been very intense over the last few days. And at least for the last 10 days, people have talked fairly extensively about the fact that U.S. and British and even Russian special operations commandos will have been in Afghanistan, but we have no idea at this point what they were able to accomplish in that quite limited period of time. Let's check into Pakistan again. ABC's Bob Woodruff is in Quetta. Bob, it was quite fascinating to hear the Al Jazeera television reporter in Kabul comparing the circumstances to the city where you are this evening. What's happening there and what do you know?
Well, not too much happening here as far as we can tell, Peter. We're trying to still look to see if we can see anything going into Afghanistan. But just a short while ago, we were able to talk to the Afghan Consular General who's here in Quetta, and he told us that 5 airports inside Afghanistan have been attacked. In the east side, going from Jalalabad and Kabul, and then down here towards the south of Afghanistan, Kandahar and the city of Farah, and then in the west towards the Iranian border, Herat. Those airports have all been hit by military strikes. He also said that in Kandahar, the airport was completely destroyed. He said the electricity is out all over the city and the phone lines have been cut. He said as of about 15 minutes ago, those strikes have ended and there hasn't been anything since then. But again, massive strikes he's reporting throughout all of Afghanistan.
Many thanks, Bob Woodruff in Quetta in Pakistan. Bring Barney Rubin in again, our Afghan specialist. Barney, the Taliban have had in Kandahar, the city in the south, almost as much, if not more, of a stronghold than they've had in Kabul, correct?
That's right. That's the place, it's called their spiritual capital. It's the home of the actual head of state, the Emir, Muhammad Omar.
And so these reports tonight of heavy attacks on the airport, at least in Kandahar, and losing electricity there come as no surprise to you whatsoever.
No, I'd add a couple things, though. First, that airport was built by the United States in the 1950s. Second, the Kandahar airport also has a compound nearby, which was a military compound, and when I was there in 1998, people were saying that that was one of the residences of Osama bin Laden.
Now, Bob Woodruff also mentioned Herat. We'll have to go to a map of Afghanistan for this. Herat is farther to the west. It's over near the border with Iran. Speaking really now to our director and see if we can get a map up at the moment. This is an area which has been less under Taliban influence, am I right?
Well, they captured it in 1995. The Taliban are originally from Kandahar, and they had some ethnic and tribal support there. They didn't have so much of that in Herat. One of the major commanders of the opposition group, the United Front or Northern Alliance, Ismail Khan, who actually ruled Herat for several years because he was a commander of the Mujahideen, so after the communist regime fell, he ruled it, has started a front in that area, and he claimed a few days ago that 2 provinces around Herat will fall to him within the next week. And so it's possible that he will be moving toward the city of Herat fairly soon.
Now, farther to the northeast, I promise you we're going to get you a map almost instantly of all of these places in Afghanistan itself. But up to the northeast of Kabul, very close to the Pakistani border, is Jalalabad. And the purpose of attacking there this evening?
Well, Jalalabad has another airport which is used for supplying eastern Afghanistan. It's on the road coming up to Kabul from Pakistan, so if any Pakistani volunteers or Pakistani supplies were trying to reach Kabul, they would be coming through there. It's also been a major center for Osama bin Laden. Actually, Osama bin Laden, when he returned to Afghanistan from Sudan in 1996, flew into the Jalalabad airport, and it was around there that he established his first residence. And there are a number of camps that were established by his Arab followers in that area even before he returned.
Bernie, I know that one of the aims of the U.S. in terms of mounting a military operation, either on the ground up until now with special forces or from the air, is to convince any Afghans who know where Osama bin Laden is to turn him in. What do you think the likelihood of that is, generally speaking?
Well, I think that I have been hearing, and many of my colleagues have been hearing from many people inside Afghanistan, they were saying, please, we will take care of Mullah Omar and Osama bin Laden if you will provide us with the political and other kinds of military economic support that we need. I think now they will probably be focusing on the immediate task of trying to defeat the Taliban and, from their point of view, really most important, trying to put together some political alternative to the Taliban that will be able to keep the country from collapsing into chaos, and also provide a very important coalition partner to us, because they're the ones who can actually police the territory and do the operations on the ground, and they have a huge interest in doing so.
Just one last question for the moment. Is it possibility that a bombing attack by the United States and Britain tonight creates a worse situation on the ground than a better one?
I think it's very hard to predict. I've been hearing both things. Some Afghans have been saying that they would hope that the United States would hold off because they thought it would trigger a reflex of defense of the country and push people into the Taliban. But I've heard it as well that other people were saying we're waiting for the United States to act because we want to be sure that if we move against the Taliban, we'll be backed up. So I think we'll just have to wait and see which of those analyses proves to be correct.
Okay, thanks, Barney Rubin, very much. By the way, President Bush talked to the Russian President, Vladimir Putin, before the attack began tonight to tell him what was actually going to happen. As you know, Mr. Putin is another one. Talk about these extraordinary changing alliances and relationships we've had in the world in the last little while. But Mr. Putin was fully informed by Mr. Bush before this attack took place. And there's an interesting dispatch from Moscow tonight which says that none of the Soviet air defenses in the country were put on alert, which suggests two things. First of all, that some of the U.S. forces moved in from the north, and Soviet forces, which used to be constantly on alert in this part of the former Soviet Union for U.S. aggression in the region, have not been put on alert. That speaks very much to the new relationship. And it also sends me back now to Uzbekistan, not too far from Hanabad Air Base, where ABC's Bill Redeker is standing by. Bill, I thought you told me earlier today that you'd seen quite considerable evidence of Russians in the neighborhood.
Russians in the neighborhood and a fair amount of military, that's correct. There was this report that you may have heard of, Peter, that came out earlier today about the Taliban threatening an attack on Uzbekistan if, in fact, this country assisted the United States. That said, we checked with Moscow just a few moments ago, and they said the same thing that you just said, that there's no heightened state of alert, and that those troops who are on the border, and they're Russian troops, even though these are the breakaway republics, those troops are mostly on the Tajik border and not on the Uzbekistan border. So there's a military presence here, but apparently not on high alert.
And Bill, as you were talking, I heard an aircraft go over it. Is that we hadn't heard it before? What does it tell us, if anything?
You know, it's very difficult to be 100% on that, Peter, because we have been so restricted in trying to get any closer to the air base, and you can't really see it that well at night, but it's about 5 miles from where I'm standing. There is an American presence at that base. We're told that they're pretty much running the base, though the Uzbekistanis are providing the security around the perimeter of it. But it could be transport, it could be helicopters. Sorry, I couldn't even fathom again this.
Okay, many thanks, Bill Redeker, who's in Uzbekistan tonight. We don't want to drive you away because we're waiting for, excuse me, for the Secretary of Defense, among others, to come and brief it. But at any time, you can go to abcnews.com, and there's a wealth of material there about Uzbekistan and about Pakistan, about the disposition of U.S. and other allied forces in the region. And because it is a fairly complicated part of the world for many, many people, it's a very efficient way to get an even better handle on what role geography, ethnicity, geostrategic politics, and military politics play in this operation, which the President and the British Prime Minister have said tonight and this afternoon here is going to continue until its goals are met in full. ABC's Pierre Thomas checked in just a little while ago to say that the Federal Bureau of Investigation has, in the last little while, begun to shift some of its assets. They have been They have been fully engaged in trying to nail down the attackers and their connections on the 11th of September. But Pierre, I gather in our Washington Bureau that they've shifted their emphasis at least slightly, at least for today.
Yes, Peter, a senior official told me just moments ago that in the last week, the FBI began to shift resources from solving the case to trying to prevent attacks. And he said, let me tell you why we're doing that. He said the number of threats, generic threats, non-specific threats, has been growing exponentially over the last few weeks. He said they're now getting 200 threats per day.
Let me interrupt you. This is coming to us from Al Jazeera television, and it is apparently a statement from the Taliban. Let's listen.
From the land of jihad and the land of stand fast and the land of dignity, we are sending this message to the whole Muslim Ummah. We tell them what happened in the United States on Tuesday, September 11, the year 2001, is considered a normal thing to take place as a result of its policies, foreign policies, which contains hostile policies against Muslims and Islam. Direct intervention in Muslim politics and the Arab countries' politics. The United States declare its support to Israel, as well as imposing economic sanctions against Arab land. Now we find that the United States, following a foreign policy that supports the Zionist enemy without any reservation, what happened to the United States is a result of these policies. And if the United States continues to follow the same policies, Muslim lions will not stop to try to defend this oppression, and we will try to retaliate accordingly to what happened. The American people has to know that they are as well responsible for what the government is doing. They support the government. Secondly, the United States declaration of war against Afghanistan and against Mujahideen under the leadership of Osama bin Laden is very clear aggression against Muslim and Islam. But the United States of America has to know, and the United States allies has to realize that we are able to continue, and we are able, because of our trust and our beliefs that God will make us victorious, that we are able to stand in this confrontation tall. If we unite, we will be able to face this fight. God has said, people have united against them, then this give them more faith, and they will be victorious at the end. This is our belief. This is what we think we can achieve. We are able to stand up for this military attack. God has anger towards the United States of America. What happened to Russia before that, the United States did not learn from it. Now they have to learn that its collapse will be directly connected to its attack against Afghanistan. We are issuing this call to the people of Muslim faith, to the followers of our great Prophet Muhammad. I tell them, you have to get your horses and start the fight. The battle has started.
A couple of interesting things as you look at this. First of all, this representative of the Taliban, at least that's who we're told he is speaking in Arabic. At least we're using an Arabic translator on this, and so he's speaking in Arabic, which reaffirms, of course, that an enormous number of Arabic-speaking fighters, Arabs from a variety of countries in the Middle East, have gone to join Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan. And I think we now know that virtually all the attackers, to the best of our knowledge, on September the 11th came from Arab countries. It's been hard to nail down about 4 or 5 of them still because they haven't got their identifications fully identified. Secondly, this clearly looks very much to us as if it was pre-taped and recorded before this attack on the United States. That's the second interesting thing. So the Taliban, or this particular individual, certainly believed the United States was going to attack. Nobody had much doubt about that. And the third interesting thing, I think, about this is that this will be seen, thanks to Al Jazeera television, not just by us, but widely throughout the region by Arabic speakers in Iraq, in the Persian Gulf, in Lebanon, in Syria, and everywhere else. I do not know who the man on the right is. It does resemble Osama bin Laden, but I would be... John Miller is with us. We just keep this picture up for just a second. It actually does resemble him. It does, and he's wearing his traditional camouflage jacket, the one that bin Laden has favored in most of his television appearances. The only reason I'm slightly puzzled is, and I cannot imagine the circumstances in which bin Laden would not be the speaker rather than someone else, but I don't know who the other personality is. So we'll just have to leave you a little bit in the dark about that, and we'll try to get somebody to nail that. Oh, Barney Rubin, our Afghan specialist, let's put the picture up again. Barney, do you know who that was?
Well, I've never seen him before, but the subtitle in Arabic that was put up there by Al Jazeera says that his name is Suleiman Abu Ghaith and that he is the official spokesman for the Al-Qaeda organization. He's not an Afghan. He is not representing Taliban. This is a statement that was pre-taped by Al-Qaeda and sent to Al Jazeera in advance with the presumably saying this will be our statement if the United States attacks Afghanistan. This is a message from Al-Qaeda. It is not a message from the Taliban.
And I said the Taliban, I of course meant Al-Qaeda at the beginning because now look again. I think this looks like
Osama in the middle, and on the right there is Ayman al-Zawahiri from Jihad Islami of Egypt.
Egypt, right? And their union over the last decade has turned out to be extraordinarily effective from their point of view. There are a great many people who think that Dr. al-Zawahiri is in many ways something of they're co-mentors, wouldn't you say, Barney, to one another in some respects?
Yes, very much so. But al-Zawahiri brought an existing organization with a base that was much larger than what Osama bin Laden had. But if I may say something, I think this tape shows something very clearly about the reason for the attack on the World Trade Center and the strategy of Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. It's clear that the purpose of the attack on the World Trade Center was to provoke the United States into an attack which they hoped would be much more indiscriminate, so that when they issued this call to jihad to the entire Muslim world, there would be a huge response.
Talk a little more about this, because we've talked about it in the last several days, that what the attack was on the trade towers was to incite the United States to, in some respects, get the region so angry with a retaliation that Al-Qaeda would get further recruits.
Yes, I think that they had two things in mind. One was the response of the United States in 1998, which was immediate and not particularly effective, and I think that they were actually hoping in a way that we would have a very quick and indiscriminate response which would provoke a lot of anger, and our policymakers were much wiser than that. But also, you have to go back to their experience of the Afghan war, because they believe not only that Muslims fought against the Soviet Union and caused it to withdraw from Afghanistan, they believe that the jihad in Afghanistan, which they view as something of the entire Muslim nation, not just of Afghanistan, destroyed the Soviet Union. The reason they attacked the World Trade Center in particular is because they view that as a symbol of global capitalism led by the United States, and they were cognizant of its economic implications. And they were hoping both to, through the U.S.'s reaction, to provoke a jihad, and also, they believe, cause the collapse of what they see as the entire American empire, as they believe they also caused the collapse of the Soviet Union.
And you're not at all surprised at the moment to see Ayman al-Zawahiri together with Osama bin Laden in one location just before this happened?
No, clearly they're showing that they're united, that they're not afraid, and that you know, they are together calling on the entire Islamic Ummah, or nation, to wage jihad. But obviously this was not taped in response to the attacks tonight. It was taped in the anticipation of such attacks, probably some time ago.
Very, very good point, Barney Rubin. Very glad to have you, and you prove again why. We now have on the telephone Shamshad Ahmed, who is the Pakistani ambassador to the United Nations. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Mr. Ambassador, how do I assume that Pakistan knew about this in advance?
Well, I think this operation was imminent because we have been trying to convey the sense of the international community to the government in Afghanistan. Unfortunately, they did not heed to the sentiment of the international community. And Peter, if I can just share with you that I just received official reaction of the government of Pakistan. If you like, I can read that out to you.
Mr. Ambassador, I wonder if I could, I hate to do this to you, if you could just pause for just a second while we listen to Mr. bin Laden, then I'll come right back to you. Here is Osama bin Laden himself.
This is the United States of America.
من مقاتلها فدمر أعظم مبانيها فلله الحمد والمنة وها هي أمريكا.
This is the United States, full of fear, from its northern border to its southern border, from its eastern border to its western border. What the United States is tasting is something that we've been tasting for tens of years. Our Ummah, our nation, is tasting this. Its sons is being killed. Its holy places has been attacked, and it's been ruled against its laws, Muslim laws. When God directed some of the Muslim vanguards and were able, by His blessing, to destroy its landmark, we ask God to give them place in paradise. This was a response for what is happening to these martyrs, brothers and sisters in Palestine and in the Muslim land. When they did this, all world, the whole states, have been on the side with the United States. They are talking against what happened and ignoring what's taking place in Iraq, and they are ignoring what's taking place in Palestine. We do not hear them talk about that atrocity. Up until today, the Israeli tanks occupy Palestine in Ramallah, in Rafah, and in Beit Jala, and all other towns. We do not hear any one of the Western leaders say anything about this. Now, after all those years, one attack against the United States of America, everybody is trying to support them, support those who performed aggression against the Muslim Ummah and the Muslim land. These who support the United States are nothing but hypocrites. They are trying to support the oppressors against the oppressed. may God deal with them. It is very clear. It is very clear. Every Muslim, after what happened today, and after the American officials have said what they said, beginning with their President Bush, they have started the war, and they have began a coalition against us. Some of those countries are Muslim countries, and they are now against us. Now they are out. They are out to fight Islam. They are saying that this war is against terrorism. People in Japan have suffered. This is not similar. 1 million child in Iraq have died, and no one taken place. When some Americans died in Tanzania and Nairobi, Afghanistan was bombed. The United States responded, but they do ignore other sufferings. Now I say, the world is divided into two sides: the side of faith and the side of infidelity. Now every Muslim has to stand up and support Islam and support Muslim brothers in order to wipe out this act of aggression. With respect to the United States and the people of the United States, I swear by God, God the greatest, the United States will not, anyone who lives in the United States will not feel safe before people in Palestine feel safe. They will not feel safe in the land unless the troops of the United States of America withdraw from the holy Muslim places and the Arab lands. They will not feel safe unless these conditions are met.
Well, the face and the voice of the enemy, Osama bin Laden himself, saying several things. I want to bring Barney Rubin back in again. Barney, are you there?
Yes.
Because just tell you quickly what I noticed. He, again, reaffirming, it seems to me, this was not done in the last couple of days, because he refers to Israeli tanks in the Palestinian territories in places like Ramallah and Beit Jala, but makes no mention of Israeli tanks in Hebron, which only went into Hebron yesterday or day before yesterday. Does that help you with any, when he might have done it?
No, I don't think he was referring to specific events.
No.
Those are things that have happened in the past year or so.
What else do you hear from him? I hear the classic message from him: no one in the United States will feel safe until Palestinians feel safe. No one should feel safe until the United States, the other infidels, get out of Muslim lands, a particular reference to, among other places, Saudi Arabia.
Well, I think that what this tape shows, and probably this is the first time that many Americans have directly heard the words of Osama bin Laden or heard what his message is, I think this shows what the challenge is for the United States, because, of course, the vast majority of Muslims do not approve of blowing up the World Trade Center and killing thousands of innocent victims. And by the way, it sounded to me like he was virtually confessing his responsibility for it. He said it was the Islamic vanguard that did it, so that should put an end finally to these stupid rumors, vicious rumors that are going around parts of the Islamic world that the Jews or Israel did it. He virtually admitted that they did it, and he said why they did it. And he linked it clearly to what he and many other Muslims who do not agree with his tactics view as U.S. aggression against Muslims. He linked it to the sanctions against Iraq, which he holds responsible for the death, he said, of a million Iraqi children, for the oppression of the Palestinians by Israel. Now, what the United States will need, and its allies will need in the coming months and years, is very close cooperation from the government's security services and law enforcement apparatuses of countries that are predominantly Muslim in order to try to root out these networks. But the fact is, even though most of the people of those countries don't agree or violently oppose or are horrified by what happened on September 11th, they actually share those political views in many respects that Osama bin Laden just articulated. And that is why those are issues that the United States, not in order to appease Osama bin Laden, which is impossible, but in order to win the cooperation of governments and of many people who are sitting on the fence, those are things that the United States will have to address in some way without appearing to be giving in to this kind of terrorism. And that is a very delicate and difficult thing to do, but that's the challenge of making this coalition work.
Let me bring in ABC's Judith Kipper, who's had long experience in the Middle East. Tell you, first of all, this tape, we're told now, Judith, was delivered to Al Jazeera in Kabul this morning before the attacks actually occurred and transmitted from Kabul first to Qatar in the Gulf and then to the rest of us. Knowing the Arab world and Israel as well as you do, how do you think this will resonate?
I think Barney is exactly right that the political views do resonate in the streets of the Arab world and many other places in the world. The abhorrence for the violence of September 11th is a separate subject. And I think that one of the problems for the United States is that Arab leaders, including some of our close allies, have been reluctant, because these political views do resonate in the street, they've been reluctant to separate the terrorists from the larger issues, and they have been reluctant to make the distinction that President Bush and Prime Minister Blair made only a few minutes ago. This is not against Islam, this is not against the Afghan people or the Arab people, and unless our allies, including their sheikhs and religious leaders, are going to speak up, I think we are going to see a very difficult period ahead with a lot more anti-Americanism than we have already experienced.
Thanks, Judith. Clearly, President Bush anticipated this when he made his speech a short while ago, because the words from the, and may well have anticipated bin Laden having this reaction, though I confess we're a little bit surprised that it comes as quickly as it does, or in an organized fashion, because it's clearly a reaction to something they didn't know was happening in real time. But the President said the United States of America is a friend to the Afghan people. We are the friends of almost 1 billion worldwide who practice the Islamic faith. The United States of America is an enemy of those who aid terrorists and the barbaric criminals who profane a great religion by committing murder in its name. Which takes us back to Shamshad Ahmed, the Pakistani ambassador to the United Nations. Mr. Ambassador, I'm sorry to keep you there. On the other hand, I'm not, because I'd like to know what your reaction is to at least hearing Osama bin Laden's remarks.
Well, I would rather like to comment on what Barney said. I think he made very appropriate remarks about the cumulative effect of the mistakes of the past in the context of Afghanistan, and also on the need to remedy the universal phenomenon of terrorism, which is a disease and which needs to be treated at its root. And the world will have to ask, once we are completed with the current crisis, then we'll have to address the phenomenon of terrorism in its long-term perspective by rooting out the causes of injustice and oppression in all parts of the world.
Mr. Ambassador, have you been in touch with your capital, Islamabad, since this attack began?
Yes. In fact, I would like to share with you the official reaction of my government.
Please.
I will read it. We regret that despite efforts to convince the Taliban leadership to respond to international demand, did not succeed. And and now the military action has started against the Taliban regime. Pakistan did whatever it could to convince the Taliban leadership of the gravity of the situation and take the right decision in the interest of the Afghan people. It remains our hope that the United States and its allies' action remains clearly targeted to achieve the aims identified by the resolutions, by the elements in the UN Security Council resolutions, and every care will be taken to minimize harm to the Afghan people who have already suffered the ravages of conflict for more than 2 decades. We also hope that the operations will end soon and a concerted international effort will be undertaken to promote national reconciliation and help Afghans with economic reconstruction.
Mr. Ambassador, let me just ask you as a Pakistani and a Pakistani official of considerable standing, obviously, when this attack began tonight, did you get nervous for your country?
I think it is a moment of truth, not for one country, but for the entire international community, because what we are witnessing today is the aftermath of what happened on 11th of September. And that was a wake-up call not to one country or one society, but the whole world community. So, and that is why Pakistan had joined the international consensus and international coalition from day one. So, as part of that international coalition, we were prepared for this eventuality in case Taliban did not heed to the international call.
Let me try to get you to be just a little more forthcoming. I think most people who paid any attention to Pakistan know that it's a fragile country. President Musharraf did not come to power through the electoral process. He seized power. There are a lot of people in Pakistan who are sympathetic to the Taliban. A lot of people in Pakistan who are not pro the United States. So could I just ask the question again? Are you nervous about the stability of Pakistan at all?
Peter, before I respond to your question, let me just clarify that many governments, if not most, in today's world have not come to power through election. So election is not the only way of bringing governments to power. And in fact, there are so many governments in the world today that have been there for decades without ever going through the electoral process. Mm-hmm. And the change of government in Pakistan took place under peculiar circumstances, which were necessitated and which were understood by the people of Pakistan. And if the essence of democracy is the will of the people, then the people of Pakistan had welcomed the change of government in October 1999.
Very good point,
now,
sir.
But coming back to your question, right. Yes. Well, we are concerned. Our people would be concerned over the latest development, and we hope that these operations remain targeted and do not cause any harm to innocent people of Afghanistan, more than 25 million who have been suffering for more than 2 decades. And now an impending humanitarian tragedy is already building up, with millions of Afghans leaving their homes and heading in the direction of neighboring countries, including Pakistan. We are already home to more than 2.5 million Afghan refugees, and we are expecting another 1.5 million. I think now the international community must also respond, must be very forthcoming in responding to the new crisis that is building up.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, very much for your time. The Pakistani ambassador to the United Nations, Shamshad Ahmed, reading a statement, first of all, from his country. Pakistan did know what was going on, pointing out the pressure that Pakistan feels because of the Afghan refugees, many of whom have fled towards the border with Afghanistan, and pointing out, by the way, as many Pakistanis feel, that even though General Musharraf did not come to power democratically, has been fairly well received by large segments of the Pakistani population, but not by any means all. I want to check in with the Northern Alliance first. ABC's David Wright is there, but before I do, here's a dispatch from Islamabad, the Pakistani capital, on the Associated Press, quoting the Taliban ambassador to Pakistan. Cannot speak to the veracity of this, but he says that Osama bin Laden and the Taliban leader, Mullah Muhammad Omar, both survived the initial wave of U.S. and British attacks on Sunday. And as the AP points out, and as we certainly point out, there is simply no way to confirm his statement. David Wright with the United Front Northern Alliance up in northern Pakistan, and I think they have reacted as well, have they not, David?
They have. We've been on the line in the past half hour or so with Dr. Abdullah, the foreign minister of the Northern Alliance, and he gave us a larger sense of the scope of this attack, rattling off 6 or 7 cities in the four corners of Afghanistan, giving a sense that this is really a widespread attack. He also confirmed some of what John McWethy said earlier, that the primary targets in this attack have been airports, heavy weapons depots, and also camps of Osama bin Laden's, specifically 3 large camps near Kandahar. He told us at least have been destroyed, and bearing in mind the source of this, he says that Taliban legions have been seen fleeing the city of Kabul. We also managed to reach an eyewitness in Kabul who lives near the center of town, who tells us that the electricity is still on in Kabul. So this attack clearly did not destroy the infrastructure of that city. He tells us that he heard several explosions in his neighborhood, heard his neighbors screaming, and that several of the bombs sounded as though they landed in the vicinity at least of 4 hospitals, some of them civilian. So there's the potential at least of some civilian casualties. Peter?
Thanks, David, very much. Just one other question. We indeed did hear and see on Al Jazeera that the lights were on in parts of Kabul tonight. There's one news agency dispatched, David, which says that the Northern Alliance opened fire with artillery against Taliban forces, which in some cases are not very far from one another. Can you confirm that?
Well, we're told that the Northern Alliance forces, they're scattered around and they're under the control of various different generals. We are told that the Northern Alliance forces of General Dostum are advancing on 2 fronts to the city of Mazar Sharif. Others are said to be on a state of high alert. And we've been told that that forces near Herat are moving in that direction as well by the general in charge of that branch of things, General Ismail Khan.
Okay, thanks very much, David Wright.
So they're clearly looking to take advantage of an opportunity here.
Very much so.
Sorry, Peter, they're looking clearly to take advantage of this opportunity.
Thank you, David, very much. David Wright with the Northern Alliance in northern Afghanistan, quite close to the border of several countries to the north and south. Now here is the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld. With him, of course, is General Richard Myers, new Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
We've said since Tuesday, September 11th, that the campaign against terrorism will be broad, sustained, and that we will use every element of American influence and power. Today, the President has turned to direct, overt military force to complement the economic, humanitarian, financial, and diplomatic activities which are already well underway. The effect we hope to achieve through these raids, which together with our coalition partners we have initiated today, is to create conditions for sustained anti-terrorist and humanitarian relief operations in Afghanistan. That requires that, among other things, we first remove the threat from air defenses and from Taliban aircraft. We also seek to raise the cost of doing business for foreign terrorists who have chosen Afghanistan from which to organize their activities, and for the oppressive Taliban regime that continues to tolerate terrorist presence in those portions of Afghanistan which they control. The current military operations are focused on achieving several outcomes. To make clear to the Taliban leaders and their supporters that harboring terrorists is unacceptable and carries a price. To acquire intelligence to facilitate future operations against al-Qaeda and the Taliban regime that harbors the terrorists. To develop relationships with groups in Afghanistan that oppose the Taliban regime and the foreign terrorists that they support. To make it increasingly difficult for the terrorists to use Afghanistan freely as a base of operation, and to alter the military balance over time by denying to the Taliban the offensive systems that hamper the progress of the various opposition forces, and to provide humanitarian relief to Afghans suffering truly oppressive living conditions under the Taliban regime. I want to reiterate a point that President Bush has made often, and that he made again today in his remarks. The United States has organized armed coalitions on several occasions since the Cold War for the purpose of denying hostile regimes the opportunity to oppress their own people and other people. In Kuwait, in northern Iraq, in Somalia, Bosnia, and Kosovo, the United States took action on behalf of Muslim populations against outside invaders and oppressive regimes. The same is true today. We stand with those Afghans who are being repressed by a regime that abuses the very people it purports to lead, and that harbors terrorists who have attacked and killed thousands of innocents around the world, of all religions, of all races, and of all nationalities. While our raids today focus on the Taliban and the foreign terrorists in Afghanistan, our aim remains much broader. Our objective is to defeat those who use terrorism and those who house or support them. The world stands united in this effort. It is not about a religion or an individual terrorist or a country. Our partners in this effort represent nations and peoples of all cultures, all religions, and all races. We share the belief that terrorism is a cancer on the human condition, and we intend to oppose it wherever it is. The operation today involved a variety of weapon systems, and it originated from a number of separate locations. We used land and sea-based aircraft, surface ships and submarines, and we employed a variety of weapons to achieve our objectives. As President Bush mentioned in his statement, dozens of countries contributed in specific ways to this mission, including transit and landing rights, basing opportunities, and intelligence support. In this mission, we are particularly grateful for the direct military involvement of the forces of Great Britain. To achieve the outcomes we seek, it is important to go after air defense and Taliban aircraft. We need the freedom to operate on the ground and in the air, and the targets selected, if successfully destroyed, should permit an increasing degree of freedom over time. We have also targeted command facilities for those forces that we know support terrorist elements within Afghanistan and critical terrorist sites. President Bush has repeatedly emphasized that we will hold accountable any who help terrorists as well as the terrorists themselves. Before I take your questions, let me say that to say that these attacks are in any way against Afghanistan or the Afghan people is flat wrong. We support the Afghan people against the Al-Qaeda, a foreign presence on their land, and against the Taliban regime that supports them. What took place today and what will be taking place in the period ahead is a part of the measured and broad and sustained effort that the President announced shortly after the attacks on September 11th. General Myers, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, will make a few remarks before we respond to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I know you have many questions to ask, so I'll keep my comments brief. The Secretary said today our forces have begun the initial part of military operations in the war against terrorism. About 15 land-based bombers, some 25 strike aircraft from carriers, and U.S. and British ships and submarines launching approximately 50 Tomahawk missiles have struck terrorist targets in Afghanistan. The first target was hit at approximately 12:30 Eastern Standard Time, and operations continue as we speak. As the Secretary said, these efforts are designed to disrupt and destroy terrorist activities in Afghanistan and to set the conditions for future military action, as well as to bring much-needed food and medical aid to the people of Afghanistan. I want to remind you that while today's operations are visible, many other operations may not be so visible. But visible or not, our friends and enemies should understand that all instruments of our national power, as well as those of our friends and allies around the world, are being brought to bear on this global menace. We are in the early stages of ongoing combat operations, and our outstanding men and women in uniform are performing just as they've been trained to do, and that is to say, superbly. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to take your questions.
Mr. Secretary, might I ask, I know you don't want to give too many details, especially early on. You said 15 land-based bombers, approximately 50. Could you tell us whether B-1s, B-52s, and B-2s were used in this?
They were.
B-2s were used. And did you hit, we're told you hit a broad range of targets. Did you hit air bases? Did you attack Taliban jets and air bases?
Well, as I indicated in my remarks, it is certainly necessary if one is going to engage in humanitarian activities that involve the air or the ground, that one would not want to try to do that as long as the Taliban had aircraft or air defense systems that could pose a threat to U.S. personnel.
Just one brief follow-up. Did the B-2s, were they flying round trip from the United States as they did on the Kosovo operation?
Yes, they flew from the continental United States.
Tell us how extensive the humanitarian effort has been thus far, and how many C-17s worth of various types of refugee food and blankets and medicine are you dropping? Is there some way to quantify it?
It started 20 or 30 minutes ago and is just in its beginning stages.
Can you give us some description of how many tons of food and medicine you're trying to deliver?
Well, we could. As I say, it's in the beginning stages, and this is a first day. The first day was something like 37,000 rations, as I recall, 37,500. But whether or not that will all get delivered is something we won't know for a few hours.
It includes more than just food, is that correct?
It does include some medicines and that type of thing.
General Myers, can you give us a sense of the weapons being dropped by the bombers? The Secretary said this is not an attack against the Afghan people. That would be flat wrong to say. That presupposes we're using precision-guided weapons to avoid casualties. All three of those bombers you mentioned can drop these JDAM satellite bombs. Is that the sort of ordnance being dropped today?
We are using, or essentially have at hand, all our conventional munitions, but you're right, Tony, that the majority of them are precision weapons, but not exclusively, because some targets, we try to match targets and weapons and their effects.
Mr. Secretary, you said, and General Myers said, that the raids have been ongoing now for about 2.5 hours, but using 50 TLAMs. One would assume that there is an end to this initial phase. Can you tell us if this initial phase is going to go on much longer, or is it, for all intents and purposes, over as of this point concerned?
It is not yet over.
Secretary, was Osama bin Laden targeted in this raid? And can you give us, understanding that it's still early, any preliminary assessment of how successful these attacks have been?
No, it's far too early to try to measure success, and the answer is no with respect to him. This is not about a single individual. It's about an entire terrorist network and multiple terrorist networks across the globe. We would not have actual reports on the success of the various attacks for some time.
Mr. Secretary, are the airdrops that have, you say, just begun, will that be a continuous operation, or is this a one-time effort?
Well, the President's approach to this is that it will be continuous, but that it will be broadly based, and it will be economic and political and diplomatic, as well as military, overt and covert. And the fact that one sees a cruise missile on television at one moment and does not at another moment ought not to suggest that the pressure and the President's approach to this is anything but continuous. It is continuous.
Humanitarian part, I was referring to the airdrops. Is that to be continuous?
I don't know quite what continuous means. 24-hour days, 7 days a week? No, unlikely. On the other hand, once there is an opportunity to begin the humanitarian effort on the ground, I suppose it could be characterized as continuous.
Mr. Secretary, is this can you give us any idea whether or not this is, I know it's still ongoing, but is this essentially a one-day operation in this phase, or should we expect that there'll be more activity tomorrow? And the second part, will the United States impose essentially a no-fly zone over Afghanistan as it did over Bosnia and Iraq in the past?
I think that rather than trying to characterize what the United States is going to do on any given day, in advance that I would prefer to say that this effort will continue in a variety of different ways over a sustained period of time, and that we intend to pursue it until such time as we're satisfied that those terrorist networks don't exist, that they have been destroyed.
No-fly zone?
I don't know that I'd want to characterize it as that, although certainly one would think that if one of your early objectives is to deal with their aircraft and their air defense system,
Mr. Secretary,
it very likely would reduce the number of Taliban aircraft flying around over Afghanistan, I would hope, yes.
Have you seen any response so far from the Taliban military? Have they flown? Have they launched anything?
Too early. Too early to know.
Mr. Secretary, the Taliban has basically boasted that Osama bin Laden is still alive, as well as Mullah Mohammed Omar. What would you say to them about that sort of a boast?
Well, the Taliban, since the beginning of this, have been rejected every suggestion, request, or demand made by the United States of America and the coalition partners. They have established themselves as being firmly connected to Al-Qaeda and the foreign presence in their country. They've made a choice. And I don't know that there's anything to say beyond that, that they are what they are. And they're bringing great harm to the Afghan people.
You expect the United Alliance to... Can you say anything about the Northern Alliance? Was this coordinated with them? And are they picking up any ground as a result of this, or are they linking up with U.S. forces? Can you give us any sense of what's going on the ground?
Sure. There are a number of elements on the ground in Afghanistan, Afghan people, in the Northern Alliance, in the tribes in the south, even some within Taliban that do not favor Omar and do not favor the Al-Qaeda and would wish they were no longer in their country. Certainly our interest is to strengthen those forces that are opposed to Al-Qaeda and opposed to the Taliban leadership that is so intimately connected to them, and to strengthen all of those forces so that they will have better opportunities to prevail and to deal with what obviously is a regime that is enormously harmful to the Afghan people and poses threats to people all across this globe, including the United States of America.
And do you plan to put ground troops in Afghanistan? Do you plan to put ground troops in Afghanistan?
It's been said many times from the podium that there just aren't that many targets in Afghanistan. Apparently you found some. Can you explain that? And also, can you address what seems to be somewhat of an anomaly in this mission, the idea that you're fighting your way in order to drop humanitarian relief on people? And if the places where you're dropping relief, if you're getting shot at there, are you not essentially dropping relief on the enemy?
Well, first, with respect to the targets, I think I've said repeatedly from this podium that there are not a lot of high-value targets. I've pointed out that the Taliban and the Al-Qaeda do not have armies, navies, and air forces. And that's clear. They don't. I've therefore characterized this conflict, this campaign, this so-called war, as being notably different from others. And it means that what we have to do is exactly what I said in my earlier remarks. We have to create the conditions for a sustained effort that will assist those forces in the country that are opposed to Taliban and opposed to Al-Qaeda. And we have to do it in a variety of different ways. We have to dry up their bank accounts. We have to bring political, diplomatic pressure to bear on them. We have to bring economic pressure to bear. And to the extent we can, use overt as well as covert activities to improve target information, to gather intelligence that will enable us to be more precise in what we do, and to force people to move and change what they're doing, to raise the cost of what they're doing, to attempt to reduce the number of people around the globe who support them and finance them. All of that helps. The fact is, in this battle against terrorism, there is no silver bullet. There is no single thing that is going to suddenly make that threat disappear. Ultimately, they're going to collapse from within, and they're going to collapse from within because of the full combination of all of the resources from all of the countries that are brought to bear on these networks. And that is what will constitute victory.
General Myers,
ground troops,
casualties,
will you be providing arms and air cover to the opposition forces to strengthen them? And
as I say, I don't think our goal is to make them more successful. Getting into exactly how we'll do that, I think I'll defer.
Do you plan to send U.S. ground troops into Afghanistan?
Secretary, you said a moment ago, you spoke of multiple terrorist networks in multiple countries. Is this phase of the operation going to involve strikes in some other places other than Afghanistan?
As you know, we've had a policy here, at least during my tenure, where we don't discuss ongoing operations and we don't discuss intelligence matters.
Do you plan to put U.S. ground troops into Yugoslavia?
Go ahead.
Would you please describe the Taliban anti-aircraft systems using as AAA surface-to-air missiles, and have any of the American aircraft been damaged or brought down?
We have no information that any American aircraft has been damaged or brought down at this moment, at least prior to the time I walked in here. There is, as I believe Dick Myers has pointed out, they do have a limited number of surface-to-air missiles, and they have more than a limited number of man-operated, man-mobile surface-to-air missiles.
Mr. Secretary, could you give us a sense of how many targets you've hit? More than a dozen?
We have no way to discuss the outcome of this operation. Yes, Tom?
Are U.S. forces on the ground in Afghanistan now? And more broadly, could you illuminate, if at all, the so-called less visible side of this operation?
Not really. If we wanted it to be overt, we would have discussed it.
And
yes.
I had a question about the ground forces, please. My first part was, are there U.S. forces on the ground in Afghanistan?
If we had, how to phrase this so that it's perfectly clear again, we have not. I mean, yeah, I mean, we've got. I'm disinclined to talk about things that are in process, and if we had significant numbers of U.S. military on the ground, it would have been known by now.
Do you plan to
send troops, Mr. Secretary?
The airdrops, is that predicated on some level of confidence that you've taken out at least some of that air defense threat?
We certainly would not be using airdrops in portions of the country where we were not satisfied that it would be safe for humanitarian relief.
Mr. Secretary,
so we don't discuss operational activities.
Mr. Secretary, do you have any? Can you tell us if there are any plans to send significant numbers?
I answered the question before you asked it. We do, we do not discuss operations.
Very much of the country is at least controlled now by the Taliban. Does that mean that, and most of the refugees actually are internally displaced people are in those sections of the country? Does that mean that those areas will not get the relief as quickly? That other non-Taliban held areas will get it more quickly?
Well, certainly, non-Taliban areas would get it more quickly.
Mr. Secretary, can we define a little bit about the humanitarian airdrops? Are these going to be, for the most part, high-altitude airdrops? You're going to use pallets and parachutes, or just kick them out the way we did over Kosovo and Bosnia?
It's more like the latter, but greatly improved. We know the effectiveness of those airdrops was less than desired. So between now and then, they have been working with the delivery means to improve that. We think we can be fairly effective from high altitude, and we're targeting remote locations where it's difficult to get trucks in. This has all been coordinated fairly well, very well, with USAID.
Just to follow up, you're not just kicking out the rations, though, by themselves. They're coming down by a parachute or some means to the ground, or are they?
No, the delivery mode is pretty much like you described, a little more sophisticated than that, but it's not by parachute.
Or C-17s?
Yes.
Is there a danger posed to the people on the ground that you're trying to help as the humanitarian aid comes in? Are you exposing them to fire, or are these two operations wholly separate?
There's no risk to the people on the ground that would have an interest in receiving the humanitarian drops.
Mr. Secretary, were C-17s used to drop the humanitarian daily rations today, and if so, how many?
There were 2 C-17s planned today to drop humanitarian rations.
That was 100% of what was carrying the HDRs?
For the first day, that's correct.
How can you drop them from high altitude? How can you drop them from high altitude? I mean, it's a layperson's question without using parachutes and not destroy them. I mean,
well, the system has been designed to do just that, and like I said, they've been testing ever since Allied Force stopped. Shortly after that, we began testing to make sure we could accurately deliver these, and that's been ongoing. We'll be able to put them where we want to put them.
well cushioned so that they correct.
General, don't they have precision radars that can map an area, kind of drop it within a certain bullseye?
Well, let me just go back. We have high confidence they'll be able to drop where their intended Afghan citizens are, and there are several ways to do that.
Absolutely. As part of the effort today, are you dropping leaflets? Have you begun radio broadcasts from Commando Solo and some of the other assets that you have that can do directed messages to the people who may not understand what you're doing?
Yes.
Today, both of those?
Yes.
Secretary,
Secretary, you said... Are you asking, sir, the non-Talibans to form a government, or are you waiting for the total defeat of Taliban?
That really is the business of the Department of State. And what we are doing is we are attempting to help those and advantage those that oppose Taliban and that oppose Al-Qaeda in that country in a variety of different ways. And how that might evolve and what that might mean from the standpoint of the future of Afghanistan, it seems to me is a good distance off, and it is not an issue that this department really is involved in.
Mr. Secretary, are additional steps being taken to strengthen security in the United States in anticipation of some possible retaliation for this attack?
Well, most of the kinds of attacks that we've seen tend to have been planned months and months and months, in some cases years in advance. So the idea that any attack that could occur now would conceivably characterize as in retaliation for something, I think would be a misunderstanding of the situation. The United States is, as President Bush has indicated, is on a state of heightened awareness. And the armed forces around the world are on a state of higher alert than is normal. The forces in the United States are on a higher alert than has been the normal pattern for our forces. And the various organizations that deal with law enforcement in the United States, the FBI and state and local officials, are certainly aware that as of September 11th, we have to be sensitive to the possibility that there can be various types of terrorist attacks in our country. And as a result, the President has marshaled a great many of the capabilities of the United States government, including the military, to assist in seeing that we do what is possible. But the only way to deal with these terrorist threats is to go at them where they exist. You cannot defend at every place, at every time, against every conceivable, imaginable, even unimaginable terrorist attack. And the only way to deal with it is to take the battle to where they are and to root them out and to starve them out by seeing that those countries and those organizations and those non-governmental organizations and those individuals that are supporting and harboring and facilitating these networks stop doing it and find that there's a penalty for doing it. We'll make this the last question, right in the middle. Yes, sir.
Apparently there were strikes in Kandahar and Kabul, and there's talked about the electricity system going down. Are you running the risk of being characterized as attacking the Afghan people rather than the military targets?
You know, in this world of ours, if you get up in the morning, you're running a risk of having someone lie and someone mischaracterize what it is you're doing. What the United States of America is doing is exactly what I said. It is attempting to defend the United States by taking this battle to the terrorists that have killed thousands of Americans, that threaten not just the United States, but regimes throughout the world, because they are determined to find ways to intimidate the rest of the world and to terrorize the rest of the world. And we are determined not to be terrorized. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you tomorrow, Mr. Secretary.
The Secretary of Defense and the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Myers, briefing the press. As one of my colleagues observed, so begins the process where the American press tries to cover an ongoing military operation, where the military planners and those who speak for them are particularly reluctant to talk about it. This is particularly true of Secretary Rumsfeld, who has been very clear since he came to office that he did not want to talk about ongoing military operations, even though there were several clues there today, and we'll get to those in just a minute. As you heard, he refused to answer as many questions as he answered, perfectly proper from his point of view, and he said it was too early to speak about the operation, certainly to the press or to the public, but it will be very clear that at the White House and throughout the Pentagon, at the State Department, at the highest levels this afternoon, everybody will know precisely what is happening in real time if they have, as Mr. Rumsfeld might say, a need to know. There are several things to catch up on just while we've been listening to him, and then we'll go back and try to piece together with several of our analysts precisely what the operation might look like based on what we know. We heard a short while ago from one of the news agencies inside Afghanistan that about the same time the United States was attacking at least one of these anti-Taliban forces, about 25 miles north of Kabul, opened up with 122mm artillery on Taliban forces with whom they had been facing off for many, many months. And so you get something of a coordinated attack there, though perhaps not coordinated specifically, and reaffirms what Mr. Rumsfeld has said, that the aim of the United States here is to strengthen those forces on the ground, and there are many of them, which are interested in getting rid of the Taliban and also getting rid of the Osama bin Laden operation inside Afghanistan. But the shelling on the ground north of Kabul, according to at least one news agency, began about an hour after the U.S. airstrikes. And I think it was General Myers who said that the first operation actually began at 12:30 Eastern Time, which is about 3 hours ago now that it has been going on. Mr. Rumsfeld saying that it is going to continue to go on. It will be a continuous operation. He meant this in two ways. First of all, a continuous military operation against the Taliban. Very strong that this is not against the people of Afghanistan, but against the Taliban. And he always puts it, as does the President, in the broader context of a war that is humanitarian, economic, financial, intelligence in terms of terrorist networks elsewhere. In France, the French President, President Chirac, has said that French forces will take part in military action against Afghanistan. You know that the British took part directly today. The Israeli Foreign Minister Shimon Peres said from Jerusalem today this was a very brave decision by President Bush. As you know, there's been a lot of tension between the United States and at least the Israeli Prime Minister in the last several days. What the Israeli Foreign Minister describes this as a very brave decision by Mr. Bush. The Japanese Prime Minister said that Japan has supported the airstrikes on Afghanistan, and in his country and in many others, we suspect at the moment, he ordered that security be tightened nationwide. Now, I want to go first. There's quite a lot to talk about. We know that there were 40 aircraft involved, some land-based and some based on carriers in the Gulf. We know in at least one instance a Tomahawk cruise missile or missiles was launched from a British submarine. That is what everybody means when they talk about the direct participation of the British. We do not know what sort of an operation there was on the ground, and the Secretary was very careful to talk about commando operations or even intelligence operations on the ground as far as U.S. forces are concerned. At least two B-17s today. These are these huge cargo aircraft. They're almost as big as the C-5, like a whole, somebody once described it, gymnasium full of goods, food and medicine. We're planning food drops for today after the initial phase of the military operation began, and that I think I heard them say involved maybe 37,500 particular packets of food and medicine for Afghans on the ground, particularly, specifically, those outside Taliban areas. And ABC's John McWethy was the one who asked and got a response that at the same time there was something of a propaganda or psychological warfare operation going on as well, radio broadcasts being made to those people in Afghanistan who do have radios, a leafleting campaign to tell people on the ground what is going on, to be combined with the military operation, which the Secretary says is simply ongoing. We'll hear in a moment from the Taliban ambassador to Afghanistan, who's been part of the diplomatic effort that we get out of Afghanistan. But first I want to go to ABC's Tony Cordesman, who is our military analyst. And Tony, as you've listened to this entire briefing and you had to sum it up, how would you sum it up?
I think it was very clear, Peter, this is a carefully focused set of strikes. All of it is tailored to minimize collateral damage. The wording made it clear we're striking a lot of targets outside of cities, beyond the air bases we can see on television. It's likely we used very precise ordnance against any populated area, but we also struck at areas where there are munitions depots or heavy equipment that the Taliban needs to fight against groups like the Northern Alliance. If we look at the air bases, we can see, too, the major targets aren't going to be to blow up air bases. There'll be the aircraft on them and the radars, the command facilities. So given the numbers, a limited number of strikes, it's interesting that some of those aircraft are the B-1 because the other bombers are basically usable against 1 or 2 targets. The B-1 can use precision ordnance against up to 17 targets in a given area.
And Tony, B-2s flew round trip from the United States as part of the mission.
That's right. They carry laser-guided bombs. They're capable of striking very precisely, even in the most defended areas. So we have to assume that those were used against the main radars or systems like their SA-2 or SA-3 surface-to-air missiles.
And let me just get a clarification on that, because I think I have John McCarthy back at the Pentagon. Not a round trip, John, but they took off from the United States and may have either refueled in the air and landed somewhere else?
That's correct, Peter. It is such a long round trip from Missouri all the way to Afghanistan. They decided to fly them nonstop to their targets, drop their bombs, and then they are being recovered. That means landing somewhere to get refueled and to rest the air crews, which is critically important. So it has to do with the great distance, Peter, as much as anything else.
Now, I recall during Bosnia they actually did fly a round trip. Where would they have landed in order to make an interim stop on the way back to their base in Missouri?
Unclear where they've landed, but likely it was in Britain, if I had to guess.
Okay. Now, John, take us through the rest of this. The Secretary says again, when asked about targets, there are not a lot of high-value targets in the country. Very emphatic, no Air Force, no Army, he even said, and certainly no Navy. Tony makes reference to hitting aircraft on airstrips, but not wishing to destroy landing strips. Take it from there.
Well, Peter, it's a broad strategy of trying to take what is a relatively primitive military and government structure down as many different steps as you can. They are trying to disrupt their ability to communicate. They are trying to disrupt their ability to marshal their forces, to put the different types of armored vehicles on the road that control their people and conduct the fighting on the ground. In every way, they are trying to make the Taliban government less effective today than they were yesterday.
And the Secretary did seem to indicate that this was not just an operation that would cease, it would go on. And I think he meant that in both the broad sense and in the more immediate military sense, right?
Oh, it's definitely going to continue. The bombing is going to continue as they find targets that are worth going after. He did use a phrase, Peter, that he has used before in private many times. The bombing is not a silver bullet. There is no silver bullet that is going to win this war against terrorism. This Secretary of Defense very strongly believes that the military will play a role, but it may not even be the dominant role over the long haul. He likens the whole situation in the Cold War, where we had millions of men facing each other across the Iron Curtain, but it wasn't the soldiers, it wasn't the military strength that ultimately brought down the other side. It imploded from within, and that is what his strategy is in trying to deal with the Al-Qaeda network and the terrorist network.
Now you asked...
Bleed them of their finances, bleed them of their ability to do these things, and eventually they wither and are destroyed.
Now, certainly, hopefully, from everybody's point of view, but now you asked about PSYOPs there and about leaflets. One remembers from the Gulf War that when leaflets were dropped on Iraqi soldiers and subsequently surrendered, many of them were holding these leaflets. Is this thought in the Pentagon to be an efficient, effective method here?
It is thought to be somewhat marginal, Peter, but it is thought to be one of many different ways that the United States is going to try to communicate with the people on the ground. It's extremely difficult. One of the things that Barney Rubin was explaining to me, he being the expert that we have on Afghanistan, one of many, that roughly half the population in Afghanistan does have radios. So if the United States sets up a radio broadcast system and tries to beam the message into these people, they might just receive it. Although most of the people in Afghanistan that speak English would be tuned to the BBC, I am told.
Well, Barney, thanks, John. Barney Rubin may be one of the many analysts on Afghanistan, but he's certainly one of the best, if not the best, which is why we have him here. Barney, you've been listening to the Secretary. Again, try to give us some sense of perspective from the ground. I know, because you've said it repeatedly, that one of the things you're listening to is the Secretary saying we're there to support the other Afghan forces go after the Taliban. What are the risks involved in that?
Well, I noticed he was very careful in naming those forces. He said the Northern Alliance, but he also said tribes in the south.
South, right.
That means Pashtun tribes, especially in the area around Kandahar, who originally provided some support to the Taliban. And the word I have been receiving the past week or so is those tribes have been meeting continually and decided, we'll see if it's true, that in the event of an attack they would withdraw their support from the Taliban and turn the other direction. And he also said people within the Taliban who do not support the leadership, that is in particular Mullah Omar, and the presence of al-Qaeda. Now, I think we have to put this in the context of the statement we heard from Osama bin Laden. And how that looks to Afghans. I'm not an Afghan, but let me just hazard a guess. Here is this man sitting in Afghanistan, putting the entire country at risk, and he doesn't say a word about Afghanistan. Basically, he's not behaving as a guest. They were saying he's a guest. He's behaving as an invader. It's clear from that tape that he's not concerned about Afghanistan or the welfare of its people. He's concerned about his global program. Now, as far as the risks are concerned, of course, we were listening to the Secretary of Defense, and therefore he was talking about a military approach. As he said, the political questions are for the Department of State. I think the risk right now is that we have moved at a point when the Afghan opposition to the Taliban, which is broad but not very well organized.
Broad but not broad-based.
Well, it could become broad-based, but it's not organized to provide an alternative. I noticed that Prime Minister Blair in his statement said that we want to deliver stability. Those are the words that he used, and that's something that the Afghan people and the people of that region crave. But to do that, we're going to have to move very quickly.
Barney, let me. Yeah. I apologize for interrupting. I just want to ask you very specific.
Sure.
You've got the U.S. coming in defense of the people coming from the north, the so-called United Front or the Northern Alliance, who want to take advantage of this. And you have those in the south wanting to take advantage of this. Are those two forces now going to try to race each other to Kabul, if we even get that far, so that one of them rather than both of them are in power?
Well, I spoke this morning by telephone both to representatives of the Northern Alliance and to someone who's working for the former king, Zahir Shah, who is in close touch with the tribes in the south. They both said that they have a plan, not ready to be implemented yet. They're determined not to rush to Kabul. They don't want to make the mistakes they made in the past. In fact, they would like the United States, when it gets to that point, and others, to call on the United Nations to send in a peacekeeping force to demilitarize Kabul so that it can be a center for political decision-making and not a center of civil war.
Okay, let me interrupt you for just a second and catch up with some other things. You heard the Secretary say, or General Myers, I believe, there had been no damage to any American aircraft. Certainly one had not been shot down or damaged. And Al Jazeera is reporting, quoting the Deputy Minister for Defense for the Taliban, as claiming they shot down a plane. We'll get that simply on the record. Now, in terms of this Northern Alliance, we actually have a spokesman for the Northern Alliance with us this afternoon from Washington. His name is Iran Amin. Mr. Amin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Peter.
Okay. So what's your reaction to today?
Well, over the last few weeks, we have anticipated the counterterrorism effort by the international community. Even as of last night, we mentioned to the media that we were expecting action soon, but it should be done ASAP. The fact of the matter is that both the United States as well as Afghanistan have been victims by Osama bin Laden, who has been hosted in Afghanistan by the Taliban, and with the blessing of the military intelligence of Pakistan. We welcome it, and as far as what we're going to do on the ground, our forces are on high alert. When the due time comes, that we will also engage from the ground the strikes that have already taken place in Afghanistan.
Mr. Amin, let me ask you a sort of an attitude question about Afghans on the ground, whether they're for or against the Taliban in this instance. When in the first instance 37,000 food and medicine packets begin raining down from the skies with "Gift of the USA" written on them, how will Afghans react? Will they be nervous, frightened, suspicious, grateful?
Well, remember that the international resolve here is to rid the Afghans of the grip of tyranny that the Taliban in their terrorist networks have engaged in Afghanistan. The Afghans really want to become liberated once again. I mean, in the occupied parts of Afghanistan. So they would look at the international counterterrorism resolve from a very friendly perspective, and they've in fact anticipated this for quite some time.
So you actually believe, just to be absolutely precise about it, that when food and medicine packages, and we're told they're vegetarian packages, nobody wishing to offend Muslims,
yes,
rain down on the ground, people will be grateful for them. Goodness knows they need them.
Well, definitely. I mean, in the face of the drought and in the face of what has happened over the last few years, people would welcome that immediately because they have had no food. I mean, there were incidents in Afghanistan for the last few months that people have actually even eaten grass and in the non-kosher practice of eating donkeys and horses in Afghanistan. No. So the food would be automatically welcomed as well as medicine. I mean, you know that the life expectancy, for example, for kids is about, 1 out of 5 kids don't make it to the 5th birthday. So I mean, these are the realities on the ground in Afghanistan, and it has been because of the tremendous long years of neglect that the world really just didn't care about the Afghans altogether.
Okay, I want to bring in John Hillen, if I may. Mr. Amin, just stay with us if you would for a minute. I want to bring in John Hillen, who was with us earlier this morning, and as we're looking at that videotape of the food drops which were done to the Kurds in northern Iraq at the end of the Gulf War. John, I'm fascinated to hear that you can drop something from 30,000 feet without a parachute.
Well, obviously it means the packages they'll be dropping are pretty light. But basically, Peter, as we saw from your footage, even today, 10 years on from those drops in northern Iraq, it's pretty unscientific in many ways. And it takes, it's pretty labor intensive. You literally kick the drops out the door. So one thing we should emphasize is this search and rescue mission, which you talked about earlier, perhaps run out of Uzbekistan. We now know that there were 40 combat aircraft and 2 C-17s over Afghanistan tonight. So that's well over 100 American airmen and women that were in the air. So that could be a pretty substantial mission down the road, preparing for worst-case contingencies there.
Could you come back just to the food drop? Maybe I'm overly fascinated by it, but General Myers is saying that since the Gulf War, they've made this a lot more sophisticated, this dropping food to people, because Kurds were killed, as I recall, when food pallets dropped on them then. How's it done now?
Well, I think they learned a lot in Bosnia and in the Balkans in '94 and '95. But basically, if you're going to drop humanitarian relief from an altitude, and I think they mentioned that it'd be a very high altitude, although they didn't mention the exact altitude, it's going to have to be very light and therefore pretty dispersed. And in terrain like Afghanistan, I think they'll have to have a very good idea of the area they want to cover and try to put it down right there, because otherwise it will end up strewn about the mountains.
There was some confidence, I thought, from General Myers that they could be pretty precise about where they wanted to put it down.
He was very confident, but the other part is, in the delivery of humanitarian relief supplies, you need a crowd. You need a crowd because that's the most efficient way to actually deliver the supplies once they're on the ground. And sometimes you don't want to attract a crowd in these sorts of circumstances. So this could be very interesting, exactly how this is going to play out. And he alluded to the fact that they may have already been in contact with relief agencies, indigenous or otherwise, on the ground to help in the delivery of these supplies once they actually get there.
Now, John, you're an Army Special Operations officer, or you were. As you listen to the briefing from the Pentagon today, what catches your attention?
Well, there's a lot of special operations missions embedded in there or alluded to directly. I talked about the search and rescue package, as we said, well over 100 American Air Force personnel in the skies over Afghanistan tonight. And if this is an ongoing operation, there will be more of that to come. The other is, and John McWethy asked the question about psychological operations. Peter, you said that if they have radios, well, you know, we'll in fact probably supply radios. Right before the invasion of Haiti in 1994, we actually dropped transistor radios tuned to one station, which was then being run out of an American aircraft circling over Haiti, that provided a lot of psychological operation support. And in the Gulf War, I remember Republican Guard prisoners surrendering to my unit in the very early days of the ground invasion almost invariably had those leaflets. Many of them were illiterate, and the leaflets gave the message to them in almost comic book form. And then the Secretary of Defense also talked about intelligence gathering. And so that'll be a very important mission, because this bombing, I think, tonight seeks to dislocate the terrorist networks. And when they dislocate terrorists, they'll move. And when they move, they will be targets for intelligence. And we'll want special operations people watching those movements in order to get better intelligence.
And if you do dislodge anybody from the Al-Qaeda network today in this operation, or the Taliban itself, I assume you have to move very quickly to fill the vacuum.
I think you do, and I think we'll have to move with what we call in special operations direct action. I mean, right now, I think any of my former colleagues in special operations looking at that videotape of Osama bin Laden are probably lining up to try to be the first guy to get those 4 gentlemen in the video. So if they have been moved and dislodged, then I think they'll need to be gone after pretty quickly before they can go to ground again.
Okay, John, thanks very much. I just should remind people that Afghanistan is about the size of Texas, or in European terms, about the size of France. It has some of the most difficult terrain in the world. And while Osama bin Laden and his colleagues managed to get videotapes to the Al Jazeera television correspondent or producer in Kabul in order to transmit them down to the Persian Gulf to their headquarters is one thing. I don't know that anybody has the vaguest idea where Osama bin Laden or his command is, though it was the Secretary of Defense who said himself that he was not a target in this particular instance. Now, we do actually have a statement from the Taliban ambassador in Pakistan. He's clearly been in contact over the last few days with Kabul, which isn't all that far away from Islamabad, less than an hour by air, of course. But under the present circumstances, let's see what he had to say.
These brutal attacks are as horrendous terrorist act as anywhere else in the world. America will never achieve its political goals by launching horrendous attack on the Muslim people of Afghanistan. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has always chosen the faith of tax, the faith in the way of tax, and reasons to solve problems. But America has always chosen the militaristic approach. However,
the Taliban ambassador to Pakistan, the only nation in the world now which has diplomatic relations with Pakistan, and who knows whether they will be in place in a couple of days from now. But let's go to the Pakistani capital, Islamabad. It's very late at night there now. ABC's Dan Harris is on station with what has ever happened there in the last several hours. Dan?
Peter, I can tell you also that Abdul Zaif, the ambassador to Pakistan from the Taliban, as he was leaving the room at the end of that news conference, reporters shouted the following question to him: did Mullah Omar and Osama bin Laden survive the first round of attacks? He said, yes, thanks be to God. Also in that statement, he said that the Afghani people would rise up in defense against the outside aggressor, and called America the new colonialist. Peter?
Thanks very much, Dan. And one of the other things we do know about Pakistan tonight is, again, to show how relationships have been shifting under the pressure of this war against terrorism, is that Pakistani airspace was used by the United States today, according to an official in the Defense Ministry a little while ago, said that at one point American aircraft flying, could have come from the north or from the south, flew through Pakistani airspace, and that's a huge change for Pakistan. You've heard all this talk about the various forces on the ground. Go to the Northern Alliance now, sometimes called the United Front, and ABC's David Wright. David.
Peter, we have been on the phone throughout the course of the evening talking with various commanders on the front lines. And interestingly enough, our translator in all of this, a fellow named Orion, is translating for us, but listening with very acute ears. His parents live just adjacent to the Kabul airport. So as he's describing to us the devastation wrought at Kabul airport, he's concerned for his family. the Northern Alliance, the United Front as it's also called, is a loose affiliation of people who have been characters almost in a Shakespearean drama over the past decade of backbiting and backstabbing. And this collection of warlords, really, it'll be interesting to see whether they can indeed provide the stability that the global community very much wants here in Afghanistan, and that many people on the ground here in the northern section of the country hope will be the ultimate result of this U.S. action.
Thanks very much, David Wright, in northern Afghanistan. In other parts of Pakistan tonight, and as I said, it's fairly late, roughly around midnight in Pakistan, several influential Islamic clerics have publicly denounced the U.S. and the British action against Afghanistan today. And if you'd heard the tape of Osama bin Laden earlier, and undoubtedly will hear it many times in the days ahead, he's trying very hard in his remarks to divide the world into the Muslim world and the rest being led by the United States, the occupation of Muslim lands, the defense of Israel, and the occupation of Palestinian territory. But President Bush and Secretary Rumsfeld very, very, very outspoken on every single public occasion they have. This is not a war against the Afghan people, not a war against Muslims. This is a war against terrorism. You have these two diametrically opposed messages being heard by people throughout the world, which leads me to bring back ABC's Judith Kipper, who is, among other things, our specialist in the Middle East and in the region. Judith, when you have these two competing messages at the moment, you can't much cast it forward beyond several days even, perhaps, at the moment, but how do you think it will resonate, these two competing arguments?
I think for the Arab peoples and other Muslim peoples, if they don't hear it from their own leaders, they are going to have a hard time hearing it from American officials and British officials. It's absolutely essential at this stage for our allies in the Arab world and other parts of the Muslim world to stand up and to counter the Osama bin Laden message that we've recently heard, as well as the various sheikhs that you have just referred to, because the street will respond to those outrageous and radical points of view.
Now, I grant you it is late at night, and let's perhaps one reason to give people the benefit of the doubt. But we've heard from the French, we've heard from the Japanese, certainly heard from the British, have heard nothing from so-called American allies, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, or Egypt tonight on their approval of this operation.
I think they're waiting to assess the situation, to see how their street reacts, to hear what some other countries say, and nobody wants to go first, obviously. And I suspect at this very moment that the State Department is very quickly trying to pressure them into doing what is necessary to do, and to show that this is a coalition and not let the radical voices dominate the airwaves.
Many thanks, Judith. Burning up the phone lines tonight. Perhaps Terry Moran at the White House, who's just joined us after a while, can give us some clue to this. I gather, Terry, the President has been on the phone to various leaders in the region. Have you got details?
Well, talk about burning up the phone lines, Peter. There's no question that the President is engaged in intense diplomatic activity. I'll just give you the rundown. The President has called today King Abdullah of Jordan, Prime Minister Sharon of Egypt, President Mubarak of Egypt, Prime Minister Chrétien of Canada, President Musharraf of Pakistan, President Chirac of France, Chancellor Schroeder of Germany, President Karimov of Uzbekistan, President Putin of Russia, and earlier at Camp David, Prime Minister Vajpayee of India. Vice President Cheney has also been calling world leaders. He, by the way, has been taken from the White House, from his office, to an undisclosed location, as we are told is now customary, with security precautions that were put in place 3 weeks ago that are described to us as logical. And I can also tell you that the congressional leadership was informed of the pending military action last night. One more note, that broadcast of the tape of Osama bin Laden and his colleagues there from Afghanistan. The President himself did not watch that while it was being broadcast. He was in a lunch. He had lunch in the Roosevelt Room with his staff, essentially kind of bucking them up and bracing them for the days ahead.
Terry, I may have missed something. Has the President been on the phone to any of the leaders in the Arab world?
King Abdullah of Jordan, we are told, President Mubarak of Egypt, and President Karimov of Uzbekistan.
Okay, now, any response from President Mubarak or King Abdullah II?
At this point, we are not being told of the content of those conversations, although we're told we're going to get a readout a little bit later from officials as to what they said.
Okay, thanks very much, Terry. Very interesting what I think it was Judith Kipper who said, and it's very true in the Middle East. Everybody has got their toe just above the water in terms of how to respond here, waiting for someone to put their toe in the water for the first time. This will be particularly true in Egypt and in Jordan, and maybe to a lesser extent in Syria, which goes its own independent way vis-a-vis the other Arab countries. But we've also heard nothing at this point from any of the other countries besides Egypt and North Africa, including Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia. But as I said, it's late at night, and it may just be they need the time to digest it and understand what has gone on, and may in fact not have been fully briefed by the U.S. on what precisely is happening. But it is not difficult to imagine. In fact, it's all too easy to imagine that in the next 24 or 48 hours, these respective messages by the President, by the Secretary of Defense, and by Osama bin Laden are going to be rattling all over the Middle East, both on television, which is now very extensive in the Middle East, in Arabic and in English as well to some extent. It'll be seen in the Palestinian territories, and everybody's going to have a choice, sort of an opportunity to see what's been said. And it'll be fascinating in the next day or so to monitor the emphasis to which the people in control of those television outlets give one speech or the other. What will be the emphasis from the television of the Palestinian Authority, the Jordanian Authority, the Egyptian Authority? What will be the reverberation throughout the Persian Gulf itself? And many of these cities have, many of the cities in the Middle East have vast numbers of newspapers. A city like Beirut in Lebanon maybe has 20, 30 newspapers available to people every day. All those will be analyzed by the United States in the next several days, basically to see how this first stage of this operation has actually gone. I want to bring back in retired General Richard Hawley, former commander of Air Command. Former commander of Air Command. Just, you've been listening to it all, General Hawley. Just give us your impressions.
Well, it seems to me it's becoming clear that the strategy of the Taliban and bin Laden is to turn this into a holy war. And of course, that's one of the things that the President and every other administration spokesman has worked very hard to make clear that it's not. So one of the challenges for the military commanders who are conducting the military part of this operation will be to avoid giving those people, the Taliban and bin Laden, any excuse to reinforce their message that this is a holy war. I'd also like to clarify one thing about the role of the bombers in this operation. In fact, as we moved on from Allied force to now, all three of the bombers, the B-52, the B-1, and the B-2, have been configured to be able to carry the joint direct attack munition, the GPS-aided munition that was used by the B-2 so effectively in the war in Allied force.
Stop, General Hawley.
And they all can carry 12 to 16 of those weapons.
I'm sorry, I did mean to stop you, but not quite so abruptly. Be very precise, if you will, because it's true. I think a lot of people, certainly older people, identify the B-52 with dropping what are called dumb bombs that are not precision-guided weapons and carpet bomb in some respects. Tell us precisely what they're carrying and what it can do.
Well, all three of these airplanes can carry from 12 to 16 2,000-pound bombs, which are guided with very close precision by using the GPS, the Global Positioning System constellation of satellites, aided by an inertial measurement unit built into a kit that's strapped onto the bomb. And so they can be delivered from great altitude and still hit within just a few meters of any selected target on the ground. And it's through the use of those kinds of capabilities that we'll be able to avoid the kind of so-called collateral damage that would give bin Laden and the Taliban an excuse to call this a holy war, a war against the people of Afghanistan, rather than against the military instruments of power that those organizations rely on to oppress the people.
General Hawley, let me ask you a blunt question, if I may. Many of us lived through the reporting of the Gulf War, in which senior military commanders and political officers in the country told us repeatedly about precision-guided weapons. When the analysis was done at the end of the war, it turned out in many, many cases to be anything but precision. How much, I don't mean to hold you to precision this evening, but how much better is it and how much more cautious is the military?
To answer the second question first, I think in this campaign, the military is going to be even more cautious than they have been in the past, and they've been very cautious in the past. The other thing is that using this new family of GPS-aided munitions, you have far fewer stray rounds, if you will. There aren't nearly as many cases where the weapon loses lock on the target. They are very, very reliable, and you have very few errors. So I think you'll find that there's much less risk of these bombs going astray than there has been in the past.
Now, the topography of Afghanistan, which everybody believes to be extremely difficult, is it an inhibiting factor for precision-guided weapons?
It is when the target is located on a very steep slope in those mountains. Those are always a problem, and really it doesn't make any difference whether they're laser-guided munitions or this new family of GPS-aided munitions. Those are very difficult because the rapid change in the elevation affects our ability to be accurate. So I think our commanders will be very reluctant to take on too many targets that are in that kind of a situation.
General Hawley, as we look at a piece of simulation, I have to say I'm one of those people who hate simulation. They say we need it in television, but it goes back to the Star Wars days, and in the Star Wars simulation, Star Wars always worked. So sharing my skepticism with perhaps other people in the audience. As you listen to the Secretary's briefing today and General Myers' briefing, what do you pick up?
Well, I think I pick up number one, the emphasis that this is not a holy war, and I think every statement has tried to focus on that, and as was mentioned earlier, it's going to be interesting to watch the media outlets in the Muslim world to see how they treat this issue. It's going to be key to the progress of this effort. Second was that we are relying on long-range fires. We're relying on the bomber force. We're relying on carrier-launched aviation, which highlights this issue of access, which people have been talking about now for several years, the potential that we could get involved in a problem where we had a problem gaining access to bases, ports, and airfields in the area, and certainly we are presented with that case here.
Certainly a surprise to men of your age, he said kindly, to see air bases in the former Soviet Union now being used with Russian enthusiasm by the United States.
Well, I think former Secretary of State Kissinger used to say that alliances reflect interests, and clearly this is a situation where our interests have coalesced. And while certainly for a Cold War warrior like myself, it's an eye-opening thing, it's really not that surprising.
I thought it would at least be eye-opening, at least conceptually. Thanks, General Hawley, very much indeed. By the way, the Emmys come as no surprise to you. The Emmy Awards, which were going to be carried from New York and Los Angeles tonight, have been canceled, not postponed. They've actually been canceled. Again, given what's happened today, that's not going to be a great surprise. That's the second time that has actually occurred. The nation has other more important matters on its mind. We talked briefly about everybody's going to be talking about this in this country, and everybody's going to be talking about this certainly in Pakistan and other adjacent countries. ABC's Tom Jarrell is in Peshawar, Pakistan tonight, which is right up near the Afghan border. It's been a transit point for many years of weapons and refugees and intelligence and drugs and every imaginable smuggled object. Tom, what's the mood in Peshawar tonight?
Well, Peter, as you know, this city is a hotbed of pro-Taliban activity. We've had up to 7,000 people in the streets supporting them with demonstrations in the last few days. Tonight, the streets are quiet. We did send some troops down on the streets to get some reaction, and this is typical in a city where they sell bin Laden T-shirts in the bazaar, so the support is that big. This comment came from the street. It said, "This is not an attack on bin Laden, the attack tonight, or the Taliban, but an attack on the Muslim world. This is a war between Christians and Muslims." Might have been written by bin Laden himself, but that's man on the street reaction. We haven't just been listening to that, Peter. We also had an opportunity last night to sit down with Abdul Haq. He, of course, is the former guerrilla fighter who fought against the Russians with the Mujahideen, and is now among those outside looking in as a potential new leader for Afghanistan after things settle down, if the Taliban is indeed overthrown. Now, this is a man with similar ideals and similar goals to Washington. And one thing he said was if the thing that happened tonight happened, and he did not know what it was, he said if the United States attacks Afghanistan, in his words, it would be a disaster. He said so because he has had a sense that among the ranks of commanders and also troops that he has fought with in the past in Afghanistan, there was erosion, there was a rotten at the core, somewhat like a house of cards. And he said if the United States attacks, all of those who are moderates, all of those who are wavering will go right back to the Taliban. They will firm up their opposition in that way. And he reminded us of one thing that we've heard before. As an old fighter in that country, he said, you can't get them with bombs and missiles. You've got to go to the caves and to the mountains. He said there will be many dead.
Thank you, Tom. Tom Jarrell, very much in Peshawar in western Pakistan tonight. In fact, Commander Huck was on World News Tonight the other evening, being interviewed by Bob Woodruff, and he is very much, as Tom says, one of those who's been living in exile for a long period of time. He's been living in the Persian Gulf, decided to come back, and for whatever reasons, has decided this is an opportunity and a need, perhaps, for him to come back and to fight against the Taliban. By the way, we talk a little bit about the unsettled environment in Pakistan. Certainly General Musharraf at the moment is feeling confident enough that earlier today he put under arrest, or at least the military forces put under arrest, one of the most firebrand fundamentalist, careful how we use that word, fundamentalist Muslim preachers in the country, Maulana Rehman, who'd been going around the country very pro-Taliban and making very incendiary speeches both against the leadership in Pakistan for cooperating against the United States and against the United States and pro-Taliban. So it says a little bit there about General Musharraf's confidence at the moment that in the anticipation or anxiety about major street demonstrations by pro-Taliban forces in Afghanistan, that he was able to put one of the senior clerics under house arrest. Just a couple of other little eyewitness reports from the region. We talked about Herat in Afghanistan, the city in western Afghanistan, closest to the Iranian border. We've had another second report now that says that the airport in Herat was hit. We do not know if there are any Taliban aircraft there, and we do not know whether or not the U.S. particularly wants that airport to be undamaged so that it can be used subsequently, but there was, we're told by eyewitnesses there, a huge explosion at that airport. And this is also true with the airport in Kandahar in southeastern Pakistan, which we talked about earlier. And it's interesting because here we're told the airport building was damaged, but the runway was untouched. And Tony Cordesman, our military analyst, I have to tell you, I've seen that space imaging of Kandahar, Afghanistan picture several times now, and I haven't got the heck with it, any idea what it means or tells us. And if Tony Cordesman, we keep putting this up on the screen, and it just looks like a space image to us. What does it tell us?
I think, Peter, frankly, it tells us something that really is what is not on the map that really counts. The main air base is outside the populated areas. The camps are usually 5 to 20 kilometers outside. As we understand where most of the military depots are, most of those are outside the urban areas. So when we watch people televise things from the cities, we're usually seeing a very small portion of the strike. And when we talk about collateral damage, actually most of the ordnance is being delivered in areas that the Afghan people don't live in.
Okay, Tony, thanks very much. Now it's 4 o'clock Eastern Time, 1 o'clock in the West. And if you're just tuning in for the first time to watch another program, it's hard to begin where to tell you how much has happened today. But the U.S., with the assistance of Britain, in at least one instance, has begun a major attack against the Taliban and the al-Qaeda network in Afghanistan. And the President and the Secretary of Defense have been very careful to say this is an attack against the Taliban and against al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden, not against the people of Afghanistan or against Islam. They've made that point repeatedly. The military operation has been going on for several hours now. There have been about 40 American aircraft and an unknown number of cruise missiles used, launched from the Arabian Sea by both the United States and Britain against a wide variety of targets about which nobody has been absolutely specific throughout Afghanistan. But there are the numbers we do know. 15 land-based bombers were used, 25 strike aircraft launched from aircraft carriers in the Arabian Gulf, and at least 50 Tomahawk cruise missiles fired from American and British ships, actually a British submarine in this case. The Secretary of Defense has been has just simply not told us very much beyond that. The operation is underway, so they're not going to tell us about it. We do know, for example, that there have been attacks on virtually every Afghan city or adjacent to every Afghan city. There was an attack north of Kabul. There's been an attack at Kandahar, and the air base in the south, in Herat in the west, in Jalalabad, out by the Pakistani border in the north. And as the Secretary and others have said repeatedly, what they are aiming to do at the moment tonight is to undermine the Taliban, undermine al-Qaeda in any possible way they can, and give aid and support to the various forces in Afghanistan, the military forces, both in the north and in the south, who are prepared to move on the ground against the Taliban. There's the very broad-based strokes of what they're doing at the moment, and we'll dissect it again on several occasions in the course of the afternoon. But here, very briefly, is what President Bush said from the White House just a couple of hours ago.
Good afternoon. On my orders, the United States military has begun strikes against al-Qaeda terrorist training camps and military installations of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. These carefully targeted actions are designed to disrupt the use of Afghanistan as a terrorist base of operations and to attack the military capability of the Taliban regime. We are joined in this operation by our staunch friend, Great Britain. Other close friends, including Canada, Australia, Germany, and France, have pledged forces as the operation unfolds. More than 40 countries in the Middle East, Africa, Europe, and across Asia have granted air transit or landing rights. Many more have shared intelligence. We are supported by the collective will of the world.
Shortly after the President spoke, the British Prime Minister Tony Blair made a long speech from London in which he commended the British forces, as the President certainly commended U.S. forces. Mr. Blair has been fairly influential in trying to work this coalition for the President and had himself just come back from Pakistan. In terms of governments, those that the U.S. has heard from, Russia, various countries in Europe, Canada, the support has been fairly universal in favor of this, and much of the world now waits to see what the reaction will be on the street in various parts of the world tomorrow. But here also is an excerpt from the quite long statement and news conference that the Secretary of Defense gave at the Pentagon an hour and a half ago.
The fact is, in this battle against terrorism, there is no silver bullet. There is no single thing that is going to suddenly make that threat disappear. Ultimately, they're going to collapse from within, and they're going to collapse from within because of the full combination of all of the resources from all of the countries that are brought to bear on these networks. And that is what will constitute victory.
And then, actually, after the President and before the Secretary of Defense, in this very strange day and imperfect world of international communications, we heard from Osama bin Laden himself. In a statement which was broadcast on Al Jazeera television, which is based in the Persian Gulf, which was, it is universally believed by everybody we've spoken to, made before this attack occurred, because bin Laden makes it clear in his statement that what happens if the United States attacks will be the result of this. And I'll just give you a couple of quotes from it. He praised God for the September 11th terrorist attacks on the United States, and he said that America will never dream of security until, as he describes them, the infidels' armies leave the land of Muhammad. By that he means the Middle East, and particularly Saudi Arabia, where two of Islam's holiest places, Mecca and Medina, are located. In reference to New York, he said America was hit by God in one of its softest spots. America is full of fear, he believed, from its north to its south, from west to east. And then he went on to say, I swear to God that America will never dream of security or see it before we, he said, live and see it in Palestine, and not before the infidels' armies leave the land of Muhammad. The various, we listened to him in Arabic, he spoke in Arabic, and that beside him is the Amin al-Akhmiri, sorry, mispronunciation, al-Akhmiri, and his last name, who is the head of Islamic Jihad in Egypt, who was driven out of Egypt, his organization responsible for the assassination of President Sadat a decade ago. And he then joined forces with Osama bin Laden, and they made this joint television appearance Ayman al-Zawahiri. My Arabic has gone to heck in a handbasket today. Ayman al-Zawahiri making that statement today vis-a-vis the United States. So the war, in terms of its ideology, is very much on his record. And I've got somebody in my ear telling me about somebody I haven't heard of. Ah, David Rode. That's very interesting. On the telephone from about 40 miles north of Kabul, I didn't recognize the name for a while, is David Rode, former ABC correspondent, now with the New York Times. David, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Tell me where you are as best you feel like it, and tell us what you know. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I'm on a mountainside about 40 miles north of Kabul, watching what started out as first sort of, they look like very pinpoint American strikes on the plains north of Kabul, very heavy detonations. It doesn't look like carpet bombing at all. It looks like individual targets hit by individual bombs from F-16s. It's now, there's been a lull in the American bombing, and actually the Northern Alliance, the rebel forces fighting the Taliban, are now firing rocket salvos towards Taliban positions here.
And you are about 40 miles north, which means you're with Northern Alliance forces?
Yes, I'm inside their territory.
And have they moved their position south at all since any of this began, or is it a fairly static exchange, and is it an exchange of artillery?
Actually, at this point, it doesn't appear to be an exchange of artillery. It seems that there's no response from the Taliban side. They haven't moved their forces at all on the ground yet. It just seems to be a bombardment at this point. Earlier today, the foreign minister of the Northern Alliance said that they might not begin offensive operations immediately. They want to first see what damage the American bombing does. There was earlier some convoys that could be seen moving on the other side of this valley, the Taliban side, but it's now completely dark on that side of the valley. There seems to be very little activity at this point.
And how far to the north were the U.S. airstrikes? Can you tell?
There were limited strikes. There's a very strategic plain here called the Shamali Plain. The rebel forces are only 35 miles north of Kabul from here, but there's a heavy concentration of Taliban troops. There doesn't appear to have been that much bombardment of those troops. I think the alliance was hoping that the U.S. would hit the Taliban lines hard, and they could potentially punch through them and try to head south towards Kabul. And in this very, very rugged mountainous country, this is one area where it's actually relatively flat. It's a flat, from the very front line, a flat 35-mile stretch from rebel lines to Kabul.
Which, among other things, David, is one enormous minefield.
That's absolutely true. And both sides have been deadlocked here for several years in terms of their positions. So it would be difficult to see what headway they can make. But the alliance forces say that if there is enough of an American bombardment, they will be able to make some headway. But we'll have to see. I think this will, take quite a while to see what's happening. The other main thing the alliance has pushed here is that they expect to see. There's no way to verify their claims, but defections among some Taliban commanders from the other side. That's something to watch for in the coming days. They could just be claims from the alliance, but they predict there will be chaos and disarray and some defections from the Taliban.
David, I don't want you to lose your battery before you file to your newspaper as well, and we're grateful to hear your voice again. But there's some thought given here to the fact that the Northern Alliance does not want to move on Kabul itself. Is that reflected in the local commanders you talk to?
No, I mean, the local commander here says he's eager to move. The question is whether he's got enough troops to move. I mean, he is slightly outnumbered here at best. Roughly there's 2,000 Northern Alliance forces here and probably 3,000 Taliban forces on the other side of the line, so it would take a very heavy American bombardment for them to make any headway. I think they're sending sort of mixed signals to try to cause as much confusion as possible on the Taliban side about where they're going to attack.
All right. Anything else you want to add?
That's it. It's just, it's not, it again seems very pinpoint, and it's not very concentrated strikes, not any kind of carpet bombing or anything like that.
That's very interesting. David?
I think this is the beginning of...
Beginning of what?
Something that this will be a very long process.
David, thanks very much. David Rode, former colleague of ours here at ABC News, now reporter for the New York Times, did some of the really brilliant reporting uncovering the massacres at Srebrenica when the Serbs attacked the Muslims in Srebrenica in the former Yugoslavia, for which, as I recall, he won a Pulitzer Prize. And well deserved. We're joined now by Jerry Hauer, the man who set up, man, this takes me back a few days, Jerry. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, you've grown a mustache in the last several days since I've seen you. That'll tell you how long it's been. Jerry Hauer set up the Emergency Management Organization for New York City here, which was virtually destroyed on September the 11th in terms of its physicality. We've talked a little bit about today about the plans of New York and other cities throughout the country to anticipate this attack on the Taliban and on al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, and what does a city do in preparation lest there ever be a retaliation?
Well, certainly after September 11th, Peter, most cities around the country, and New York in particular, enhanced a number of things. Security at critical locations, federal buildings. The federal government has had significant enhancement of security at their facilities, and we saw an additional enhancement of that this morning. A number of things have happened as far as monitoring hospitals to look for obviously for any evidence of a bioterrorist attack, which we haven't seen. There's a lot of activity, a lot of planning, and it's mostly focusing on signature properties, critical locations, special kinds of facilities, transportation hubs, all of which security has been significantly enhanced at over the last 3 weeks.
Now, I realize that everybody responds differently to this. Everybody has different anxieties, different fears. I was with a group of people last night who went from fairly casual about this, weren't going to change their life in the face of all this, to one particular woman who is absolutely terrified because she figured there'd be an instant response to this response. Is that what you find when you talk to people in New York and when you talk to your colleagues in other cities? Yeah,
no question about it. I talk to people who are absolutely convinced that they're going to go on and not subscribe to what the terrorists want us to do, which is to give in to this and feel panic, feel fear. To people who are very concerned, I think the reality is that we do have to go on. We are in an environment of heightened risk. There's no question about it. But we do have to go on. We have to continue with our lives, and I think that that's the approach we have to take at this point.
New York City doing anything absolutely specific that you know about today that it wasn't doing yesterday?
No, there is enhanced security throughout the city. I've seen more security at certain locations throughout the city today, and I would expect that we'll see that continue as the United States continues to retaliate.
Great, many thanks. You want to listen to the mayor for just a second? Sure. Always do. Here's a little bit of what Mayor Giuliani said a little earlier about the situation in New York City today.
Unless we get a specific threat, and we haven't gotten any, all the roads will remain open, all the access and egress routes will remain open. There will be more checkpoints there. So you do have to expect when something like this is going on, you got to be more patient. You may be slowed down. We may do more checking, but we won't close anything unless we have specific information. And when we do, then we will, and we're in constant minute-to-minute communication with the federal government, so we get all of the intelligence that they have.
So they will not close anything down, Jerry, unless there is a specific threat. Seems to make sense at this point.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable approach. And he did mention that there'll be enhanced checkpoints. Right. There is concern about what comes into the city on trucks and in tankers, so they are developing more stringent checkpoints. Again, very reasonable thing to do. I think he has struck the right balance in security versus trying to keep the city open and moving.
Many thanks, Jerry Hauer, the man who set up the Emergency Management Organization here, which was destroyed along with the trade towers on the 11th. It's interesting because what's going to happen here, what may happen here, certainly what we'll watch for, and certainly the president and every governor and every mayor is going to watch this, and the president and the CEO of every airline and every business in the country is going to watch, is that now, after having had the intervening days between the 11th and now, all of these senior officials in the country tell us we must live our lives without fear of terrorism. We must remember the president went to Chicago and said America must get on planes and fly again. America must go back to business, if not as usual, go back to doing the business of doing America's business. It will be very interesting to see in the next 24 hours how people, and thus the national economy, responds to this attack on the Taliban and Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan today. With us from Jerusalem is our bureau chief in the Middle East, ABC's Gillian Finley. Gillian, can you hear me?
I can, Peter. Can you hear me?
I can indeed. We did have one official response from the Israeli foreign minister who said the president was very brave to do what he did today. Who else is saying what?
Well, in the Arab world, there's very few comments being made tonight. As you were alluding to earlier, we have had people watching both Palestinian television, Egyptian television, television in Jordan, and universally, what has happened tonight has indeed been reported, but there has been no official reaction from any officials in those countries. As a matter of fact, we've been trying to get Palestinian officials to give us their comments tonight, and nobody wants to talk about it.
Okay, Gillian, I'm going to ask you to hang on for a second because we're joined now by the Israeli Foreign Minister, Shimon Peres. Mr. Peres, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Just give us first, if you would, please, your reaction to today.
First of all, I think the decision taken by the president is a right one, a courageous one, and a timely one. All of us are with the United States. We pray for our armed forces, and we shall do whatever we can in any way we shall be requested to support this campaign, which is a campaign to save humanity from one of the worst dangers we've ever encountered.
Foreign Minister, because so much of this is seen in so many people's eyes with a variety of different political opinions to have something to do with the Israeli-Palestinian struggle, what would you recommend Israel do in the next several days, and what would you recommend the Palestinian leadership do?
Well, first of all, even if they are angry with the United States policy about Israel, there is no justification to kill 6,000 people totally innocent and disconnected with this policy. But we have a problem with a murderer, a fanatic one, a satanic one, that has no solution for anybody but for a small group of fanatic killers. Now, as far as we are concerned, first of all, we should be attentive to any American suggestion or request. We feel part of your camp. We feel concerned for the battle, and we are sure you will win because you have a moral supremacy, not just a technological one. As far as here, we shall try to do our very best to see if we can really achieve a ceasefire, and even more so, to try and make peace.
There is virtually... My
We
apologies.
understand that tranquility can be a contribution to this campaign.
There is virtually no ceasefire between Israelis and Palestinians. You know better than I do, sir. What do you think the Israeli government should do in the next several days, which may be particularly tense in this competition between ideas at the moment? And then, if you'd answer the other question to you, what do you think the Palestinian President Yasser Arafat should do?
Well, Israel is united about another attempt to see if we can achieve ceasefire. And we are telling to Arafat that he has to make a choice. He cannot hang on without a decision. The problem is that there are 3 or 4 armed groups, private armies. Either he will control them or they will control him. He cannot escape. And we are telling him not just because it is needed for a ceasefire or necessary for a peace, but this is a must for the future of his own people. He cannot run with 3 or 4 different heads, everybody shooting in a different direction. Now, Arafat says that he started already to try and put his control on those different armed groups. We gave him a list of the major troublemakers, and we asked him to put them in prison, not just as a punishment, but as a prevention. Because 1 or 2 or 3 crazy guys can frustrate his whole policy. And it's for him, not only for us, that there is a real and immediate need to put order in his camp.
Mr. Peres, one of the senior, my last question, unless you have anything else to add, one of the senior Palestinian officials said today it's very hard to restrain people in the Palestinian territories as long as Israel continues to fire in the Palestinian territories. I think you moved several, if not a number of tanks into the city of Hebron the other day. Is there anything you believe that Israel can do to calm this particular situation?
Yes, we don't intend to remain there, and I told the Palestinian negotiators, with whom I met the last week, I told them, look, try to arrest the people and stop entrances of armed people to Israel, and we shall immediately improve the conditions in the territories, which we want to do anyway. But let me say one word about the need to fire because they're under occupation. Israel has offered, in fact, in Camp David, to bring an end to our occupation without a single bullet. We don't understand why did they reject it. We don't want to remain there, controllers or occupiers. It goes against everything we stand for. We are for a Palestinian state. For that, there is no need to shoot or to bomb or to kill. Reason can prevail.
Mr. Peres, thank you very much indeed. Shimon Peres, the foreign minister of Israel, well known in this country and not always in agreement with his prime minister, Ariel Sharon, at the moment, which leads me back very briefly at least to Gillian Findley, our bureau chief there. Gillian, as you listen to politicians on either side talking about a ceasefire at the moment and what each side respectively will do, what can the Palestinian leadership do to stop violence in toto? Does it have that power?
Well, that's the question, and Mr. Arafat, for the first time, I think, in the last year, is really being put to the test on this. We have been told also, Peter, by some of his security chiefs, quite frankly, that they cannot control the street, as it were. They cannot as long as Palestinians are being killed by the Israeli army, and as long as the militants who have been bombing and shooting in Israel and at settlers and soldiers in the West Bank, as long as they are regarded as heroes on the street. Now, it is interesting, this weekend, Mr. Arafat has taken steps he has not taken before. He has said unequivocally to his people that it is against the national interest to continue these attacks. He said there will be severe recriminations for anybody who does, and he has in fact started arresting some of those people that Mr. Peres was referring to. Now, whether this is going to be enough, whether this is going to truly stop the attacks, whether it will satisfy the Israelis, all of those are questions I think that we just don't have answers to yet.
Okay, Gillian, thanks very much. Gillian Findley, our bureau chief in Jerusalem, reaffirming for the 1,643rd time, as we do so often, how difficult this situation is. And I think a lot of people will wonder, and have wondered publicly ever since the 11th, what on earth an attack on the trade towers in the United States have to do with what is going on in the Middle East. And many people just cannot make the connection. Some people in the Middle East do make the connection, and you heard Osama bin Laden today saying there will be no rest, no peace for the United States so long as the Israelis occupy, I think he described it as Palestine or Palestinian territories, and as long as the United States, who he regards, bin Laden, a former citizen of Saudi Arabia, as long as the United States has forces or any, as he would put it, imperial influence in Muslim lands, most notably Saudi Arabia, which is where the two holiest places in Islam, Mecca and Medina, are located. But our focus, and there's no way you can say at any given moment that our focus is one place, because one of the most important aspects of this operation today will be the ramifications of it. Barney Rubin, our very excellent specialist on Afghanistan, said to us earlier today that he believed, as a great many other people do who study it, that Osama bin Laden, in attacking the United States with his organization, was in fact trying to invite a response by the United States which would generate a wider, deeper enthusiasm for a general war against the United States and the West in the Islamic world. And all of the talk we've heard from President Bush and every other public official on this subject has been so focused on this not being a war against Islam for precisely that reason. This is very much a competition, in many cases, in many ways, for the hearts and minds of Muslims in many, many, many parts of the world. But back to Afghanistan. Afghanistan has an extraordinarily majestic, troubled, romantic, crude history. You could put almost any adjective to the pain and the stress of Afghan history. We asked ABC's Bill Blakemore to give us some sense of Afghanistan in history, and here's his report.
Anyone planning an assault on Afghanistan must confront the fact that it has been the graveyard of empires. Afghanistan's harsh terrain, its fierce warrior tribes, defy control. The British Empire, more than a century ago, took over Afghanistan's capital, Kabul, thinking if they didn't, the Russians would. Afghan mobs soon murdered the British governor. Then 12,000 British civilians and 4,500 British soldiers on a disastrous retreat toward the Khyber Pass to Pakistan were slaughtered, every man, woman, and child. Allahu Akbar, Allah! Only one man survived to tell the tale of ambushes from behind the rocks on treacherous mountain roads, by fighters who kept disappearing, melting into crevices and hidden caves. The British called Afghanistan a poisoned chalice. Modern armies have done no better. In 1979, the Russians invaded. They chased Afghan fighters from mountain to mountain. The fighters, supported by aid and weapons from the U.S., kept circling around behind on mountain trails known only to them, ambushing, knocking armored vehicles off mountain roads. The Russians, 20,000 soldiers lost, left in defeat 10 years later. America's even more advanced weapons, the high-tech arsenal so impressive in the Gulf War, laser-guided smart bombs, radar-evading airplanes, may not be much use against fighters who have no traditional military targets, no meaningful targets at all, no fuel dumps, no significant airfields or radar.
In the past, we were used to dealing with armies and navies and air forces and ships and guns and tanks and planes. This adversary is different. It does not have any of those things. It does not have high-value targets that we can go after.
British politicians used to call the attempt to control Afghanistan the Great Game. It's a game in which, so far, there have been only losers. Bill Blakemore, ABC News.
The Great Game between Britain and Russia at one point in Afghanistan's history, and now a great game of a very ferocious nature at the moment on a much larger playing field. Next Thursday night, by the way, with the aid of a wonderful map we have built here. Some of you may remember what we did during the Persian Gulf War, built a huge map of the region. We're going to try to examine in detail how in many cases the Muslim world is at war with itself, in some aspects of it at war with the West, at war with the United States, at war with Israel. And we've always found here that one of the things that really helps us understand what's going on are very good maps. And so perhaps at Thursday night, where prime time is usually, we're going to take an hour to try to do that. But now I want to pick up on Bill Blakemore's report and go back to Barney Rubin, our Afghanistan specialist. Barney, this is a very different war than the one the Russians fought against the Afghans. The Afghans, as you and others have pointed out, wanted to subdue Afghanistan, wanted to tried to occupy Afghanistan unsuccessfully, lost the war, went home with 15 or 17,000 casualties. Now what we hear from everybody today is an attempt to hand a de-Talibanized Afghanistan to other Afghan forces. Is that about right?
Well, we haven't clarified our goals to that extent, and what actually worries me is that we're devoting so much energy, money, discussion, brain power to the military strategy, in what Secretary Rumsfeld himself in his press conference was even reluctant to call a war, noting that it is not, that the struggle against terrorism is not primarily military. That's not only true of other parts of the world, that's true in Afghanistan as well. And the outcome of these military activities will really depend on how wisely we are able to handle those political problems.
But in the short run, it was clear today, listening to the Secretary of Defense, that the United States wishes to stand back from this in some respects and wants the job on the ground to be done by forces in northern Afghanistan and in the south. Is that fair?
Sure. In the first Anglo-Afghan War, to which your reporter referred, of course the British put a puppet regime on the throne in Kabul and then put their forces there to defend them, and they were kicked out. The Soviets did something very similar, and also, as we saw in those pictures, they sent armored vehicles into that rough terrain. Now, we're not planning on putting a puppet regime in power by ourselves. We're not planning on putting troops to defend it, and we're not going to be sending any armored vehicles into that terrain. So all of those problems are ones we're not going to have.
Ironically, the Taliban emerged from the last war for at least a period of time as the good guys. They didn't rape, they didn't plunder, they didn't pillage like some of the other forces, and they brought a measure of order and stability to the country. If the United States allies itself now with, say, the Northern Alliance, are they good guys or bad guys?
I think we have to think a little bit more. We can't think about good guys and bad guys. Look, there's no question of just allying with the Northern Alliance, because the position of the Northern Alliance, or United Front, is that they do not constitute all of Afghanistan. Their position is that they are allied with the initiative of the former king to convene the Loya Jirga, that is the Grand National Council, to bring in the rest of the country. They've been down that road, and I must say, despite all the abuses that they committed in the past, what has impressed me about, in speaking to their top leadership recently, is the degree of self-criticism and their desire not to repeat those mistakes. But in order for them to succeed, and for their partners around the former king and among the Pashtuns in southern Afghanistan to succeed, we have to put a lot more effort into the politics. I was talking to people working for Zahir Shah in Rome this morning. They have commanders sitting in Rome who want to go back to Afghanistan who don't have the money to travel there. They have people in Pakistan who have been talking to commanders inside Afghanistan who need to travel various places. The Pakistanis are sitting on their visas and not letting them go, and U.S. diplomatic pressure is not being applied to let them go. These may look like small things. They're a lot cheaper than all these cruise missiles and huge aircraft and so on, but if we don't get these things moving so that there's a political alternative on the ground, so that the United Nations can step in and do what these Afghans want, help stabilize the capital, then all of this military hardware will have been for naught.
Two questions. You mentioned the capital. Does one have to control Kabul to control Afghanistan? Can you run Afghanistan from Kandahar, for example, in the south?
Actually, no one can actually run Afghanistan from any one center, and part of the reason that the Taliban regime might crumble is that they have been trying to do that in a very centralized way, as many previous governments did, and that's why all of them have been relatively easy to overthrow and almost impossible to replace. Any future Afghan government will have to have a very small central government and rely on those kind of decentralized, locally based power structures that have been grown up over the past 20 years since the state has collapsed.
Now putting aside the king for a second, just for a second, who I think is 81 or 83 years
88.
old. 88 years old, and has been out of the country for 2 decades, I think, in round terms.
3.
3 decades. Thank you very much. You can see how much better informed you are. What reason do we have to believe any of the forces inside Afghanistan now that they have either U.S. interests at heart or democratic interests at heart?
Well, I think they have their own interests at heart. We have to understand what those are. And I think the main interest that most of them have is in having an independent country which will be relatively stable, in which they will be able to live their lives. You know, nobody in Afghanistan has been able to plan for a normal life for over 20 years. So they have that interest, and it's quite a strong one. As far as American interests are concerned, I think our main interest is in having a government in Afghanistan which is reasonably stable and does not provide a base for terrorism. We can work up from there. Democracy is something that would be very good. But remember, in order to have democracy, you first have to have a government that can be democratic. Afghanistan doesn't even have a government. That's the first step.
Precisely, and as you notice, I didn't advance it as far as having a democracy for just that reason. Just one last thing. You said, I thought very smartly earlier today, that Osama bin Laden was speaking Arabic when he spoke to the Muslim world, and he'll have very far reach tonight in terms of the way it's broadcast and reprinted. And he did not mention Afghanistan or the people of Afghanistan once, at least, in the remarks that he made. Is he widely regarded in Afghanistan as an alien force and an enemy of Afghanistan?
Well, I don't have a public opinion poll, but personally, I have been hearing complaints about from Afghans about the Arabs in Afghanistan since 1989. The moment the Soviet Union withdrew, the Afghans stopped talking about that, and they started complaining about being manipulated by Pakistan and by these Arabs. And actually, they have been trying to warn the rest of the world about them for years. Now, I am sure that there are Afghans who hosted bin Laden, helped him, and whom he helped, such as the people in the Taliban and some other extremist groups who are now pretending to, with Pakistan's help, to be our friends. But the vast majority of people in Afghanistan at this point, I think, just wish he would disappear because he's putting their entire country at risk, and he's more of an invader than a guest.
Thanks, Barney Rubin, very much. I was going to say how history marches on, but I suppose the more accurate phrase is how history stumbles on in that part of the world. But it is now about, at least in the imagination of most people in the world, between the United States and Osama bin Laden, or let's put it this way, the U.S. coalition in the world and Osama bin Laden. So it's probably a good time to remind ourselves one more time who Mr. bin Laden is and what his influence has been. One of the few reporters who's ever had a chance or managed to go and see him is ABC's John Miller. So here's a reminder.
We believe that the biggest thieves in the world are Americans, and the biggest terrorists on earth are the Americans. The only way for us to fend off these assaults is by using similar means. We do not differentiate between those dressed in military uniforms and civilians. They're all targets in this fatwa.
Osama bin Laden is very direct about what he wants. American troops out of the Middle East, particularly Saudi Arabia, a place considered holy land by Muslims. And he was not shy about calculating the price in American lives if those demands were not met.
You will leave when the bodies of American soldiers and civilians are sent in the wooden boxes and coffins. That is when you will leave.
The FBI says bin Laden made good on his threats, with truck bomb attacks at the U.S. embassies in Kenya and in Tanzania. 258 people were killed in the bombings, hundreds were injured. More than a dozen men with ties to bin Laden have been charged with carrying out those bombings.
Today, I ordered our armed forces to strike at terrorist-related facilities in Afghanistan and Sudan because of the threat they present to our national security.
The United States launched a counterattack on bin Laden's bases in Afghanistan. But before the missiles hit, bin Laden and his inner circle were already in hiding. Recently, bin Laden denied to ABC News that he ordered the embassy attacks, but he commended the work of the bombers.
These are true men whom we respect and hold in the highest esteem.
Clearly, he is a role model for a lot of Islamic militants in the world today. I mean, his personal story is so compelling to them.
Bin Laden left his home in Saudi Arabia at the age of 19 to join the Muslims fighting the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. Like many of the young fighters, he was religious and committed. Unlike any other, he came from a Saudi family that ran a construction empire worth $5 billion. Bin Laden's personal worth is estimated at $200 million.
Yet he sacrifices all of that to take up what he believes is a religious duty, an obligation to expel the atheistic invaders of a Muslim country.
We must use punishment to keep your evil away from Muslims, Muslim women and children.
To understand bin Laden's hatred for America, you have to put the U.S. in the context it is seen by many Muslims.
Americans impose themselves on everyone who believes in his religion and his rights. They accuse our children in Palestine of being terrorists, those children who have no weapons and have not yet even reached maturity.
We asked bin Laden about Somalia. The United States referred to the military operation in Somalia as a rescue mission to prevent genocide by warring tribes. But bin Laden simply viewed it as another invasion of an Islamic country. American intelligence agencies believe it was bin Laden who dispatched his personal brigades with rocket launchers to shoot down U.S. helicopters. 18 U.S. soldiers were killed. Bin Laden does not deny he had a role and revels in America's retreat from Somalia.
Our people realize more than before that the American soldier is a paper tiger that ran in defeat after a few blows. America forgot all about the hoopla and media propaganda and left dragging their corpses and their shameful defeat.
And in Saudi Arabia, another kind of warfare. In November 1995, a bomb exploded at the Saudi National Guard training center in Riyadh, killing 5 Americans. The bombers made videotape confessions saying they were inspired by bin Laden.
We look at these young men as great heroes and martyrs who followed the steps of the Prophet, peace be upon him. We called and they answered.
The U.S. Justice Department believes bin Laden is operating what is, in essence, an underground foundation where terrorists can apply for a grant. Bin Laden's resources are spread widely. He has other training camps in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, and U.S. intelligence says small terrorist cells that have operated in cities around the world. The U.S. State Department says bin Laden also owns a chain of recruiting centers and guest houses, like this one in Pakistan and others in Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Ken Katzman is a former CIA analyst who has studied bin Laden.
His followers, his fighters are all over the Middle East, really. So you can't just get at him by hitting this one base, unless you get him personally, of course.
Osama bin Laden. Now, there's a good deal more to say about Osama bin Laden, and we'll do so as the days go by. He comes from a very large and very influential family in Saudi Arabia. The Saudis stripped him of his citizenship some years ago. His family has disowned him, to the best of our knowledge, many years ago. It's a family which has been profoundly embarrassed and hurt by him. It has a very strong American connections and several, for example, given a good deal of money to several universities, including Harvard here. It must be an extraordinarily difficult time for them. And when the September 11th attacks on the trade tower of the Pentagon occurred, members of the family were here in the United States, were taken out of the United States by Saudi Arabia, lest, at least in the view of the Saudis, they'd be in any danger here from abuse of any form whatsoever. And we certainly know that in the country, because the Justice Department has been trying to keep a lid on it, as has the President, there have been any number of anti-Muslim, anti-Arab acts of bias in the country. Sometimes that would be putting it mildly. Some people have died. But it's been a very difficult time for the Arab community in the United States, also for the Pakistani community, sometimes for the Indian community, for the Sikh community here. And this, again, in terms of the United States itself, is why the President repeatedly says this is not a war against Muslims. Similarly, throughout the United States, there have been tremendous expressions of support for the Muslim community here in any number of communities. But it's another reminder of how difficult it is. And you're going to hear even more in the days ahead about Saudi Arabia. You've probably heard or seen or read about the difficult relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia. This is a difficult place for Saudi Arabia to be. On the one hand, being defended by the United States because it's the prime supplier of oil to the West and the leader in the oil-producing nations. But it is also the home of a very fundamentalist, very strict Islam called Wahhabism. You'll hear about the Wahhabis and Wahhabism a lot in the days ahead, because it is this very strict aspect of Islam which has, and we've seen it in the attacks here, has led people that one step further to defy the United States and become involved in terrorism. And only today there was a bomb at a place called Al-Khobar on the Persian Gulf in Saudi Arabia, where at least one American was killed and several other people were wounded in a bomb attack. There was no particularly direct reference to this, but it reminds us that the United States would like Saudi Arabia to do a good deal more than it has up until now, and Saudi Arabia feeling itself very much between a rock and a hard place. The U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia, in the wake of this bombing today, warned thousands of Americans in the country to be more cautious following this bombing that killed one American and another foreigner and injured several other people. I think we have on the phone at the moment, from somewhere in northern Afghanistan, a man named Abdullah. He is seen and heard here on a fairly regular basis and described as the foreign minister of the Northern Alliance. He's a medical doctor, if I recall. Dr. Abdullah, can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you.
You're the first official voice we've heard from the Northern Alliance in person today. So would you first give me a reaction to these attacks on the Taliban and Al-Qaeda by the U.S. and Britain?
First of all, when these attacks started at 9 o'clock p.m. local time, it started in Kabul, in Jalalabad. Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, in Jalalabad, a major city in eastern part of Afghanistan, and it continued in Kandahar, in other major cities in Afghanistan, against major bases of Taliban and some terrorist camps and anti-aircraft weapons in these cities and air bases in these major cities. And it continued for an hour and a half. At the moment when I'm talking to you, these strikes have been halted, and we have received feedbacks from those cities about the casualties. It's mainly the weaponries which have been destroyed, in a few helicopters has been destroyed, and a few other facilities, military facilities.
Dr. Abdullah, your forces have been stalled there in northern Afghanistan for a very long period of time. But how are your communications in the country? Can you talk to Jalalabad? Can you talk to Kandahar? Can you talk to Kabul?
We do have sources which are working in collaborating for us inside those cities. We are in contact with them through different means. Yes, we do have contacts with those cities.
And is it your belief, Dr. Abdullah, that with the cooperation of the United States military campaign against the Taliban, that your forces will now try to move from your present position south towards the Afghan capital?
It is not only the matter of the Afghan capital, it is other parts of Afghanistan as well. Our forces have been moving even today, this afternoon and this evening, local time, towards major cities like one in northern Afghanistan called Mazar-e-Sharif. But I think coming back towards Kabul, it will take a few days after the strikes where it might be possible for our forces to make advance towards that city. But our forces in all fronts are put in high alert since this morning.
Now, Dr. Abdullah, you are using primarily Soviet weapons, which were either left in Afghanistan or supplied to you subsequently by then the Soviet Union and now the Russians. Have you been resupplied by the Russians or the United States since the 11th of September?
Not by the United States, but by the countries which we used to receive supplies. That situation is as it was before September 11th, not by the United States.
Would you say you're in a better position militarily today than you were on the 11th of September?
I wouldn't say so, because we lost, in fact, a hero of resistance, Commander Ahmad Shah Massoud, which had fought against the Soviets for over a decade, and then continued his war against terrorism and fanatics like Hikmatyar and nowadays Taliban. This had negative impact, but then our forces, our allies, they all showed their strength and their anger and their determination to continue their war against terror in Afghanistan, and also the fact, the impact or the effect of the assassination of Commander Massoud by terrorist groups linked to Osama bin Laden created a sense of retaliation against these terrorist groups in Afghanistan. So in that regard, supply-wise, we are more or less in the same situation. But the fact that now United States is also striking our enemy, of course, it is putting us in the better position militarily.
Okay. Just one last question. It is sometimes said, sir, here, that in the wake of the assassination of Massoud, who led the Northern Alliance and was a very popular figure both inside with his own forces and outside Afghanistan, that the Northern Alliance is somewhat leaderless. What's your observation about that this evening?
His place, there is no substitute for Commander Massoud in Afghanistan, and in fact he was a unique leader. If you look back towards our history, he was unique in all aspects of his personality. This is one issue. From the other side, what he relied upon was popular support. In the United Front, enjoyed the same popular support even more after his assassination, because his assassination, as cruel it was, created a sense among the people that the people are ready to continue this struggle.
I'm grateful for you being here. I have just one more question. Now that the United States and Britain have today gone after the Taliban military infrastructure and whatever infrastructure there is of Al-Qaeda that may or may not have been hit today, because we simply do not know, do you think you're in a better position to move quickly, or do you think this will be a long, long haul before Afghanistan changes significantly?
No, I wouldn't say that it will be a matter of 24 hours or overnight issue, but I wouldn't say that it will be a long, long haul. I think our forces are capable of making advances in the coming days. This is one issue. And the people of Afghanistan are totally against terrorists and fanatics like Taliban. So these are the best opportunities to be utilized. And I think this will help to put an end to the misery of the people of Afghanistan and to achieve the common objective, which is the eradication of the menace of terrorism and fanaticism from Afghanistan, a common objective for the U.S. and the people of Afghanistan.
Thanks, Dr. Abdullah, very much. Talking to us from northern Afghanistan, Abdullah, who's described very often as the foreign minister of the Northern Alliance, though it's probably important to repeat again that the political structure of the Northern Alliance was deeply wounded when its leader was assassinated by terrorists, or opponents certainly, of Massoud, who were masquerading as a television crew from Europe. There was a bomb in the camera. It went off. He did not survive a medevac to get him out of the country. We're now joined on the telephone from Washington by Dr. Marwan Mouasher, who is the Jordanian ambassador to the United States. Can you hear me, Mr. Ambassador?
Yes, I can.
I don't believe, and I may be wrong, that we've heard from King Abdullah in the last several hours, but so I assume, from our point of view, you're going to give us the first official position of Jordan.
Jordan actually has already given its position in support of the United States last week when King Abdullah visited Washington. As you know, Al-Qaeda is an organization that has also worked against Jordan. We have worked very closely with the United States against this organization in the past and will continue to do so, and so we stand in support of the United States today as well.
Are you worried about the reaction anywhere in any part of the world east of the Mediterranean tomorrow, including in your own country, to what the U.S. and Britain have done today?
No, the fact that some people like Al-Qaeda and Bin Laden are claiming to be talking, on behalf of Islam does not make them representative of that religion. The fact is that these are terrorists and they should be punished, as we have always maintained. As we speak, some of their people are being tried in Jordan itself. So we are not being defensive about it at all.
I think millions of people would agree with you, sir, that this is not Islam speaking, but twisted people in the name of Islam. But let me ask you this question. Jordan has members of the society who are not friendly to the United States. I'm not talking about your king, of course, not friendly to the United States, who are certainly not friendly to the Israelis, who have supported Iraq in the past, and who are in some cases even sympathetic to the Taliban. Is that a fair assessment, and how do you think those parts of the community will respond?
I think those that are supportive of the Taliban in particular are a very small minority in Jordan.
Right.
Although we do have an Islamic active political party in Jordan, they remain a political party who pursue their objectives through peaceful means and have indeed stood in opposition to the terrorist acts that have taken place. So we really are not mixing the two issues at all. Even the Israeli issue, while we believe that a long-term coalition against terrorism also has to address the problems of the area, and certainly the Arab-Israeli conflict, there should not be any link between that and the terrorist attacks, which should be condemned on their own.
Would you expect King Abdullah to come out and make a public statement very early tomorrow morning, Jordanian time?
Well, I'm not sure, what will happen tomorrow. I'm sure that we will come out with a statement, but as I said, we already have supported the United States. King Abdullah was here last week and was very clear in our support against terrorism.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Dr. Mouasher. Indeed, Jordan's king, son of King Hussein of Jordan, was a longtime ally of the United States, has been very, very supportive of President Bush, has already been one of the leaders from the Middle East to come and see the president, fairly regular visit to Washington, in fact, because Jordan is so dependent on U.S. aid. And it's a country which has been through extremely difficult times before the fight began between the Palestinians and the Israelis, and certainly before and after the war between the coalition and Iraq, which is right next door to Jordan, and has been influenced in the past by things that have happened in Saudi Arabia. So there is another example of a small country in this extraordinarily jigsaw puzzle, right next to Israel, right below Syria, right next to Saudi Arabia and Iraq, which has to tread very delicately in the days ahead between the forces of public opinion and the forces of government opinion. And it is on leaders in Jordan and Egypt and Saudi Arabia and in Syria too. The United States is going to look for a much stronger, even stronger position on this issue of international terrorism than they have in some cases given in the past. The Iranians today, Iranians also, look again at the map, just keep going farther east beyond Iraq and you have Iran. Iraq and Iran fought a war. Iraq used to be our enemy. Iran used to be the United States' friend. Now it's an enemy of the United States. Iran used to be a friend of the United States. Now it's not quite an enemy of the United States, but certainly a place that's been isolated by the United States virtually since the end of the Iranian Revolution. And the Iranians, of course, are right next door to Afghanistan, and they have no love for the Taliban leadership. And though they came out today and said that the U.S. military strikes, so they did come out today and said that the U.S. military strikes on Afghanistan were unacceptable and would hurt innocent Afghan civilians. Among other things, the Iranians are very concerned that what happens in Afghanistan will go west and spread over their eastern border into Iran. But there's been a fair amount of intelligence in the last few days which says that the Iranians behind the scenes, who are struggling for a measure of their own new democracy, has said to the United States quietly and privately that they do approve of this attack on the Taliban, provided no innocent Afghans are hurt. And so their public statement today that this was an unacceptable attack on Afghanistan will, I suspect, in Washington be taken with something of a grain of salt. Now, I think we have on the phone Ayaz Amir. I beg your pardon, in person from Islamabad tonight, the Pakistani capital, Ayaz Amir, who is a Pakistani military analyst. We've listened, Mr. Amir, to a lot of American military analysts today. You probably know as much about the operation as we do. What do you think?
Well, from now, all we know is that initial strikes have taken place on Kabul and Kandahar, but the extent of the damage, I think no one really knows. And the Afghan press agency has said that although the strikes have taken place, they haven't really caused much damage. So I think it's a bit too early to assess what really has happened.
What do you think the reaction will be in the Pakistani military? And I would add to that the Pakistani intelligence services, the ISI, to the fact that the United States primarily and secondarily Britain has attacked inside Afghanistan.
See, the Pakistani ISI is very much a part of the Pakistani military. And the Pakistani military is in control of the country. And General Musharraf very much is the commander of the Pakistani military. So there are no divisions or fractions along those lines at all. This is a decision that the military government had taken to some opposition in Pakistan. It had taken a decision that it would support the US. So as far as the Pakistani military or the intelligence agencies are concerned, I think there are no divisions along those lines.
Mr. Amir, I'm sure you know infinitely better than I do that in the Pakistani intelligence services, the ISI, there has been fairly historic sympathy to the Taliban, and that much of what has happened in Afghanistan, or some of what has happened in Afghanistan in recent years, would not have happened without the cooperation, consent, or blind eye by the Pakistani military. Do you think that's unfair?
See, there was a lot of CIA sympathy for what are now the terrorists in Afghanistan. So this is a long history. But once the September 11th attacks took place in New York and Washington, there was a decision by the Pakistani government, I would say under great and intense and somewhat blatant American pressure, to change course. And the government here did change course, and it, I think, is on board as far as what is happening now.
Do you believe that when General Musharraf puts one of the leading pro-Taliban clerics in Pakistan under house arrest, as he did, I think today, perhaps yesterday, that that's a sign of General Musharraf's confidence in supporting the United States?
No, I think the confidence was pretty apparent when he took the decision. I mean, mind you, you must remember this, that Pakistan was the first country in the entire, on the entire planet, which really went the whole hog with the Americans after the September 11th attacks. There are very, very strong allies of the US which have expressed reservations about the course the US has been following, allies in the Islamic world. But Pakistan did not show any reservations and said yes. It will go along and assist to whatever extent possible the American decision.
Forgive me for being just professionally skeptical, Mr. Amir. There are some people who believe that Pakistan was induced to go along with the United States, in part because the U.S. has lifted economic sanctions against Pakistan and just given you a huge new aid grant, which your country economically is much in need of. Am I being too skeptical?
I think no. The skepticism is on the Pakistani side. Pakistanis would say that the inducements were not halfway enough. Pakistan has been with the US before. Afghanistan is not a new problem. What is really happening now is that the unfinished business of the 80s, the Americans are having to settle now. In the 80s, you washed your hands of Afghanistan, and now those demons are coming to haunt you. So Pakistanis would say that we've been bitten twice, but despite that, we're again siding with the Americans.
General Musharraf says that if you're facing two problems, you have to choose one. It is better to take the lesser evil. Those were his words precisely the other day. So is the United States the lesser evil?
The question, I think, really was not that. I think after September 11th, most Pakistanis would not have supported the Taliban. But the question was not between supporting the Taliban and supporting the Americans. The question really was against the Taliban, but asking the Americans, what are you trying to do, and what would be the implications of your actions?
Now, we've only 1 minute left in this hour, Mr. Awir, so I'm going to ask you to fill it for us and make the issue just a little more complicated. Next door to Pakistan on the other side is India. And India and Pakistan have a relationship which is marked by deep animosity in many ways. Are you afraid that given what's happening in Afghanistan and Pakistan's support for the United States now, that India might try to take advantage of you?
No, India did try to take advantage of the situation soon after September 11th, when it said it was ready to offer every facilities for the US, hoping that Pakistan would express any reservations. When Pakistan said it would support the Americans, that took the wind out of the sails of India. So India is feeling slightly flustered as a result of that.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful to have you. I hope you'll come back and talk to us again. Ayaz Amir, one of Pakistan's military analysts. This is a country which, of course, has been through several wars with India and through its own bloody independence from India to become the world's first purely Muslim state in 1947, 1948. And he makes one really very good point. When the Soviets were driven out of Afghanistan with the help of the Taliban and the Mujahideen, aided and supported and financed by the United States in large measure, the United States did very much wash its hands of the situation. People in Pakistan have been deeply resentful of it ever since, thought the United States had been lost completely as an ally. And now here is a military analyst coming along and saying the United States now has to pick up where it left off more than a decade ago. Quoting Al Jazeera, which is the Arabic broadcasting network based in the Persian Gulf, the bombing has resumed. You heard Dr. Abdullah, the foreign minister of the Northern Alliance, say a short while ago that the bombing had stopped. I think David Rode told us that just briefly from north of Kabul as well. But Al Jazeera now says that the bombing has resumed on targets inside again. So it is now 5 o'clock in the eastern United States, 2 o'clock in the Pacific time zone. Let us just reset simply in case you are coming to the broadcast for the first time. The United States has mounted what is described by the Secretary of Defense as a very concerted, very heavy, continuing military operation, not against Afghanistan, he's emphatic, but against Taliban targets and targets somehow related to Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan and his Al-Qaeda organization. It's been going on for several hours. There appear to have been a lull there, but that's only second-hand reporting as far as we're concerned. At the same time, the United States has had in place at least two giant C-117 aircraft which flew from Europe earlier today with the first of what the Secretary said was going to be a continuing supply of aid, food, and medicine to the people of Afghanistan, which is going to be airdropped to the people of Afghanistan, first primarily in those areas where the Taliban is not in control. There was a huge Afghan population on the move, and in some cases in absolutely desperate need, as it has been, by the way, for a couple of years. So first, as we ramp up to review all this again, here is what the President had to say several hours ago.
As we strike military targets, we will also drop food, medicine, and supplies to the starving and suffering men and women and children of Afghanistan. The United States of America is a friend to the Afghan people, and we are the friends of almost 1 billion worldwide who practice the Islamic faith. The United States of America is an enemy of those who aid terrorists and of the barbaric criminals who profane a great religion by committing murder in its name.
They're barbarians who profane a great religion. It's been the President's message from the very beginning. This is not a war against Islam. Short time after that, the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, who's been what might almost call one of the President's point men in the rest of the world, taken a very, very highly visible position on this campaign against Osama bin Laden. He made a similar announcement, given that British forces were involved, to the British people.
There is no doubt in my mind, nor in the mind of anyone who has been through all the available evidence, including intelligence material, that these attacks were carried out by the Al-Qaeda network masterminded by Osama bin Laden. Equally, it is clear that his network is harbored and supported by the Taliban regime inside Afghanistan. It is now almost a month since the atrocity occurred. It is more than 2 weeks since an ultimatum was delivered to the Taliban to yield up the terrorists or face the consequences. It is clear beyond doubt that they will not do this. They were given the choice of siding with justice or siding with terror, and they chose to side with terror.
The British Prime Minister Tony Blair talking to his people several hours ago. Need not say that he's a very popular figure in the United States at the moment. Not completely popular at home for having been so visible on this issue, but very popular here for supporting the President as much as he's done. And from much of Europe, from elsewhere in the Middle East, we heard from Israel, we heard from Jordan, we haven't heard from Egypt or Saudi Arabia tonight. There has been great commendation for the President. And from the Russian President, Mr. Putin, also great support as well for what I think it was Shimon Peres, the Israeli Foreign Minister, or someone else described Mr. Bush as a very brave man for embarking on this operation. So let's look again at the operation. Our resident military analyst is Tony Cordesman. He's in our Washington bureau, as always, replete with maps, which he loves. So Tony, would you let's just tell people, first of all, it's a three-stage operation. It has to do with food and aid to the Afghan people, which may or may not have been dropped by now. There's a psychological component to the campaign, dropping radios, leaflets, trying to capture the hearts and minds of those Afghans who may be enlisted against the Taliban. And there is, of course, a very, very heavy, Tony, military campaign. Will you take us through that?
Yes, Peter. I think we have hit at headquarters main infrastructure points for the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. They're concentrated around Kabul and Kandahar. We've hit at least this number of airfields. We've used at least 15 bombers, 50 cruise missiles, and 25 other aircraft. We've also struck at the camps of Al-Qaeda. Those are also concentrated in this area and down here, although Russian sources say there are over 50 of them. And there are some 25 to 30 other Taliban military facilities scattered in this area. We also know that at least some strikes have been flown against the Taliban ground troops in this area, probably in support of the Northern Alliance.
Let's break it down a bit. The Al-Qaeda camps, do we know their status at all? Do we know if anybody was in them in the last several days? Do we know anything about U.S. intelligence in that regard?
We don't know anything about U.S. intelligence. We do know we have the capability to monitor many of those camps in real time using reconnaissance drones and satellites. We probably struck only at the ones which were occupied or which had fixed munitions depots which couldn't be quickly removed.
How big are these camps, and how many people might there be in them on any one occasion, presuming they didn't all leave when they thought the United States was coming?
Usually those camps have several thousand people, but it's scattered all over these areas, even though the main camps are in these two areas. Generally, when they go on alert, they disperse into caves, into shelters, or outside the camps. A good part of the Taliban's forces, however, consist of al-Qaeda volunteers that are fighting with them up in this area. Those troops presumably would be attacked along with the Taliban's ground troops near the Northern Alliance.
Now, we've heard a couple of reports, Tony, including one from, I think, Herat in the west, that aircraft had been taken out, but not the airstrip. We heard that in Kandahar in the south, the airport building had been hit, but there was no reference to bombing the actual runways itself. Why is that important if it's true?
It's important for several reasons. It shows that we are being very precise, trying to minimize collateral damage. This isn't some massive wave of air attacks, even in the areas which are military. We have to be careful about the rest of this because it really doesn't make sense to attack runways. It takes a lot of bombs. Even if they hit precisely, the damage is repairable. But if you knock out the aircraft, the radars, and the command facilities on those bases, destroy the munition supplies, the fuel, and the service facilities, then they're just a runway. And someday our allies may be able to use them, someday civilians may be able to use them, but the Taliban can't conduct military operations.
As the United States has discovered in previous war, there's nothing easier to repair than the runway of an airport.
Yes, indeed.
Tony, you mentioned communication system. Much of the Taliban's communication, physical communication throughout the country appears to be by small Toyota trucks, some of them armed, some of them carrying everything from food to heroin, if they're still involved in the heroin trade. How do you interrupt that?
You can't easily, Peter, any more than we can destroy all our surface-to-air missiles or hit all of these targets in one wave. But they're very dependent on some 250 armored vehicles, about 100 tanks, several hundred artillery weapons. Those are more visible, easy to target and hit. When it comes down to trucks, those forces can only be really located when they're moving. On the other hand, if they don't have fuel and they don't have munitions, they lose a lot of their warfighting capability.
How have the the Taliban been resupplied with things like fuel before today?
Well, to be honest, much of their supply has come out of Pakistan. That's been the major route, in fact, the only major route through which they've gotten munitions and supplies. When the Pakistan border is closed, then it gets to be really rough for the Taliban to find any other source of fuel and munitions.
I want to bring in one of our other analysts at the moment, John Hillen, who has been with us throughout the day, a former Special Operations Officer. John, are you there?
I am here, Peter.
Give us your take on trying to hit these camps. I think it's very hard for people to get in their mind's eye what these camps are, how extensive they are, where they are. You said earlier if something was on the side of a mountain, it'd be very difficult to get at with a laser-guided weapon.
That's right. Well, the camps are there, and if we know that the camps are there, we can hit them. I think the big point is, at this time, with the Taliban certainly having gone to ground probably a few weeks ago, there may not be much there to hit that will prove to be decisive in the conflict. So I think the real action to watch for is trying to dislocate the rest of the Taliban network, the network that perhaps we're not talking about today, get them to move. If you move them, you can see them, and if you see them, you can kill them.
And what is the impact, in your experience, of the psychological war that is being waged as part of this today?
Well, it's very important, and one of the things we've done well in talking with various people is to play up both sides of this campaign. And it is a campaign where the military action is only one dimension. The other dimension is trying to encourage support from allies, both indigenous to Afghanistan and in the international community. And the psychological operations and civil affairs campaign, which was my specialty in special operations, can seek to help gain allies inside and around Afghanistan, help train them, and use them as our agents in many ways. And this will prevent the U.S. from having to do something that the Soviets had to do, which led to their downfall in Afghanistan, which was to take Soviet troops and actually go in and occupy territory. And I fear that if Americans had to do that, we'd be in for a much longer haul in this campaign than if we were able to effect the Taliban's defeat through agents in Afghanistan, such as the Northern Alliance.
Now, as you're talking, we're looking at the British Gurkhas training in Oman on the Persian Gulf. These are some of the toughest soldiers in the world, though I think, as I recall, one of the British Gurkha regiments was disbanded within the last couple of years. Should we expect that special forces, U.S., British, and perhaps Russian, in Afghanistan tonight are fighting or doing something else?
Well, I'd imagine, I mean, first of all, I do think it will be a coalition effort in the end, and the British are very, very good at this, especially their SAS. So Americans will not be in this alone, I'm sure, in a special operations context. But I think tonight what you might be able to expect among the many different capabilities our special operations can have is the gathering of intelligence, and that means putting assets, whether they're Afghan agents, into place, or actual special operations forces themselves. Put them into place. They may be mobile, they may be stationary, and in position where they can gather intelligence on what undoubtedly will be some movement within the next couple of days of the Taliban forces.
The British SAS, which stands for Special Air Services, and U.S. commandos, traveling in large groups, small groups, how far, how deep a penetration?
Very small groups, and no limit to their possibility, their penetration. One of the things that has since come out about the Gulf War is the role that the SAS and American Special Operations Forces played in scud hunting in western Iraq, in that vast open desert of western Iraq, trying to find scuds before they can be launched on Israel or the coalition forces in Saudi Arabia.
But I remember, forgive me for interrupting, John, but I remember in western Iraq and similarly in the operations in Somalia, very often special forces had to be extracted, rescued under emergency conditions. Does this suggest that if they're in there tonight, they're American helicopters somewhere over Afghanistan too?
Well, if they're in there tonight, I'd imagine there would have to be American air power supporting them. As you alluded to, for instance, in 1993 in Mogadishu, I mean, most of the disaster that became that infamous day in American military history resulted from trying to go in and send additional forces to rescue 2 downed American helicopters. So that's always a problem, not necessarily what the operation entails, but the contingencies that could happen as a result of launching that operation. So I think for that reason, the American effort will focus very much on trying to get potential allies in the Northern Alliance and other groups to do some of that work for us. Because if you do put allied forces in Afghanistan, you have to be prepared to go in and get them out under very bad circumstances.
And you're talking about, of course, a long campaign, not hours, not days, but months at the least.
Oh, absolutely. And I think whether it's the death of bin Laden or whether it's some other event, I think Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld really let out a clarion call for how Americans should understand this conflict, which is that there is no silver bullet, and victory is probably a long haul, and today's campaign is probably just the first in a series of very major steps.
Thanks, John. Let me turn now to former General Richard Hawley, who's been with us through much of the day. General Hawley, you've listened to maybe more conversation than you wanted to listen to today. So why don't you just tell us where you think we're wrong and where we're right so far, at least. Is the conversation realistic as far as you're concerned?
Yes, I think it is pretty realistic. I guess I would question whether we really intended to find any people in the training camps. I really think our planners probably didn't expect that. So that was just, this is not a target-rich environment. There are not a lot of places to hit. It's an available target. Unlike a one-time raid, if you take those down and then are willing to go back in and take them down when they're attempt to rebuild them, then it's a viable target. For a one-time attack, you're probably not going to attack much or gain much from it.
Well, I'm glad to hear a military man of stature sympathize with my point of view on this particular one. But as the Secretary said, if there's a target, whatever its nature at the moment, and it doesn't involve civilians and it can undermine the Taliban or Al-Qaeda, you take a shot at it anyway.
Exactly. We're engaging in an emerging concept called effects-based operations, meaning that you target for effect. You don't just go destroy things for the sake of destroying them. You try to find those things that will make a difference. And that's what I see happening here is we spent 2 weeks building a plan that involves taking out targets that will make a difference, that will help reach our objectives, which appear to be twofold. One, get rid of the Taliban and give aid and comfort to those who are trying to depose them. and then get the al-Qaeda organization on the run, as John said, because when we get them on the run, they're going to be a lot easier to take down.
Now, you know what happens at times like this on television, General, that we show pictures of all these weapons out in the open. Very often these are photo opportunities for journalists. But I assume that the Taliban is smart enough tonight to have put its tanks somewhere reasonably inaccessible, if it's possible, knowing that this is coming.
I have to believe you're right, Peter. The worst thing you can do going into a fight like this is to underestimate your enemy. These people are not dumb. They're going to fight smart as they can with what they've got available. And what we're going to have to do is outsmart them, in addition to use all the other advantages that we bring to the fight.
I have heard other people in the past say that Osama bin Laden was a worthy opponent. Maybe worthy is not the word that people were actually looking for, but an opponent the United States must respect in purely tactical and strategic terms. Do you agree?
I guess I might use the term wily, but certainly we've got to respect him. We've got to respect his intellect and his organizational skills. He's proven that he can pull an organization together on a shoestring and exercise pretty good command and control on a very widely dispersed operation without a whole bunch of technology or a big command post someplace that we can attack. So this is a different adversary. He's wily, he's tough. We're going to have to be equally smart and equally tough and persistent. As everybody has said, this is going to be something we have to engage in over the long haul. That requires persistence over a long period of time.
I appreciate it, General Hawley. Thanks very much. On this whole question of command and control.
U.S. and international demands have failed, and now this military action has been undertaken. And they say that they hoped that in the end the United States, the international community, would pour economic assistance and reconstruction efforts into Afghanistan, as well as attempting to set up a national reconciliation government. And just one more issue, an important issue about Iran, which neighbors Afghanistan. A very interesting report in the Washington Post suggests that European diplomats in Iran were told by members of the Iranian president's office that the Iranians believed that Osama bin Laden was responsible for those attacks in the United States and would understand attacks being, retaliation being taken on those terrorist operations inside Afghanistan, but would never come out and say that publicly. So that report would suggest some very interesting views from inside Iran at this time. Judy?
Christiane Amanpour, and you're right, that it was a fascinating detail, as Christiane said, reported in the Washington Post. Christiane reporting from Islamabad, Pakistan, and just we would note, in addition, President Bush has now asked Secretary of State Powell to travel to Pakistan later this week, as well as to India. It is now just about 20 minutes after the hour, after 5 o'clock in the East. We want to give you the latest developments at this hour, just shy of 4 weeks after a massive terrorist assault on the United States. U.S. and British military forces are attacking key Taliban targets in Afghanistan. The Taliban say their radar system and command center at the Kandahar airport were destroyed in the airstrikes. Now, other reports say that the Taliban's Ministry of Defense in Kabul was also hit. Explosions were reported in Jalalabad as well. In this country, President Bush is emphasizing the global support for the attacks. He says Canada, Australia, Germany, and France have all pledged forces in the operation. And the president says more than 40 countries are permitting air transit or landing rights. Suspected terrorist mastermind Osama bin Laden, meantime, has made a taped statement available after the attacks. We don't know when this was originally taped, but in it, bin Laden says Americans won't know safety or security until, he says, the U.S. changes its policies in the Islamic world. Aaron.
Judy, thanks. We have joining us now former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. Mr. Kissinger is wise in the ways of diplomacy when it succeeds and when it doesn't. Mr. Secretary of State, welcome.
Pleasure to be on.
What is the role of diplomacy now? Because clearly there is one. It's just different than it was last night.
Well, diplomacy has already been very successful in enabling us to get the support of so many countries some for participation, some for transit rights, some for intelligence cooperation. Now in the next weeks, it will be necessary to hold this coalition together, which I'm sure we can do. And I suppose if Taliban collapses, to work out a transitional arrangement so that the people of Afghanistan can benefit from this action.
What are the kinds of things that would threaten the coalition or could threaten the coalition?
Well, if both the President and the Secretary of Defense have said that any country that harbors terrorists will be considered outside the international community and therefore by implication subject to attack, I agree with that statement. But I'm not sure that all our coalition partners would agree with that statement. And at that point, the decision would have to be made whether we will act on our best judgment or on the basis of what other countries support. But I agree with what both the President and the Secretary of Defense have said.
But if I understood you, sir, correctly, what you're saying is that as long as the attacks are confined to Afghanistan, confined to bin Laden and al-Qaeda, then the coalition probably holds together pretty well. If it goes beyond that is where it gets a little dicey.
It gets dicey, and we will have a choice to make. But it's fundamentally what we're doing is in the interest of our allies as well, because if this system of terrorism spreads, they have even less capability of retaliating. They have none. So they are dependent on our support.
And critical, those countries that might, we're not suggesting they will waver, but countries that would be extraordinarily sensitive to the broadening of the military campaign would be which?
Well, they'd be most Muslim countries, or many Muslim countries. And there one has to remember that some of the Muslim countries who might appear to be wavering in public would be cheering us on in private. They would be taking into consideration their domestic opinion.
So a country like Egypt, which is walking a very fine line, they have serious problems with Islamic fundamentalists, or they have had, needs to be careful what it says for domestic political reasons.
But they certainly, having problems with fundamentalists already, do not want to see them strengthened in the area. And the same is true of Saudi Arabia. And some of our European allies might be nervous if this continues beyond Afghanistan.
And when you're sitting in the State Department and you're trying to hold this disparate group together, are you constantly calling people up, taking people's temperature, making sure everybody, the care and feeding of these countries is going on as it should?
If you are as skillful as Secretary Powell has been, that's what you will do. One thing that I found interesting is when I was in office, even though telephone communications were good, too, we did not do as much telephoning as is the case today. But I think it is now so much part of the scene that it is necessary to make the calls that we read about.
Mr. Kissinger, it's an extraordinary day. I don't normally ask a question like this, but is there anything you want to say you haven't said in the last 10 minutes or so? Anything you wished I'd asked that I haven't asked?
Well, first of all, I think the American public should support the President and should keep in mind that this has been put together in a very skillful way by very professional people. It cannot have an immediate outcome, but it looks to me well designed, and therefore I think we can all be very satisfied with how we have reacted to this outrage that took place September 11th.
Secretary Kissinger, thanks for joining us on a Sunday. We appreciate your time and your knowledge. Thank you, sir. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger from his home in Connecticut today. Judy?
And Aaron, joining me now here in the Washington studio is the representative or the envoy of the Northern Alliance in Afghanistan. This, of course, is the group that has been fighting against the Taliban for some years. Harun Amin is an envoy and spokesman for the Northern Alliance. Mr. Amin, first of all, your reaction to what's happened today.
Well, we do welcome the resolve by the international community to strike Osama bin Laden's networks in Afghanistan, as well as the facilities that the Taliban have provided for him. There is a very interlinked and intertwined relationship, and one could not be dislodged without the other. And in order for this
between Mr. bin Laden
and the Taliban, and the Taliban, indeed, and the two have to be done. The rollback of the Taliban as well as the hunt down of Osama bin Laden have to be done together. This is the initial phase. We welcome it. I think we see it as an opportunity to be able to rid of Afghanistan of the hub of terrorists that have gathered in Afghanistan for so many years. And of course, we're ready on the ground. When the time comes, we'll engage also.
Well, let me just ask you in part a question I put to some of the generals who are serving as our military analyst. This is a very broad-based effort. We're going into the major population centers with bombs, with cruise missiles, and so forth. And yet, the people the United States is fighting hide in caves, go to places that may not be reachable by missiles and bombs,
yes,
unless we know precisely where they are.
Yes.
So how much headway do you think you can literally make against an enemy like this?
Well, we have fought them in the past. We know the terrain, we know the geography, and what needs to happen is the rollback of the Taliban should precede anything else. With these with the specific targeting of the territories of the facilities of the Taliban, I think that could be made very feasible. Their communications, their air force capability, their ground capability. When that happens, the rollback is possible. With the rollback, with the utility of special ops, international communities, special ops forces.
Special ops meaning?
Special operations forces.
Going in on the ground.
Going in on the ground, securing specific positions, and then targeting.
EU and other Western nations, how much does that support hinge on A, how successful this campaign is in getting the Taliban out of power, and B, on the amount of civilian casualties?
Well, the campaign we think will be successful. We are pretty sure they will be successful, and we will continue to count on the support of the European Union and the European Union people.
You're saying without regard to casualties, am I hearing?
Well, we know that the military operation is it has risk, but I am sure, we are sure, that the United States and the European countries which are participating will have a very targeted operation, and they will do their utmost in order to focus on the responsible of the terrible crimes of the 11th of September and the infrastructure they have maintained them.
All right, Javier Solana, who is the defense minister for the European Union. Thanks very much. Aaron.
Judy, the people who run the Emmys, the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, I guess it is, were scheduled to hold their big event, one of television's big events, tonight. They are now in, I'm sure that's Los Angeles, to announce what their plan is. These awards were scheduled to be given originally on the 16th of September, the Sunday after the attacks. Obviously, they were canceled then, and we believe they will be canceled or postponed yet again. And as soon as all of these players are seated where they're supposed to be, they will formalize what we believe to be true, that the 53rd annual Emmys will be canceled.
In just a minute, I'll make the introductions. Obviously, this happened. This is an announcement that came at the very 11th hour today. So there will be questions that just simply can't be answered at this point. But the three people on the stage here can answer as many as possible within their respective areas. So we'll do our best to get those. If there's some I don't knows, we'll try to get you to those immediately following. You know, there's a lot of you in this room. We asked to maintain the normal press conference protocol in which, you know, raise your hand. We'll identify you. Please name your outlet, ask your question. To my immediate right is Don Mischer, executive producer of the Emmys. In the center, Leslie Moonves, president and chief executive officer of CBS. And on my far right, Bryce Abel, chairman of the Television Academy. We're happy to take your questions.
We're not at this point calling it a cancellation. We're looking into all the options. As you can all imagine, we've had very little time to think about this. We've simply gone ahead and said, for now, we're postponing, so there will be no winners announced at this point, but obviously we're going to have to look into that very quickly.
Jan?
I didn't receive calls from any stars. I did speak to the executives at the other 3 networks. I did speak to a number of executive producers from various shows throughout town. Everybody, there was a general feeling of people feeling uncomfortable, people feeling it was not a day to celebrate, certainly, not a day to go up there and accept the best supporting actress in a comedy. It seemed like it was trivial. So it was the community really coming together and expressing sort of the same feeling that it would be the wrong thing to do to come together tonight.
There wasn't a discussion of possibly taping the show and airing it at a later date?
No, that never came up.
Mark?
Take me through your day when you began to think that this day was going to change and how you got to where you are right now.
Well, my day started on the golf course, but I didn't make it all the way through. I did receive a call very early on. I left. I quickly got on the, it was from my scheduling guy first, and Andrew Hayward, who you know very well, president of CBS News, telling me what the situation was. When I arrived home quickly thereafter, Bryce was on the phone, and Bryce and I had been speaking throughout the day on numerous occasions. I either called them or I did receive calls from all the other networks, and it was a constant discussion. I spoke to Chris Ender, who you all met, head of press, and there were 1,000 considerations going into this decision today. First and foremost, where were we as a community and where were we in relationship to the country? And there were, for 4 or 5 hours, the phone didn't stop ringing. With all these guys and everybody weighing in and pro and con, and then we all came to I think the same decision simultaneously.
Jerry?
Was there any direct contact with the FBI or Washington or White House?
The security issue is a big one here, and I want to answer that directly. We have maintained contact with all our security agencies involved here, and that includes the FBI. However, I want to make one thing very clear. The decision to postpone the telecast tonight is not based on any specific threats. No new information was developed or conveyed to us in any way that would imply that this telecast would have presented another target. The LAPD, the FBI, our own ME security people all basically told us the show was good to go from a security point of view. In fact, from a security point of view, they felt that today would have been better than, say, tomorrow or the day after. So our decision was made for the various reasons that Les just talked about. I think all our days began either turning on the TV or listening to the radio or someone we know calling us and saying, have you seen what's happening? And then trying to find out what the town thought was appropriate to do about the situation, and that's really been the defining moment for us.
That's Bryce Sabo, who runs the Emmys, the National Academy of Television Arts and Science, scheduled for, or their awards were scheduled for tonight. They've been postponed. They clearly don't know where they're going with that. It's too early for them to know. We talked to him the other day, and he talked about how they had redone.
That bombing has begun again on Kabul, the capital itself, and it's described in this report as very heavy and severe. And according to the Afghan Islamic press, the aircraft are bombing the northern area of the town where the airport is situated, and the electricity has been cut once again. Now, I mentioned Islam and its worldwide dimensions and China. It happens to be in China today, where we find the former National Security Advisor in the Clinton administration, Sandy Berger. No connection to his visit to China. Sandy, you there?
Yes, I am, Peter.
Well, where are you precisely?
I'm in Shanghai, actually.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we're glad to have you, and reminder that you can plug in from anywhere in the world. What are your the Clinton administration struggled tremendously with this. What is your impression of today's operation?
Well, from what it appears, watching you carefully, and this is a very purposeful and deliberate first stage of an effort to strike at targets that are very much related to those who committed this atrocity and those that support them, to weaken the Taliban regime and strengthen those who seek a different kind of future for the Afghan people. And I think it's a very deliberate first step in what I think undoubtedly will be a long-term effort.
President Clinton, who you served, said not long ago that he was obsessed for a while with Osama bin Laden. You tried to get him on at least one occasion and didn't. How difficult do you think it will be, given your own experience?
Well, I know the Bush administration does not believe it'll be easy, but I think there are some opportunities now that have never existed before. The world has changed since September 11th. We are now in alliance with Pakistan to strike at the Taliban. We have the support of the frontline states and the international community, and I think that gives us a capacity and a moral authority that is unprecedented. And if we're deliberate, purposeful, I think we will prevail.
And has there been a reaction in China? I have not seen a reaction from the Chinese government, but I know that the government is concerned about its own Muslim population. Have you picked up anything today?
I've not, it's, of course, just the first thing in the morning here, and I've not heard an official reaction to what's happened overnight. The Chinese have been generally, as you know, supportive of the administration in terms of the general anti-terror effort. They're always apprehensive about American use of force, but I think that since these and as these strikes appear to be very much directed toward man-to-control military targets, while I don't know whether the Chinese will stand up and cheer, I think they have very little to complain about.
Sandy, we always learn lessons from the past, not all of them good lessons, but in the Clinton administration you were astonishingly frustrated by Osama bin Laden. What kind of an adversary do you now regard him to be?
Well, he is a fanatic. He is a man who is determined to impose his vision of radical Islam on the entire region from Central Asia to Saudi Arabia. His next twin towers really, in a sense, are Pakistan and Saudi Arabia. He's therefore not to be underestimated. But, you know, he is not 10 feet tall. He has no magic carpet. He cannot disappear. And if we hold this coalition together, as the president is doing, if we use force in a purposeful way and put it together with the kind of humanitarian side that we're seeing today and political and diplomatic efforts, I believe that over time that we can dismantle this operation.
Do you believe the United States should go back to the United Nations or go to the United Nations for authority to continue this operation now?
Well, we've been to the United Nations twice since September 11th, and the United Nations Security Council twice has unanimously and rather, I think, fulsomely supported the effort to go after terrorists and have essentially given authority to member nations to do what's necessary. So I believe, in fact, that we are operating here under a broad UN mandate with a wide swath of international support.
I much appreciate it. Have an interesting day in China. Sandy Berger.
Thank you, Peter.
Former National Security Advisor to President Clinton. And there's almost always at least one phrase that comes out of every conversation we have: the twin towers of Pakistan and Saudi Arabia. Mr. Berger referred to Pakistan and Saudi Arabia as Osama bin Laden's next twin towers. We shall see. Just to remind you that the bombing campaign against the Taliban and against al-Qaeda continues, and in fact may have resumed. We're not altogether sure about that and haven't been told by the Pentagon recently that it even ceased, though various reports from the ground suggested that in some places there had been a cessation of bombing, but it is now, we're told by 3 separate locations in the region, has begun again, particularly in Kabul. This may be a second attack which was already planned. It may be an attack based on whatever onboard intelligence they gathered regarding the damage on the first runs they made through. We're just whistling in the wind in that regard until we get an official briefing from the Pentagon, not too long, I hope, from now. We're going to go back to regular programming in some parts of the country in the East, and in a few minutes' time, 6 o'clock Eastern Time, we'll continue here with a special edition of World News Tonight. And at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, we'll be back with another 2-hour complete summary of this day. Quite an extraordinary day when you think about it, with the United States and to a much lesser degree Britain now involved in a very, very concerted, what the Secretary of Defense called a very broad-based attack against targets from one end of Afghanistan to the other, in the north and in the south, in the east and in the west, with airports and facilities useful to the Taliban and allegedly useful to Osama bin Laden. All of them have been hit. Whereas all over the United States today, we assume that once again people have stopped and watched the United States in combat. And it is certainly true at airports and sports stadiums and states capitals and downtown office buildings, on the streets all over the country. People have once again turned to television and to radio to watch this next extraordinary development unfold. And there's very much increased security in many, many parts of the country. This may be one of the few days I can recall when we have not yet heard from the Attorney General John Ashcroft. We may before the day is over. At any rate, for this particular segment, we're going to leave you with a report by John Quinones on one photojournalist's view of what started it all, at least in this round, September 11th.
What I had seen in so many places in the world for the last 20 years, suddenly it was in my backyard.
James Notway has shot virtually every hotspot on Earth.
I've been in the Middle East, in Beirut, Afghanistan, Bosnia, Chechnya.
Bringing the world these images, his award-winning photographs. Get out of here! But then death and destruction in his own neighborhood.
From my window, I can see the World Trade Center. I heard the sound and gathered my equipment and went over there. I began to photograph people being evacuated from the towers. Some were wounded, some were in a state of panic. It reminded me somewhat of the attack on Sarajevo or on Beirut.
How does this compare?
I saw it immediately as an act of war, as an act of aggression against a civilian population, a civilian target. Having spent weeks and sometimes months at a time in violent, chaotic places that were at war, whenever I came home, it was a kind of refuge. I felt sometimes even a sense of euphoria at the freedom that I felt.
You felt safe and secure.
Absolutely. And that's been severely undermined.
The faces tell the story.
Here's one man who himself is obviously very distressed, but trying to comfort one of his colleagues.
A man with his hands in his face.
It looked like he was trying to shut out the reality.
And this is the surreal one.
It's almost like a tourist looking up at the Empire State Building in the 1940s, gazing up at the burning tower.
These firefighters look like aliens on a moonscape.
There was an eerie, surreal quality to this. It looked almost like the set of a science fiction movie. I mean, it was absolutely apocalyptic.
You used to come home to the U.S. from covering these wars and devastating events to the security of your home. Do you think you'll ever feel that way again?
I realized that there was a sea change in history. That this was a very powerful historical event, but I don't think things will ever be quite the same. The flagpole is bent, it's no longer standing upright, and yet it's still there.
His images appear in a special edition of Time magazine. What do these pictures tell America?
That something completely barbaric has happened. I think we'll recover. I know we'll recover. I feel that we've been defeated. We've been hit hard, but I think we will bounce back.
For continuing coverage of this story, stay with ABC News and abcnews.com on the web.
This has been a special report from ABC News. This is ABC.
Coming up next on News Channel 8 at 6, America is at war. The U.S. and Britain both involved now in the bombing of Afghanistan. Well, the very latest in a live report from Washington coming up next. Plus, we'll have reaction from local leaders, find out what they have to say.
It's not sufficient to achieve an objective. So I think what we're seeing today is the important beginning of what's going to be a very difficult struggle, and I hope the Afghan part of it is relatively swift. One other point, Judy. Prime Minister Blair talked about the humanitarian issue, and I'd like to stress that that isn't just humanitarian. If those refugees are not taken care of, Pakistan could come apart, and then we would have a much more serious situation.
All right, former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Richard Holbrooke, joining us on the telephone from New York, making there a very important point at the end, Aaron, about humanitarian assistance, which is, as the President and Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld have stressed, very much an important piece of this whole operation.
Yeah, and it is going on right now, as best we know, 2 C-17s dropping food aid into Afghanistan as the attack was being carried out in other parts of the country. A quick programming note, Shimon Peres among the guests with Larry King tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Tomorrow, Tom Ridge, the now former governor of Pennsylvania, will be sworn into a cabinet-level position of Homeland Defense. This just a few days after some members of Congress were told by officials there's a 100% chance of some sort of terrorist reaction to the attack that was launched today. Jean Meserve in Washington is tracking the Homeland Defense side of the story, and she joins us now. Jean?
Aaron, we've been talking to officials in cities and states across the country, and almost all tell us that they are on a heightened state of alert, including those here in Washington, D.C. Here in Washington, a joint command and control center has been activated to facilitate communications between the various law enforcement agencies that have some jurisdiction in this town. Among the things they have been monitoring today, a demonstration that's going on as we speak in front of the White House at Lafayette Park. This is an anti-war demonstration. D.C. Police Chief Charles Ramsey does tell us that his department was given no advance notice of today's strikes and that as of this hour, there have been no credible threats against the Capitol. No credible threats reported in Philadelphia either. There were 3 major events going on in the city today, a couple of parades and an Eagles game, so a lot of police were already on duty. But when the strikes against Afghanistan occurred, they were redeployed to the city's center to guard high-rise and high-profile buildings. A couple of bomb squads who were on alert at Veterans Stadium were likewise moved to the city's center. Right now, Philadelphia police officials are drawing up a plan for the rest of the week, which will include placing uniformed police in high-visibility locations throughout that city. Baltimore Mayor Martin O'Malley says security has been stepped up in his city around vital infrastructure such as railroads, tunnels, bridges, water supply facilities, industrial sites, and also around mosques and synagogues. The mayor says Baltimore officials have been planning for weeks how they would respond when American military action began, and the mayor said because of that, the moves taken today were almost automatic, in his words. In the state of California, a spokesman to Governor Gray Davis says state government was advised early on by the FBI that in the event of a U.S. strike, state officials should be prepared for retaliation. So today, patrols around electrical and water facilities were stepped up, and officers of the California Highway Patrol have been put on 12-hour shifts. Police officials in the city of Los Angeles say they are on a citywide tactical alert. This means police officers on duty stay on duty until they're told otherwise. No word at this point when that will end. A spokesman for Governor Davis does note, however, that there have been no credible threats made anywhere in the state of California. A few other odds and ends. In Colorado, the National Guard increased security around its own facilities, and several governors have received special security briefings from their state officials, but not all of them. A spokesman for Colorado's Governor Bill Owens says there's been no change in his schedule. He is spending the afternoon as planned at the Broncos game. Back to you, Aaron.
Thank you, Jean. Take a quick look around the country. I think it's fair to say that while there's always going to be concern about a day like today, you had lots of large groups of people in a number of important cities. The fact is that the threat, if there is one out there, is not one that necessarily we were going to see today. It's going to be in the days, the weeks, the months who knows the years ahead. American life has changed. It changed on September 11th, and what happened today further enforces that. 10 o'clock tonight, a special report we'll have for you. We'll update all the events of the day. We should by that point have a better idea, though not necessarily a good idea, of how successful this first wave of attacks has been. We've had some daylight in Afghanistan, and we'll be able to do some reporting on that. All of that at 10 o'clock tonight. We hope you'll join us for that. Judy.
All right, Aaron, and I'll see you then.
Yes,
we will be together. You'll be in Atlanta, and I'll be here in Washington. Well, it is moving just past 6 o'clock in the east, about 3 minutes after, and we want to give you a quick update on what we do know at this hour about today's U.S.-led military attacks. United States forces, with assistance from the British, have hit targets in Taliban-controlled areas across Afghanistan. Air defenses and aircraft near Kabul, Kandahar, and Herat are among the areas reportedly damaged. Pentagon officials say Operation Enduring Freedom includes cruise missile attacks as well as assaults by aircraft. The high-tech B-2 bomber has been used to drop precision-guided bombs, and B-52 bombers have hit targets with conventional so-called dumb bombs. Now, shortly after the operation began, British Prime Minister Tony Blair announced Britain's involvement in the mission and the goal to hit Taliban targets, not civilians.
This military plan has been put together mindful of our determination to do all we humanly can to avoid civilian casualties. I cannot disclose, obviously, how long this action will last, but we will act with reason and resolve.
Also today, the Arab television network Al Jazeera released this new video of Osama bin Laden. On the tape, and we don't know when it was taped, bin Laden said God is giving Americans, quote, what they deserve. It was not even half an hour after the attacks began in Afghanistan that President Bush went on the air here in the United States telling a national television audience that the attack was underway and once again outlining the rationale for it. CNN's John King is at the White House. John, and ever since that moment, it was about 1 o'clock Eastern Time, the President's been monitoring all this very closely.
He has been, Judy, inside the White House receiving, we are told, very frequent updates from his National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, in the White House Situation Room here, instantaneous communication with the Pentagon and the U.S. Command and Control Centers around the world as this military operation unfolds. In that address to the American people the President made this afternoon that you mentioned, he said this military effort would be, quote, sustained, comprehensive, and relentless. Now, this is a picture of the President returning back from Camp David this morning. He went straight to the Oval Office, and when he went into the Oval Office, Mr. Bush began calling world leaders around the world to tell them that military strikes were imminent. Among those he called the Russian president, the president of France, the chancellor of Germany, the close ally, the prime minister of Canada. Mr. Bush looked to a senior aide at one point and he said, quote, I gave them a fair warning. That a reference to the Taliban, and Mr. Bush made that point again in his address to the American people, noting that it was 2 weeks ago that he made an ultimatum: turn over Osama bin Laden or suffer the same fate.
More than 2 weeks ago, I gave Taliban leaders a series of clear and specific demands: close terrorist training camps, hand over leaders of the al-Qaeda network, and return all foreign nationals, including American citizens unjustly detained in your country. None of these demands were met, and now the Taliban will pay a price.
CNN is told by senior administration officials the President actually gave the go-ahead last night. We're also told he first started calling congressional leaders at 7:30 p.m. last night, said he had given the go-ahead for the military to act as soon as it believed it was the right moment to strike. As a security precaution, also, we are told, Vice President Dick Cheney, not on the White House grounds, but taken to a separate secure location. That because of the continuing fear that there will be some terrorist retaliation here in the United States as a result, although White House officials say there are no specific or credible threats. Earlier today, a senior administration official saying, quote, Americans need to be on alert. Threats do remain. This is a war. Judy?
John, when the President said today this action is designed to clear the way for, in his words, sustained, comprehensive, and relentless operations to drive these out, how much is the White House saying about just exactly what's going to be involved here?
They're saying very little in detail, although they do tell us, and the Pentagon briefing was a bit more detailed, that this is day one of a campaign they believe will take weeks and months. The Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld saying one of the goals was to soften up, make it so that U.S. ground troops would go in. We don't believe that has happened in any significant numbers as yet, but White House officials, while saying they will not tell us much about the military planning for the days and weeks ahead, that they believe this campaign will take months, that it will involve ground troops, and we know from other sources that the CIA Director, George Tenet, among those making calls to key members of Congress. I spoke to one lawmaker who received such a call who said Mr. Tenet was also quite clear. This is day one, the first call of many you will receive. We expect this to be a very long and sustained campaign.
All right, John King at the White House, and picking up on what John just said about Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, talking about this is softening up the Taliban, if you will. He also said he predicts that it's not going to happen in one strike or a few strikes from the outside. This is something where we're going to watch them collapse from within. Some pretty graphic words there from the Defense Secretary. My colleague Wolf Blitzer joining me now here in Washington. And Wolf, you've been talking to some of our military analysts.
I have, Judy, and in fact, Major General Don Shepard, retired U.S. Air Force, is joining me right now. And General Shepard, the Defense Secretary specifically said the first objective was to destroy, remove, in his words, the threat from air defenses and from the Taliban aircraft. What kind of air defenses does the Taliban military actually have or had?
Well, Wolf, this is a classic military operation. If I can go to the telestrator here, I'm just going to draw some examples. Around the edge of the country, you will find what we call early warning radars. You want to take those early warning radars out so they cannot see where you are coming from specifically, so they can line up their other defenses. Now I'm going to erase those, and I'm going to put in, for example, some air bases. There are 7 or 8 air bases that we're concerned with around the area there. And of all of those air bases there, you have airplanes on the air base. You want to get them on the ground if you can, not let them get airborne. And if possible, you'd like to do it without destroying the air base, which you may want to use later for humanitarian relief or for the Northern Alliance to operate from. So it's very tricky. Again, we'd like to get them on the ground. You can also get them if they take off. All of these things are protected by another thing, which is missile sites. And I will just put an X at each one of these things, fixed missile sites, perhaps 2 or 3 at each location. You need to take out the early warning radars, the aircraft on the ground if possible or in the air, and then also the fixed missile sites, so later on you can operate with impunity with your forces or bring in humanitarian relief.
What kind of aircraft, warplanes, do they have that potentially could be a threat to the U.S. and the other coalition partners?
Not very good. They've got old MiG-21s, a couple of dozen of them. They're short of pilots, they're short of spare parts. It's no match for the United States Air Force or the United States Navy. This is not a serious problem, but it has to be dealt with.
So presumably the Stinger, the shoulder-fired surface-to-air missiles, those mobile missiles, that's the greatest threat. It's hard to pinpoint those.
That and AAA or anti-aircraft artillery, which we always worry about the missiles, but we have defenses against missiles, electronic countermeasures and also flares, and then we get hit by the anti-aircraft by flying at low altitudes. So all of that's a threat.
So there's still a threat up there. President Bush, when he spoke out on television to the American public, to people all over the world, I want you to listen to one excerpt of what he said, because it indicates that air power alone won't get this job done. Listen to this.
Initially, the terrorists may burrow deeper into caves and other entrenched hiding places. Our military action is also designed to clear the way for sustained, comprehensive, and relentless operations to drive them out and bring them to justice.
That suggests ground troops might be necessary to go into those caves.
Yeah, joint's been the word for the last few years in the Pentagon. If you don't say joint before and after each sentence, you don't get financed in the Pentagon. So we're experts at joint operations. We have bombs that will do things. We can go after terrorists and buried targets and that type of thing. But clearly what we're talking about is getting them out of the caves in other ways. What we want to do is allow the Northern Alliance to take territory and then allow them who know those caves to go into those caves or use other methods to get them out. Not necessarily take them out with bombs and not necessarily go in with our own troops and commando raids.
And speaking about the Northern Alliance, the opposition forces, the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was clear that another U.S. objective, in his words, was to go after the so-called offensive systems that the Taliban may have that could hamper the progress of what he described as various opposition forces. Those are that's ground equipment.
Yeah, they have tanks, they have vehicles, they also have artillery and that type of thing. Now we need to go in and get those piece by piece. It requires that you know where they are from either photographs or from coordinates. We have ways to find that out, but we're going to have to clear the air defenses first. We're going to have to take care of the people with humanitarian aid, and then we're going to have to go against this cave by cave and piece by piece. It's going to be a long time military operation campaign.
That could suggest potentially hand-to-hand combat involving U.S. and perhaps British other troops.
That's always a possibility, and we have the people that can do that. Hopefully it won't be necessary. Hopefully we will weaken them so much by the things we do that the Northern Alliance can take over a great deal of these things, and it won't be a walkover, but it'll be much easier than it is here in the beginning.
So much of what the President Bush said, what Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, said, what Donald Rumsfeld said, focuses on the humanitarian relief operation now underway, dropping food, medicine, other supplies. That could be a pretty risky operation, though.
It's a risky operation. First of all, it's important because of the psychological nature of this against the Islam world. It's also
political overtones.
The political overtones. It's important, though, that we take care of people no matter where we are, and we always have. To do that, you have to have the air defenses cleared out so that those airplanes can come in and drop this stuff. And ideally what you want to do is not drop it forever, but you want to drop it from an emergency standpoint to keep people alive. Then you want to take it into air bases and get it taken in trucks by the humanitarian organizations. But it's very difficult, dangerous to the air crews dropping it, dangerous to the people on the ground who can also get hit by it.
Now refugees are fleeing from all over the place in Afghanistan. If you want to show us on the map over here, they're trying to get into Pakistan, they're trying to get into Iran as well. Where are those airdrops likely to be focused mostly?
Okay, there's a couple of key areas around here. One area is around Quetta right here in Pakistan. Another is above the A in Jalalabad, which is Peshawar. And basically, people are fleeing from Afghanistan into these areas across the border. So what we want to do is get aid into these particular areas here. And again, the idea is to drop it from an emergency standpoint, tell the people where it is so they can go get it, and then get it to people in trucks so that we can take care of all of these people. It's dangerous and complicated stuff, and we can do it now through the weather. We didn't used to be able to do it through the weather.
But as many U.S. officials are insisting, politically very, very critical to the entire operation. General Don Shepard, our CNN military analyst, thanks for joining us. Back to you, Judy.
Thanks, Wolf. We did hear General Shepard say it's his hope as a military man that this effort, at least the initial part, is over quickly so we can get on, or so the United States can get on to the next phase. In fact, when the country of Pakistan issued a statement today after these attacks began, the government said, we also hope that the operations will end soon and a concerted international effort will be undertaken to promote national reconciliation. Already looking ahead. Our correspondent, Christian Amanpour, is on the ground in Pakistan, in Islamabad. Christian, first of all, what are you learning there about the success so far of these U.S.-led attacks?
Oh, impossible to give any analysis over the results of what's happened so far. Just to reiterate that we have had phone contact with eyewitnesses on the ground, both sources inside the Taliban and our own people there, about what they have seen and what has been hit. We've talked about the towns that we've been able to see, or at least get eyewitness reports from, Kabul, Jalalabad, Kandahar, Herat, and all of those appear to have been attacked on the outskirts of the towns towards what our eyewitnesses have described as airfields. We've heard about radar stations, at least in one place, Kandahar having been destroyed, a command center there, also potentially other airfields or strategic concerns on those airfields in Herat, maybe Jalalabad, and maybe even a terrorist training camp near Jalalabad, we have heard, as well as the reports from Kabul. We've heard also from Taliban officials via the Al Jazeera Arab television network, in which they've admitted that there have been certain strategic targets hit. They say they have had no casualties, and they say that there's so far nothing to worry about, according to Taliban officials. They also claim to have shot down a plane, but there is no independent confirmation of that. Here in Pakistan, their cabinet has been meeting. There have been very isolated, small demonstrations not far from here in the capital, Islamabad, also at Peshawar, which is just across the border from Jalalabad on the Pakistani side of the border, and also in Lahore, another big city here in Pakistan. Small demonstrations, a little bit noisy, but quickly fizzled out. A very large police presence, in this case probably more police than demonstrators. The key will be to be watching tomorrow for what happens. Some of these groups have called for demonstrations tomorrow. Already the Pakistani government has put under house arrest one of the most antagonistic of the Islamic hardline political leaders who had been calling demonstrations over the last several weeks. So that's what we're going to be looking for tomorrow. Now, in terms of reaction, we have heard a lot of reaction from the United States' Western allies. We've heard nothing yet officially from our Arab states who are allies with the United States. I spoke about half an hour ago with a key leader of one of the main Arab states who said that he understood that the United States had to do what it had to do and predicted that Arab allies would not come, would pretty much support what was going on, but would be very mindful in case there are any casualties amongst the civilians. And this, of course, is going to be the key point in which to gauge public opinion and support for this action here in the Middle East, at least. Judy?
And Christian, that tracks what former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations was saying just a few moments ago, that the Arab support among the moderate Arab states is much more likely to be in private than in public. Christian, the statement from the Pakistan government when the strikes got underway, that they hope the operation will end soon. Why is it in their interest to see this move quickly?
Well, because anything that happens in Afghanistan inevitably affects or has the potential to affect Pakistan. Long border, long history of relations between the two countries, very significant Pashtun minority. The Pashtuns are the people in Afghanistan who make up the Taliban. And there is this, sort of sympathy, if you like, along the border area, the Northwest Frontier provinces they're called. And they, here they've always been concerned about what they call the vocal minority's ability to destabilize the situation. We have to, when we say that, put it in context that they have tried these opposition groups so far for the last 4 weeks during the build-up. They have not been able to bring out the crowds that they have called for on the streets. The government feels that it has things under control, but clearly you just never know as these things proceed. So clearly they do want it to end quickly. Obviously they want that also from a humanitarian point of view. They made very clear that they wanted this to go according to clearly defined targets within the UN Security Council resolutions, military targets that directly targeted terrorism, not against Afghan infrastructure on the civilian side. And they added that they regretted that the Taliban had paid no heed to Pakistan's entreaties to make the right decisions and try to avoid military action. They added that obviously the Taliban have failed to do so, and now military action was underway. Judy?
All right, Christian Amanpour reporting from Islamabad, Pakistan, and we should say it is now 3:20 in the morning in Islamabad. Christian has been reporting steadily from there for the last almost 6 hours since these strikes got underway, and I just should say we keep asking our correspondents what's the reaction. We've asked Christian this question again, but it was 9 o'clock at night when the strikes began. It's 3 o'clock in the morning there now. It's very difficult at this time of the day and the night, or rather the morning, to gauge what the public reaction is, but of course we'll get a better idea of that in just a few hours. Joining us now on the telephone from London, the former Assistant Secretary of State in the Clinton administration, James Rubin. Jamie Rubin, are you there?
I'm here, yes.
You're not just on the telephone, you are in person. We can see you.
Yes.
Let me begin by asking you, we keep hearing various speculation about how difficult it is going to be to hold the coalition together. What are the criteria, in your view, for these countries staying on board with the United States and Great Britain?
Well, I think it's important to realize that many of the countries in the Arab world are never going to provide the kind of public support that Europeans and Russia and China and many other countries have. The key question will be is what kind of domestic reaction there is in countries in the Arab world, in Pakistan, after we begin to see the inevitable pictures of casualties or innocent civilians. And I think the administration did an admirable job by making the decision to begin humanitarian airdrops simultaneously with the military action. This is unprecedented. It's never happened before, and I think it was a very good idea to try to limit the fallout in the Arab world. But the tests will come when we do see these inevitable pictures of people who are either suffering from the lack of food and medicine and supplies, or people who have been killed perhaps by mistaken raids, or maybe even some of the pictures will be doctored, designed to promote this kind of reaction in the Arab world. And how does that unfold is the key question. Will it be public demonstrations? Will leaders begin to go from a silent posture to an antagonistic posture? You know, you have the government of Iran publicly opposing this and privately supporting it. You have a lot of private support in the Gulf states, in Saudi Arabia and Egypt, but they won't go public. Will they transfer their private support to public opposition? And that will be the first key indicator of whether this incredibly broad coalition the President and the Secretary of State have put together is as deep as it is broad, and that's hard to ascertain until some of those developments take place.
Well, Jamie Rubin, talk a little bit more about what are the characteristics of a campaign that would enable these countries you just described, whether it's Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Richard Holbrooke earlier mentioned Indonesia, that would enable them to feel comfortable remaining on board, or at least privately supporting, if not publicly?
Well, I think the key is to move beyond the public airstrike type of campaign where you see the pictures of American forces attacking Afghanistan to a second phase where what you're really going to see happen is the kind of internal fighting within Afghanistan, where the Northern Alliance is joined by perhaps tribal leaders who switch sides and begin to unseat the Taliban. And when that's going on, when the fighting is internal, essentially between Afghans, that will make the situation easier. It will also be easier if the humanitarian airdrops turn into a more coordinated, organized campaign in and around the border areas when the Taliban lose control and the United States and its European allies and others are seen as providing food and medicine directly to the people of Afghanistan. And finally, of course, it's when the Pakistanis, the Iranians, the Russians, the other countries north of Afghanistan, the United States, begin to develop this post-Taliban government that has been talked about in the United Nations for several years. They've talked about a plan for that, and the more that Pakistan, Iran, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, the Russians, the United States can sit around a table and begin to plot out with the king, with the United Nations, the future government of Afghanistan, the easier it will be to maintain this coalition. So those kind of steps need to be taken very visibly once the Taliban loses power. And then the real battle will be going on behind the scenes, where local forces or perhaps special forces are engaged in what President Bush promised would be this effort to find Osama bin Laden's network and destroy it.
Jamie Rubin, we're talking with James Rubin, the former spokesman for the State Department in the Clinton administration, also former Assistant Secretary of State. You brought up Osama bin Laden. I don't know if you were able to see part or all of the video that was released today by the Al Jazeera Arab television network. When people in that part of the world, and again, we're still talking about these Arab countries that are primarily Islamic, when they hear him say these events, and he's describing, in his words, a history of insults by the United States against people who believe in Islam. He said these events have divided the whole world into two sides, the side of believers and the side of the infidels. And he goes on to catalog the offenses of the United States. How sympathetic are our ears going to be in that part of the world?
Well, I think there's several points to be made. Clearly, he planned for this. Clearly, he would like this to be a war between the West and Islam. That's very much been his goal from the beginning, is to create this incredible rift between civilizations and pit Islam against the United States. I think the Bush administration, Tony Blair, the other leaders have gone out of their way to try to avoid this. But I think we all have to be honest with ourselves that it does receive some sympathy in that part of the world, whether it's because of misdirected anger at the United States, whether it's because it's misdirected anger at their own regimes, or whether it's the new cause that Osama bin Laden has just suddenly found in the past weeks, which is the Palestinian issue, that there is some resonance to his words in that part of the world. That's why it's extremely important for the administration to present what it's doing as an action on behalf of the whole world, and to try to develop, even if you can't get the leaders in these countries to stand up and be counted publicly and support what's being done, to get the elite opinion or other commentators to try to show the people of this part of the world that Osama bin Laden's version of Islam is evil. And the more that you can get religious leaders in the Islamic community to shun him, the way every government in the world has now isolated him as an outcast, the easier it will be to deal with the resonance his views still have.
And finally, James Rubin, what about the statement that emerged from the Bush administration this week, clarifying, if you will, their position that indeed they do support a Palestinian state at the end of a peace process between Israel and its neighbors? Did that win converts, do you think, in the Arab world?
Well, certainly in the leadership of the Gulf states, in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, obviously, and other places, they were concerned that the Bush administration was only going to support the Israeli government and has not yet met with Yasser Arafat, that there haven't been an engaged process. And I think the administration is quite correctly trying to show that it is going to engage, that it has some ideas about how to move forward. It worked very hard at encouraging the Israeli government to set up some meetings with the Palestinians, which, as you know, yielded this rather dramatic and unfortunate reaction on the part of the Israeli leader to label George Bush as the equivalent of an appeaser, which he subsequently apologized for. So I think the Arab world saw that the Bush administration was trying to calm the waters in the Middle East conflict, and I think that was helpful. But I think we all need to know that as long as there are this kind of daily murder and death in the Middle East, both innocent Israelis dying and obviously Palestinians dying, that the Islamic world is going to have great sympathy towards the Palestinian cause and some questions about America's role. And this is the resentment that Osama bin Laden is trying to feed into, but it's really important for the whole world to realize that his cause has nothing to do with the Palestinian cause. At the very time that the United States was putting pressure on Israel, and every Arab leader in the entire Arab world was praising the Clinton administration in 1998, was the very time that Osama bin Laden attacked the embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. And so he is not acting on their cause. This is a late conversion by Osama bin Laden, and I just hope that the Arab world, the Palestinians, and the others who hear his words are not deceived by his odious goal of a war between the West and Islam.
Jamie Rubin, and I'm glad that you brought that point up, because he did include the Palestinians in that video statement that was released today. Joining us from London, James Rubin, former Assistant Secretary of State. As we now move into 6:30, about exactly 6 hours since U.S. airstrikes began against Afghanistan, we want to bring you the latest developments. It has been a night of thunderous explosions in Afghanistan as the U.S. and Britain strike at targets in that country. The military attacks come a little less than 4 weeks after the terrorist attacks on the United States. The Pentagon says the strikes are targeting air defenses, terrorist training camps, and other strategic military targets that are linked to Afghanistan's Taliban rulers. President Bush announced the military action just a couple of hours after returning to the White House from Camp David. Mr. Bush says the strikes are designed to disrupt the use of Afghanistan as a terrorist base of operations and to attack the military capability of the Taliban regime. Mr. Bush says the strikes against targets in Afghanistan are supported by the collective will of the world. Meantime, Al Jazeera television is reporting that Osama bin Laden survived the attacks carried out in Afghanistan, at least as of a short time ago. In an interview broadcast today on that network, bin Laden, and we should say we don't know when this was taped, bin Laden says God is giving Americans what they deserve, and they will never know safety again, bin Laden says, unless the U.S. changes its policies in the Islamic world. Again, it is not clear when that statement was taped. We've been following closely the military developments as much as we can from halfway around the world practically, but clearly there are diplomatic efforts moving at a frenzied pace. And for the very latest on that, let's go to our State Department correspondent, Andrea Koppel. Andrea.
Judy, good evening. Secretary of State Powell has been on the phone pretty much since the attacks first began. In fact, even making some calls ahead of time to alert a variety of key friends and allies around the world that not only were they underway, but that the targets were military targets, not Afghan civilians, that the U.S. was going to be trying very hard not to inflict any of this campaign on the civilians themselves. In point of fact, the administration, Judy, has been going out of its way to make clear that it wants to help the Afghan civilians. Earlier this week, President Bush announcing a $320 million aid package, not only in food but also in medical supplies and whatnot. And as part of that campaign, Judy, now that the strikes have begun, the diplomacy is actually going to be just as important, if not more important, than what we saw leading up to the beginning of the strikes. And that is because the pictures that Jamie Rubin was referring to that we'll be seeing perhaps on television screens in the not too distant future are going to bring on the anger, not only within the Arab world, but also within the Islamic world, to see the pictures of civilians who may be suffering. And so part of what the administration is going to be doing from here on out is moving into really the propaganda side of things. They're going to try to airlift in and drop in transistor radios into Afghanistan. They're going to try to airdrop leaflets letting the Afghan people know that the U.S. is on their side, hoping to foment some dissent amongst the Afghan people, perhaps even within the Taliban itself, against the ruling Taliban regime and their protection of Osama bin Laden and the Al-Qaeda network. So look in the days to come, Judy, for more repetition of statements that the U.S. is trying to help the Afghan people, and that the sooner this is over, the better, to try to keep the coalition together. Judy?
Andrea, with so many people leaving Afghanistan, or at least trying to leave there, we've seen all these reports of thousands of people leaving Kabul, leaving Kandahar. At whom is this information campaign directed? Is it at the Taliban itself? Is it at what people are left there on the ground? Presumably, we're talking about a very poor, little educated population, aren't we?
Yes, we are. I'd say it's all of the above. One of the reasons why they're going to be airlifting in and dropping down those transistor radios is because that's how most Afghans get their news. And in fact, the U.S. says that the Taliban had been collecting radios, and so they weren't getting any news. And so by airlifting in transistor radios, you're going to have a whole variety of people who will then be able to hear in their native language what it is that the United States is planning to do to try to help them. They're going to get this message out through local Pakistani radio. They're going to get it out through Voice of America, again in the local dialects, trying to let them know that this is something that is not targeting, this campaign is not targeting the average Afghan, but rather the Taliban, which is protecting Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. Judy?
All right, Andrea Koppel reporting for us from the State Department. And for more now on that information campaign and much beyond that, my colleague Donna Kelly joins us in Atlanta. Donna.
Hi, Judy. Thank you, and good evening to you. In a Pentagon briefing just a few hours ago, we heard more about the humanitarian efforts for the Afghan people. President Bush said today that at the same time of the military strikes, the oppressed people of Afghanistan will know the generosity of America and its allies. The plan is to drop food, medicine, and supplies, and 2 C-17 cargo planes plan to drop some some 37,000 packets of aid today. Sources tell CNN that the relief missions are planned for high elevations in Afghanistan, inaccessible probably to trucks or even to donkeys. At the Pentagon briefing this afternoon, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and the new Joint Chiefs Chairman, Air Force General Richard Myers, said they had high confidence to be able to drop the aid where Afghan citizens are while keeping the supplies out of the wrong hands. They got some criticism, you might remember, for humanitarian aid dropping off target in Bosnia. The Air Force has been working on ways to improve the accuracy of the delivery of its airdrops. And we were told that these supplies will not be dropped by parachute. There are a number of alternatives to parachuting supplies. In the easiest way, maybe just kick them out the back and let gravity do the job. The food packets are wrapped in plastic, and so they can easily survive the trip. Another way is a special delivery technique that's called LAPS, or Low Altitude Parachute Extraction System. In that method, the parachute is only used to drag a pallet out the back of the plane, and when they say low, it's like 2 to 10 feet off the ground. The load falls the short distance then to the ground. Of course, the plane could land. The C-17 is capable of landing at very rough airstrips, but it's doubtful that that's the plan this time around. Again, the Pentagon not giving any details on how the planes will go about their humanitarian mission, but they are saying that there was no risk to people on the ground who will get this aid. Now, earlier this week, we showed you a packet that was like one of those that was likely to be dropped. It's a medium-sized yellow packet. It's called an HDR, or humanitarian daily ration. Each one holds a day's worth of food, so it's 3 meals in one packet. It contains no meat, so it's consistent with Muslim dietary traditions. And while they don't have meat, they do have a bit of dairy, no alcohol or alcohol-based products, and that includes the towelette that's in the accessory pack. That's alcohol-free as well. That's your salt and pepper and sugar, and a few other things in there as well. They have a high amount of calories, 2,300 calories, vitamins and minerals added. They weigh just under 2 pounds, and they're bright yellow so that people can see them easily. And they will last for 36 months, so that's 3 years at temperatures up to 80 degrees. And they cost $4.25 a day. And MRE, which is different than these HDRs, MRE, meals ready to eat, or a C ration as they used to be called, those are about $24, so that's an 80% savings for taxpayers. They're really designed to get to people in emergencies, like a refugee, until more conventional relief programs or feeding can get going. Even before this action, millions of people in Afghanistan depended on charitable aid to survive. The various aid organizations have been they've been working on trying to set up the refugee camps, and we were going to hope to show you that. There we go. Where you see these R's, those are refugee camps that were going to be set up. And in the Khyber Pass was an area that a lot of refugees were trying to get through. That is a rough area, a 33-mile strip. It's, as you can see, west of Kabul, which is, of course, the capital. And at one point, that area is only 3 yards wide. So as we say, though, these R's that are marked on our map are where some refugee camps were being set up. The United Nations was trying to estimate at least 100,000 people could be the first wave of people who need help, and over the next 6 months, 1.5 million could be refugees in need of every basic human necessity. That's in addition to the people who are who've already left years ago. Joining us in Atlanta is our CNN military analyst, General Wesley Clark. He was in charge in Kosovo. He can tell us a little bit more about the humanitarian missions that go on and what troubles you can run into. Hi, General Clark.
Hi, Don.
A lot of storage facilities apparently around the world. What's the supply like?
Well, there's a good supply, but the problem is distribution. You have to get it to the right place at the right time, and that's why the airdrops are so important. Now, the Air Force has told me this evening that the method they're looking at is a high-altitude drop. So they're going to keep the airplanes high. They're going to drop it in remote areas of Afghanistan where people won't be hurt on the ground. And the technique that they are describing using is to have the humanitarian daily rations packed in a large cardboard container that has a static line on it. In other words, it's attached to the aircraft, and when you push it out the back of the aircraft, the static line opens the box, and all of the rations, about the size of a pillow, fall down to the ground. Now, they still weigh 2 pounds, but you drop it in a remote area and it scatters around in the area, and then the humanitarian agencies or the individuals have to themselves come and pick it up.
We were talking about those C-17s, the two C-17s, the airdrops that were planned. Clarification from the Pentagon, information that we're getting right now is that that's not started quite yet, so they're still working on that. So how long can you do the mission? How long can you continue this?
Well, you can do it as long as it's safe and as long as you think the mission is effective. We looked at doing this over Kosovo, in fact, but when we looked at it, we could never quite be comfortable with the air defense situation over there. So it's going to depend first on making sure we really do have the air defense neutralized and taken out.
Those have to be out so
Absolutely.
that those who are dropping are not in danger.
That's right.
Okay, so when you do this and you look at the people that you're trying to help, there was some criticism before. This afternoon in the Pentagon briefing, they talked about that they have improved the delivery. What do you know about that and how that's improved so that people aren't trying to get help and get hurt when it drops?
Well, I think that this is the humanitarian daily ration drop system. They call it a container delivery system, where they push the thing out the back of the aircraft, and then it opens and scatters the rations. But what's different about this is now we've really practiced this, so we know from high altitudes where they're going to land approximately on the ground. We can compute for wind and other things, and the crews know how to do this. So we should be pretty accurate with it.
How do you keep it from falling into the wrong hands, though?
Some of it will fall into the wrong hands, there's no doubt about it. But when you scatter them out individually, it's awful hard for all the wrong hands to pick up all the rations.
And that's what they probably mean, talking about that they've improved the delivery. How many weeks, days, years, months can you go on with this? What's the supply?
Well, it will never be as easy to deliver it from the air as it is from the ground. So the real key is to let the Northern Alliance expand, get the refugees either into Pakistan or get them into areas where we can deliver the humanitarian assistance by ground vehicle. That's the right way to do it.
Also, in part of these packets, they'll have radios and leaflets, and we were just hearing a little bit more about that from our Andrea Koppel at the State Department. We happen to get ourselves one of the radios, similar technology. Let me see if you can get a good shot of this. This is similar technology. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about what they hope to accomplish with this, General.
Well, the idea is that you drop the radio, and then it's tuned to a frequency, and you can broadcast in the information on a particular frequency. We've tried to do this before, and if you can target the people and you can get the radios into them, it works. Obviously, the authorities are going to be very sensitive to these radios, and so if they're dropped into areas where there's strong control by the Taliban are going to do everything they can to confiscate the radios. People will be risking their lives to listen to the truth.
You pull the handle out here, if we can show you just a little bit more, and then you wind it up, so it doesn't require power, of course, and it doesn't require batteries. You wind it up for 30 seconds, and it plays for 30 minutes. And in Afghanistan, we're told that they have one radio or one...
Government believe the threat of more terrorist attacks is even more real.
I believe there will be more attempts, more attacks, and what we want to do is prevent them if we can.
I believe that we could expect the next shoes to drop to be something different than hijacking airplanes. And the reason is because what the terrorists are trying to do is to create a pervasive sense of fear among the American people.
Some U.S. officials say they cannot rule out that there may still be suspected terrorists at large in this country. In the weeks since the attack, the U.S. has continuously received intelligence from a number of overseas and domestic sources that more terrorists who support Osama bin Laden are poised to strike. Sources tell ABC News that recently, U.S. intelligence has received about 200 threats per day, some of which are believed to be credible. There are intelligence reports that extremists are conducting surveillance on American targets overseas. But those threats have not been specific. No specific times, no specific places. ABC News has learned that in the past week, the FBI quietly began shifting resources from solving the hijacking assault to preventing more attacks.
I think the real concern is that there's an undiscovered cell here in the United States.
I think now that the strikes have occurred, we'll see even more stringent security.
In response, U.S. officials say they are taking no chances, increasing security at installations across the U.S., not just at airports, but at some dams, nuclear facilities, and water treatment plants. There is also a project underway to make the windows at the U.S. Capitol more blast-resistant, less likely to shatter. Now the dilemma for the administration, Peter, how to warn the public without causing a panic.
Exactly, Pierre. Thanks very much, Pierre Thomas, outside FBI headquarters in Washington, not at the Bureau. We were reminded today of where this round began almost a month ago with the attack on the trade towers and at the Pentagon. The president today went to Emmitsburg in Maryland to pay tribute to fallen firefighters there. This is the Firefighters Memorial, and the president actually went to honor the 99 firefighters who were killed in the line of duty last year. But naturally, he paid tribute to the more than 300 New York City firefighters who are presumed pretty much guaranteed to have died in the attack on the World Trade Center. Down at the Trade Center, the digging continues. That's an operation which never ceases, no matter what day of the week it is. We now are told by the city of New York that 4,687 people are missing and presumed to be dead, and 403 people are confirmed to be dead. We'll continue this broadcast in just a moment.
The more you live, the more a bladder control issue shouldn't hold you back. New Serenity Slender gives you 3 layers of protection. The core of super absorbers keeps you drier. New Serenity Slender. More protection, less pad. Now that's more you.
Morning, guys.
Hi.
Hey, morning.
Like to see how your cereals stack up to Total?
Sure.
To get the iron in 1 bowl of Total, you'll have to eat 2 bowls of cornflakes. For folic acid, try 4 bowls.
That's a really big spoon.
Want zinc? 10 bowls for you.
What's so funny?
Nothing.
Nice bowls.
Total has 100% of 11 vitamins and minerals in just 1 bowl.
We'll take the Total. Sure. And give Junior the check.
What? Total Raisin Bran, Total Cornflakes. 1 bowl, 100%.
For big savings on brake service, stop into Meineke. You'll get 50% off, lifetime brake pads and shoes. But you better hurry before these big savings are gone.
At Meineke, you won't pay a lot, but you'll get a lot.
Ocean Spray is fortified with as much vitamin C as orange juice, so it's good for your whole body. Just leave the juicing to us. Ocean Spray. Crave the wave.
Perhaps we shouldn't have been surprised today, but it was quite jarring to suddenly see Osama bin Laden himself on television in a, as it turned out, pre-recorded message before the U.S. attacked in Afghanistan today, giving his pre-recorded message of what he believed would and or should happen as a result of these attacks. We saw it on John Miller is with us and has been looking at it closely. We saw this on Al Jazeera television, just as people in the region did. You take us through what he had to say?
Well, sure. What bin Laden was saying is, once again, not claiming responsibility for the attacks, but praising them and calling for holy war on the part of his followers and others, and decrying the Muslim nations who decided to become allies with the United States in this.
I thought the most chilling thing he said, in one respect, was that Americans would not be safe until Israel was out of what he described as Palestine and the United States was out of Saudi Arabia.
He said that we will not be safe. We will never feel safe before they feel safe.
Yeah. Do you have some tape of this?
Yes, we do.
God attacked America at its heart and destroyed its greatest building. We thank God for this, and now America is full of fear, from north to south, from east to west.
Osama bin Laden praised the attacks on the World Trade Center as God's work and reveled in America's fears of future attacks. Surrounded by his top lieutenants, he urged all Muslims to join the holy war against America and its allies.
It is very clear after these events that every Muslim should be ready.
The tape was meant to respond to the American airstrikes. Apparently it was shot hours or even days before the nighttime strikes. Bin Laden said what Americans suffered in recent attacks pales in comparison to what Palestinians and other Muslims have experienced.
And what America is tasting today is just a little of what we have tasted for decades.
In the videotape, Bin Laden cited the U.S. sanctions and bombing of Iraq, the violence against Palestinians, and the continued presence of U.S. forces in his homeland of Saudi Arabia, all of which he said was justification for the attacks on America.
This is the least which could be said about them. They supported murder, so God has given them back what they deserve.
Professor Fawaz Gerges of Sarah Lawrence College says the attacks and today's video message are all part of Bin Laden's master strategy.
Bin Laden is saying this is the day that the United States is unleashing a clash of civilizations against the Muslim world. It's a reckoning day. It's about time that Muslims stand up and defend their religion and defend Islam.
Taking a page from President Bush's speech, in which he said, nations are either with the United States or they are with the terrorists, Bin Laden said, Muslims are either with this holy war or they are non-believers.
These events have split the world into two camps, the camp of believers and the camp of disbelievers.
Of course, Bin Laden's message clear and chilling, his whereabouts still a mystery. Peter?
Many thanks, John Miller. We'll continue the broadcast in just a moment.
The adorable Curly Top, the indomitable Heidi, and the wonderfully precocious Baby Take a Bow. 3 Shirley Temple classic family films now available in this special edition Shirley Temple video collection.
Oh my goodness.
These are the original motion pictures, brilliantly restored for today's audience. 3 tales of timeless family values, values of innocence,
I wanted to talk to you about getting married.
of friendship,
Lean on me.
and of courage
When you look that way, it makes me want to cry.
that will forever put a smile on your face, tears in your eyes, and a glow in your heart.
And he's awfully nice, too.
Generation after generation have taken this delightful curly-haired kid into their hearts.
I'm not a kid, I'm a girl, and today is my birthday.
Now, for a limited time, Hollywood's biggest little star is back for an encore.
And the most crackers in my soup. Monkeys and rabbits, loop-the-loop.
This charming Shirley Temple video collection, including all 3 priceless motion pictures, is yours to treasure for only $29.98. Countless children have eagerly snuggled alongside their parents and grandparents to enjoy these life-affirming films. Now, through this special television offer, you can bring these heartwarming adventures into your home to share with a whole new generation of children.
Oh, my duck did a wonderful trick. My duck can lay an egg.
And just what is so wonderful about that?
Well, can you lay an egg?
Millions of videos have already been sold, and once they're gone, these treasured films will not be offered on video again. Experience the magic of Shirley Temple. Call now.
Promise?
Have your credit card ready and call the number on your screen now to order this special edition Shirley Temple video collection for only $29.98 plus shipping and handling. Or send a check or money order to the address shown. Call now.
In the Middle East today, by which we mean Israel and the Palestinian territories specifically, there was one overt act of violence. A Palestinian bomber blew himself up in northern Israel and killed himself and one Israeli who had gone to accost him. This attack on Afghanistan has put both the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority, led by Yasser Arafat, very much on edge, as it has everybody else. Our bureau chief, Gillian Findlay, is with us tonight from Jerusalem. Gillian, can you tell us first how the Israelis have reacted to this and then how the Palestinians reacted?
Well, there's been no official reaction, Peter, from Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, but his foreign minister, Shimon Peres, has come out and said this was the right and courageous act taken by the United States today. On the Palestinian side, interestingly, no reaction at all, not from any PA official. This is a very sensitive issue for them, as I'm sure you're aware. They're worried about the people on the street. This will not be a popular war here, especially if large numbers of Afghanis, large number of Muslims end up being killed.
Is it true, as I've heard, that Yasser Arafat has tried to crack down even more forcefully on Palestinian extremists?
Yes, especially in the last couple of days, he's been under tremendous pressure from the United States in particular to start arresting people that the United States, that Israel believes is responsible for some of the acts of terrorism here. And he has done that. He has put out orders. He has actually started arresting people, which he hasn't done in many, many months here. And the implication is that he is taking this much more seriously than he ever has in the past.
Many thanks, Gillian Finley in Jerusalem. A lot we want to get in. We'll be back in just a moment.
For big savings on brake service, stop into Meineke. You'll get 50% off, lifetime brake pads and shoes. But you better hurry before these big savings are gone.
At Meineke, you won't pay a lot, but you'll get a lot.
Out here, I'm in command. So am I supposed to say, slow down, guys, I'm constipated? I don't think so. You try to eat right, sometimes you can't. Harsh chemical laxatives, they can kick in whenever and wherever. Not an option. So I rely on doctor-recommended Metamucil. It's got 100% natural fiber. Works with my body, gently, which is important to a sensitive guy like myself.
Metamucil, the doctor's natural choice for regularity.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me, 'cause you heard the sign is I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying that together come back and see me. Yesterday, you've forgiven me, but it'll still be today till I say I'm sorry. Like vanilla, it's the finest of the flavors. Gonna see the chokers and you know the vertigo is at my door and they don't bang your wrist. You'll have to sign a waiver. I have a tendency to wear my mind up my sleeve. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Dropped your eyes to the sides and said I'm sorry.
Imagine combining the stain-fighting power of Efferdent and freshening power of Listerine. You'd get Efferdent Plus. It's extra fresh, and nothing gets your dentures cleaner. Efferdent Clean, Listerine Fresh. That's Efferdent Plus.
Tonight, the season's #1 new drama, Alias, goes the next round.
This is what you're in the middle of, Sydney, and it is long-term.
I think I found it. I have to ask you now.
The show Entertainment Weekly calls the best new drama, and it's only the beginning. All new Alias, ABC tonight, 9/8 Central.
There is so much to be said about all this today. Not long from now, ABC News is going to devote 2 more hours to a special broadcast on everything that's happened today and the ramifications both in the region and the potential ones here in the United States. But just to review the top one, airstrikes by the U.S. and British forces occurred in Afghanistan today, directed against the Taliban and against Osama bin Laden's network there. We do not know the results of the initial attacks. But I'm Peter Jennings, and that is this edition of World News Tonight, Sunday. I hope you'll join us later.
Tonight, when a lawyer defends his bookie, it's the biggest gamble of his life.
You're threatening me now?
An all-new Practice, tonight, 10/9 Central on ABC.
After shopping, Mom took me to Friendly's. What'd you have? These awesome new fajitas. Fajitas? Yeah. You take chicken, beef, cheese, and tomatoes and roll them up with your fingers. You ate with your fingers? Mom did too. Then they brought me a happy ending sundae free. Cool.
Try Friendly's new fajitas, grilled steak, chicken, or both, and we'll top it off with a happy ending sundae free.
You and me and Friendly's.
Planning to sell your home or condo this year? You're probably wondering how much it's worth. You can find out free on the web at housevalues.com. So if you're planning to sell, visit housevalues.com today. That's housevalues.com.
Lean back on this sofa and love seat, and you'll think you're sitting on a cloud. It's that comfortable. With reversible pillows and your choice of dozens of fabrics, and I can offer you a cushy finance rate of 9.99%. Come on down.
Visit our website at www.wtnh.com.
This is an ABC News special.
The United States has attacked Afghanistan 26 days after terrorists attacked the United States.
The battle is now joined on many fronts. We will not waver. We will not tire. We will not falter. And we will not fail. Peace and freedom will prevail.
Osama bin Laden thanks God for last month's terrorist attacks and says Americans will not be safe.
Whoever lives in America will never have security before we have security in Palestine. Until the infidel armies get out of the Islamic land, they will never have security.
The U.S. efforts to get at bin Laden's Afghan operation today, a very complicated U.S. military operation. The United States itself goes on high alert, and there is an effort to keep life running smoothly. The criminal investigation that bin Laden's lieutenants now claim responsibility for. And going to war on a Sunday afternoon. Another day in the national life interrupted.
Tonight, America fights back. Now reporting from New York, Peter Jennings.
Good evening, everyone. It has been another extraordinary day here and, of course, in Afghanistan. We begin by assuming that you have heard at least the bare essentials of what happened today, and here are some of them. The United States has attacked Afghanistan, U.S. and British forces. They've used bombers and they've used submarines. The British launched a cruise missile from one of their submarines. Airports and training camps belonging to Osama bin Laden were the primary targets in Afghanistan. The attack continues. There's been quite an extraordinary statement from Osama bin Laden himself, and the U.S. was also preparing and has been preparing some time ago to drop food shipments to those Afghans who are clearly on the run in many cases outside the areas of the country which are controlled by the Taliban. As I said, the attack is still, as far as we know, going on. The U.S. attacking targets all over Afghanistan in an attempt to undermine the Taliban government there and to get at the Afghan operation of Osama bin Laden. Now, this is an attack with consequences. We do not yet know what they are. First, here's an excerpt from what President Bush had to say today.
Initially, the terrorists may burrow deeper into caves and other entrenched hiding places. Our military action is also designed to clear the way for sustained, comprehensive, and relentless operations to drive them out and bring them to justice.
And then, somewhat to our surprise, we heard from Osama bin Laden himself in a taped message which was recorded before these attacks began and given to one of the Arabic television networks, which then gave it to us. Mr. bin Laden had this, among other things, to say.
The world is divided into two sides. The side of faith and the side of infidelity. Now, every Muslim has to stand up and support Islam and support Muslim brothers in order to wipe out this act of aggression.
The battle lines were drawn between Osama bin Laden and much of the world even before today. Today just simply makes them even clearer and even sharper. And in these next 2 hours, we will try to understand what the U.S. and Afghanistan and many, many other countries have got themselves into now that the United States has struck back at the terrorist operation which attacked New York and the Pentagon almost a month ago. And we're going to start as close to the battlefield of the day that we can. We're going to go first to ABC's David Wright, who is with what's called the Northern Alliance in northern Afghanistan. They are one of the organizations in northern Afghanistan waiting very much to take advantage of what the U.S. has done today. David?
Peter, they appear also to have been at least partly in the loop on this. We heard from Dr. Abdullah, the so-called foreign minister of the Northern Alliance, at about 7:30 a.m. Eastern time, much later in the day here. And he told us that the attacks were imminent, that the attacks were going to come within hours, and asked just how close they were. He told reporters, well, what time is it? Northern Alliance commanders appear to have been poised to take advantage of this. They have been moving their forces primarily toward targets in the north of the country, Mazar-e-Sharif, and in the extreme west of the country, Herat, looking to isolate those areas and perhaps break the Taliban control of them.
Do you have any idea whatsoever, David, that the Northern Alliance participated at all today? Did they take advantage of this in any other regard rather than try to move some of their forces forward?
Well, we are told that the folks down in the area just north of Kabul witnessed Taliban troops leaving Kabul, presumably heading towards the front. although in some cases there are reports that they were fleeing the city. And in at least one case, the Northern Alliance commanders shelled those troops in what's called the Shomali Plain, which is a strategic plain just north of Kabul. No return of fire from the Taliban soldiers so far as we have heard. And we should also mention that as of the latest that we've been able to get in touch with folks in Kabul, the city is now quiet. No sign of attacks, but we are told that these attacks are going to be ongoing for the indefinite future, so presumably we can expect some more.
Many thanks, David Wright, with the Northern Alliance. In fact, the attack on Kabul has been fairly sporadic. There was first an attack, then there was a lull, then another attack, and we have not heard anything from the Pentagon that indicates that this is going to stop this evening. In fact, the Secretary of Defense, as we'll hear in greater detail, said it would continue. One of the things we do know today is that the United States used airspace over Pakistan to mount these attacks against Taliban and Osama bin Laden targets. Afghanistan is the fragile neighbor to Afghanistan, and ABC's Dan Harris is in Islamabad tonight. Dan, how has the day gone? It started there fairly late in the day.
It did start late in the day, and in contrast to the Northern Alliance, as we heard from David Wright, my colleague, I do not believe that the Pakistani government was in the loop vis-a-vis these airstrikes. When the airstrikes began, we called the foreign ministry, and it was ABC News that informed them the airstrikes had in fact begun. They said they knew the airstrikes were imminent. They didn't know the exact timing. We haven't had a verbal statement yet from the Pakistani governor, from the Pakistani ruling president, the military president, General Pervez Musharraf. We're expecting that in about 6 hours at 10 a.m. local time. He is, Peter, as you know, in an exquisitely difficult position, trying to balance on the one hand the demands of the West, which want him to help fight terrorism, and on the other hand the demands of many Islamics within his own borders who are pro-Taliban and pro-Osama bin Laden.
Dan, the Pakistani ambassador to the United Nations told us earlier today, in fact he read a statement from his government earlier today, which said they very much support what the U.S. was doing at this point. Islamabad is sort of an isolated place next to the city of Rawalpindi, where many more people live. Have you seen any indication today, one way or the other, of public sentiment?
To pick up on what you're saying about Islamabad, it's really a government town, and in one of the guidebooks on Pakistan it says the nice thing about Islamabad is it's only 15 minutes away from Pakistan. So it is sort of isolated. Rawalpindi, which is about a half hour away, saw a small protest this evening, nothing major. There has been calls for a jihad or a holy war. In fact, let me read you a quote from one of the leading Islamic clerics. Americans have used their might to kill innocent people in Afghanistan instead of targeting training camps. Another says it's the duty of every Muslim to support their brothers in this critical hour. We will support the Taliban physically and morally. Many analysts inside Pakistan, however, do not expect these cries to be met with any overwhelming response among the Pakistani public who knew these attacks were coming. The response thus far has been generally muted. There have been protests, but by Pakistani standards, these protests throughout the past few weeks have been reasonably controlled and reasonably small, Peter.
Many thanks, Dan Harris in Islamabad. One of the Pakistani military analysts told us earlier today that General Musharraf felt very confident about his authority. And in fact, one of the examples of that today and yesterday was he arrested, put under house arrest, one of the leading pro-Taliban Islamic clerics inside Afghanistan. And as far as the military analysts we spoke to there this evening, testing only the public waters, General Musharraf and the army very much in charge. Let's move a little south in Pakistan now to the city of Quetta, which is very close to the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. This is where a lot of the refugee pressure from Afghanistan has been put on, where many people are fleeing, first of all, famine, and secondly, the bombing in Afghanistan. And ABC's Bob Woodruff is down there tonight. Bob, what's the situation there?
Well, Peter, I think in terms of reaction from the people on the street here, we're going to have to wait for a very crucial piece of information coming out of Afghanistan, and that is casualty figures. What a lot of people on the street have been telling us today is if there are large numbers of civilian casualties in Afghanistan, that will create a significantly different reaction than if there is not. We have gotten a little bit of information on some of the official reaction from some of the various constituencies here. The religious parties, the fundamentalist parties, as you might expect, are outraged by these attacks, and they've called for a general strike tomorrow for businesses to close. The government here in this province of Baluchistan around Quetta have ordered all the schools and universities and colleges to close for the next 3 days. The nationalist parties, as we've said before, who are generally anti-Taliban, extremely anti-Taliban, have also expressed some disappointment with what the U.S. and its allies have done today. They say that it would have been better if the U.S. had waited for the Afghans to act politically on their own and call what is called a Loya Jirga, which is a Grand Council of Afghanistan, to try to determine their own political future first. They did not do that. Now they say, now that these strikes have happened, let's get them over with quickly, and let's get on and have the U.S. help us build a new country of Afghanistan. Peter?
Many thanks, Bob. Bob Woodruff, who's in Quetta on the Pakistan-Afghan border. And my colleagues everywhere, and we caution you that in a turbulent atmosphere like this, you take what everybody says with a grain of salt, because on a day like today, it's very difficult to confirm much, if anything, of what has happened. For example, the Taliban, shortly after these attacks began, did confirm that the homes of Mullah Muhammad Omar, the spiritual leader of the Taliban, and Osama bin Laden had been attacked and hit in the city of Kandahar in the south. But the Taliban says that neither Mullah Omar nor Osama bin Laden were hit or hurt or killed. And one of the things the Secretary of Defense said earlier today was that Osama bin Laden was not specifically a target himself today, which may indicate that they do not know precisely where he is. But it has been a very long day, a very aggressive military action by the U.S., joined by Britain, and so we're going to go to the Pentagon and ABC's John McWethy to take us through it. John?
Peter, let's begin telling the story by going back to Thursday night. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld is in Cairo, Egypt. It turns out by then the decision has already been made to go ahead with these strikes. From then on, the pieces begin to fall into place. 8 p.m. yesterday, Eastern Time. A pair of B-2 stealth bombers take off from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. They are refueled several times in their 16-and-a-half-hour flight to Afghanistan. 10 a.m. today, the flight decks of 2 American aircraft carriers come alive with activity. 12:30 p.m. in Washington, airstrikes begin. It is 9:30 at night in Afghanistan. A camera in downtown Kabul shows what resistance there is minimal. It is a powerful strike force, the United States and Britain firing 50 Tomahawk cruise missiles, 2 carriers sending 25 strike aircraft over Afghanistan, and another force of 15 heavy bombers coming from bases on land. Airfields and radar at nearly every major city were attacked, along with dozens of other targets.
To achieve the outcomes we seek, it is important to go after air defense and Taliban aircraft. We need the freedom to operate on the ground and in the air. We have also targeted command facilities for those forces that we know support terrorist elements within Afghanistan and critical terrorist sites.
Plans call for 2 C-17 cargo planes to drop their loads of food and medicine into remote parts of Afghanistan while bombs are falling elsewhere. There are to be more food drops in the days to come. As in previous conflicts, the U.S. is also preparing to drop thousands of leaflets on cities and towns and to beam radio broadcasts into the country, trying to explain that the U.S. war is against terrorism, not against the Afghan people. The bombing, the food drops, and the leaflets are just part of a broader campaign.
The fact is, in this battle against terrorism, there is no silver bullet. There is no single thing that is going to suddenly make that threat disappear.
Strategy is to break down the Taliban's ability to rule, to strengthen the opposition, and to hope that the comfortable safe haven that Osama bin Laden has been living in vanishes and that he and his followers are forced out into the open, Peter. That may be wishful thinking.
John, listening to the Secretary of Defense and other briefings today, it seems clear that what the U.S. is trying to do is open the field for the opposition forces to go and get the Taliban, and that the targets today have been those which might undermine the Taliban's military authority. Fair assessment?
Absolutely fair assessment, to break down their ability to control not only their own forces, but to fight with the opposition that the U.S. now hopes is going to rise up and increase their level of activity.
And do these attacks continue this evening?
As far as we know, they do, Peter. They will be sporadic, but airstrikes will continue, we are told, over the next several days.
And do we know whether or not the humanitarian airdrops are going to be stepped up now that there's so many Afghans on the move?
It is their intention to have a steady flow from the airdrop, Peter. It will not be a huge number of aircraft, but a number of aircraft each night dropping supplies to various pockets where people need it the most.
Now, the Taliban said earlier today that they had shot down one aircraft. Am I correct that no American aircraft has been damaged or downed?
American officials say that no American aircraft has been damaged or downed at this point. We have no indication of that. And of course, the Taliban was not able to mount much of an air defense in the first place.
And John, we've heard a fair amount in the last few days about special operations. U.S., British, perhaps Russian commandos in country for one reason or another. Do we know anything about that today?
We know almost nothing about it, Peter. We know what their job is. We know what they are capable of doing. They are capable of helping the bombers come in on their targets. We do not know for sure whether they are actually in the country. In fact, late last night we were told that all forces had been pulled out of the country.
John, we heard the Secretary of Defense refer to the men and women of the U.S. Command. Do we know of any women participating in the mission today?
In terms of pilots, no, we don't, Peter, but there are definitely women on the aircraft carriers, and there are women pilots in both the Air Force and in the Navy, so it is possible, sure.
John, take a look with me now. I hope you have a monitor, because we're getting now the first pool video from on board at least one of the American aircraft. The armed forces shoot their own video on occasions such as this. Do not take the networks along with them. And as we saw in the Gulf War, a lot of explosions. And as we said several times during the Gulf War, especially subsequently when we learned somewhat more about the success and lack of success, that the Pentagon usually releases videotape at this point that tends to show the mission's successes. Have you heard today, John, of anything that indicated that, as far as the Pentagon is saying publicly, anything didn't go according to plan?
We are not hearing any of that, Peter, but I can almost guarantee you that things never go quite according to plan. For example, one of the things we have heard about is the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs said that 30 minutes ago, or 30 minutes after he came before us in the press room, that the first of the humanitarian airdrops had already happened. It now turns out that it was many hours later that the first one happened, and in fact it is still in question. They believe it will happen this evening, but of course they're running out of nighttime in Afghanistan.
Just one last question. Is there any country in the region which gave the U.S. any difficulty in terms of flying through its airspace?
Well, Iran certainly has not given the U.S. permission, but almost every other country on the border has given the U.S. permission to go ahead and use their airspace, at least for humanitarian missions, if not for combat missions.
Okay, many thanks. John McWethy at the Pentagon. There's actually been some fighting breakout on the western border of Afghanistan, according to the Iranian news agency, between Taliban's and locals there. So you get a very small example there of some of the chaos that must have been caused in the country today by these bombing attacks. We're joined by our principal military analyst, Tony Cordesman, again this evening. Tony, just based on the information that we have today, and it is fairly spare at the moment, what sort of an operation does it look like to you?
Well, at this point, Peter, the key is how much damage we did to their air defenses. We know we hit a whole group of bases. We would probably concentrate on their major radars, on trying to get about 40 to 80 combat aircraft, some of which won't be operational, and getting to their heavy surface-to-air missiles, the SA-2, the SA-3. Now, within these city-urban areas, we'll have hit at their headquarters, their principal facilities, munitions depots, around them, probably at the areas where they keep their armor, some of the major command and control facilities, the assembly areas for their ground troops.
Thanks very much, Tony. Major command and control facilities may somewhat overstated. Even the Secretary of Defense said today they have no Army, no Navy, no Air Force to speak of. They do have an anti-aircraft capacity, some missile capacity, but nobody knew whether or not they were able to operate it. And in terms of targets, one of the targets they did hit, according to reports from Kabul, was the Defense Ministry, which is in downtown Kabul, and the airport in both Kabul and Kandahar. Tony, one more question for you, if I may. The reporting seems to suggest that they're hitting facilities at the airports but not wishing to destroy the actual runways themselves.
It's a very difficult target, Peter, and one that's very easy to repair. But if you take out the sort of radars, remember they have very few assets. So what little command and control capabilities they have, they rely on. If they lose their helicopters, their air transport aircraft, they can't move around Afghanistan.
Okay.
So when we look at this set of assets, what you end up with is very few targets, but if they lose them, they really have no capability to challenge us.
Okay, many thanks. As somebody said earlier today, Tony Cordesman, when asked whether or not there was going to be a no-fly zone over Afghanistan, as there is in northern and southern Iraq, the Secretary much pretty affirmed that if they hit everything they wanted today, nothing would fly in the region, so there was no necessity to actually establish a no-fly zone in any official or legal sense. Two other analysts, military analysts, we'd like to hear from at the moment. First, General Richard Hawley, who joins us tonight, who was the commander of Air Combat Command, which is the largest command in the Air Force. General Hawley, you've watched this all day long. What are your impressions?
Well, it looks to me like we're doing exactly what we should, which is try to take away the instruments of power of the Taliban and get the Al-Qaeda organization and Osama bin Laden on the run. It's very true, as Tony said, there aren't a lot of targets in this country, but those that they have are the ones that they've been using to oppress their population. And if our intelligence was good, if we had a good idea where all of those key assets were before we started this thing earlier today, our time, then we have an excellent chance of accomplishing the objectives that the Secretary of Defense laid out in his statement. I think somebody also asked if this thing had gone without a hitch, and I would agree it's unlikely that it went without a hitch. These things seldom do, but the fact is they're going back again and again and again. And as we learn what we missed, what didn't go so well, we appear to have plenty of opportunity to catch those as we go on through the night.
Okay, thanks very much, General Hawley. Now I want to talk to General Charles Horner, who led the air combat, who ran the air war basically in the Gulf War, excuse me, more than a decade ago. Nice to see you again, General Horner.
Hello, Peter.
Based on your experience, when you go in and you hit a target today, or you think you've hit a target, how quickly do you get a chance to look at what you've done and whether or not you need to go back for a second or even a third time?
Well, I think it depends on the target. If it's an active target like a radar, you probably know right away because it goes off the air. In this case, these targets are low, ill-defined targets, areas, training camps, and so if you do some destruction there, that's fine, but you're not going to know how you did.
And we had a lot of talk about precision weapons during the Gulf War. Many of them didn't turn out to be as precise as advertised. How much better are the systems today than they were a decade ago?
Well, they're probably not as accurate as the laser bombs we used in the Gulf War, but they certainly are a lot more flexible. You can drop from higher altitudes, you can drop through weather, and their accuracy is really a function of how well you can locate the target. I think they're very reliable, and I think, quite frankly, that the reports of miss in the Gulf War were exaggerated.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything you want to add about tonight's operation?
Well, I think we're in for stage one of a long war, and this is going to go on and on.
Okay, many thanks, General Horner and General Hawley, and also ABC's Tony Cordesman, who's our resident military analyst. Now I want to turn to this whole sort of dual track down which the President is trying to move, which is the military attempt to dislodge the Taliban and get whatever is available of the Al-Qaeda network in Afghanistan, and also assist the Afghan people. Now, this is a country which is one of the world's poorest countries, has the lowest intake of food per individual of any country in the world. They've had a horrendous drought for the last couple of years. All the international agencies were expelled from the country on which the Afghan people rely. So this food operation, which the U.S. has simultaneously mounted, is absolutely essential. In Europe tonight, at a location we cannot yet disclose, is ABC's John Cochran, who's been monitoring that facet of this mission. John, what is its intent? What are they going to drop? How much of it? Where and to whom?
Well,
dropped it today in remote parts of Afghanistan, far from Taliban-controlled territory, in part because they didn't want to chance the Taliban air defenses before they'd been knocked out, also to keep this food and other supplies away from the Taliban. We will be seeing more airdrops in the days ahead, possibly as soon as tomorrow, Peter.
Okay, John, thank you very much indeed. By the way, these airdrops, which were food, largely vegetarian meals, and they were enriched with vitamins and minerals. The Secretary of Defense, or one of our briefings, also said they had dropped medicine packets to the Afghans as well. And one of the stunning things we heard today is that they were able to drop them without parachutes. This operation you're looking at in northern Iraq in 1991, in fact, ended up hurting a lot of Kurds when this stuff dropped out of the sky, in many cases on their head. They've apparently refined that system considerably and can drop it, so they say at least, these plastic packets about the size of a hardcover book without doing any particular damage. But as John and others say, they're dropping it tonight as far and as calculatingly away from areas which the Taliban control, so as to sustain the people, many, many, many hundreds of thousands of whom have been on the move. Now let's turn to the home front, as everybody now calls it, and the whole question of domestic security. Because today, the Justice Department, particularly the FBI, altered its mission, at least in the short term, ever so slightly. The FBI on Sunday has urged law enforcement agencies all over the country to move to their highest level of alert since immediately following the attacks on the trade towers and at the Pentagon. And to talk about that, the man who covers the Justice Department for us, ABC's Pierre Thomas. Pierre?
Peter, there's great concern here at the FBI tonight, and the FBI has warned all the U.S. law enforcement in the country to be on the highest state of alert now that the attacks have begun. Sources tell ABC News U.S. intelligence is receiving about 200 threats per day, some of which are believed to be credible. There are intelligence reports that extremists are conducting surveillance on American targets overseas. But those threats have not been specific. No specific times, no specific places.
I believe there will be more attempts, more attacks, and what we want to do is prevent them if we can.
I believe that we could expect the next shoes to drop to be something different than hijacking airplanes. And the reason is because what the terrorists are trying to do is to create a pervasive sense of fear among the American people. The way to do that is to attack us in as many different forms as possible.
U.S. officials say they are taking no chances, increasing security at installations across the U.S., not just at airports, but at some dams, nuclear facilities, and water treatment plants. There is also a project underway to make the windows at the U.S. Capitol more blast-resistant, less likely to shatter. Some U.S. officials say they cannot rule out that there may still be suspected terrorists at large in this country. In the weeks since the attack, the U.S. has continuously received intelligence from a number of overseas and domestic sources that more terrorists who support Osama bin Laden are poised to strike.
I think the real concern is that there's an undiscovered cell here in the United States, and law enforcement is making very small progress towards identifying members of that group where they may be located.
I think now that the strikes have occurred, we'll see even more stringent security.
ABC News has learned that in the past week, the FBI quietly began shifting resources from solving the hijacking assault to preventing more attacks.
The game plan for law enforcement now, Peter, defense. Play lots of defense.
Many thanks, Pierre Thomas, at the FBI tonight. And we are now going to take a sort of broader look at this whole question of the national mood and security. This does not begin to compare to the attacks on the United States almost a month ago, but as we said, it's another day in the national life interrupted in a very dramatic way, even though most people knew it was coming. And in much of the country today, life went on pretty much as has come to be described as normal in these particular times, people getting about their daily Sunday business. But in many, many places, there was particular tension, and one of them certainly was in New York, and we go to ABC's Ned Potter to bring us up to date on that.
Peter, it is a blustery night here in Lower Manhattan. We're about 3 blocks north of the World Trade Center site. If we had been here a month ago, of course, the towers would have reached out of our picture way above me. We have been told in just the last few minutes that local authorities have moved to what they call Operation Thunderball. And one part of that, at least, is deploying 400 National Guards people at strategic locations around the metropolitan area, such as bridges, tunnels, national monuments, major buildings, and so forth, just to be sure that any potential attackers, no specifics, any potential attackers have a hard time getting at any targets. As I say, there has been nothing absolutely specific, but this is the highest state of alert that the city has faced. Mayor Giuliani, earlier in the day, was still urging New Yorkers to go about their business. Despite earlier suggestions, there has not been any sort of a lockdown in New York City. The mayor said that if there are specific threats, there would certainly be more security than we've seen in the last 4 or 5 days around New York, but not as much as there was, say, around September 12th or 13th. At any rate, a lot of people on the lookout here in New York tonight. Peter?
Many thanks, Ned Potter. As we said, it was a sort of normal Sunday afternoon in many parts of the country. Chants of USA, USA broke out into many football stadiums, the NFL season on and the tail end of the baseball season. There was something of a mixed reaction. Many places in Philadelphia, for example, there was a peace rally going on at the time, and people were seen to express at that rally, you know, why attack hate with hate? But the general sentiment in the country appears to be, certainly if it's followed the polls of the last several days and weeks, that it was time for the United States to strike back at those who struck the United States. But it's been a very emotional day for many people as the United States has become more deeply embroiled in a conflict with Osama bin Laden and the Taliban. And there have been some significant changes on the West Coast. We go to the West Coast now, and ABC's Brian Rooney. Brian?
Well, Peter, I think we should note that a lot of agencies were on heightened security anyway, and it would be difficult to see a difference in anything they're doing today. We're told that there is a somewhat higher security, for instance, at the Air Force Academy in Colorado. The Montana National Guard is posting guards at its facilities. The Coast Guard was already on heightened alert. They are patrolling harbors. They're not doing anything more than they were doing since September 11th. Security, obviously, as we've said before, is still high at airports, and the National Guard has been patrolling the airports since Friday.
The Los Angeles Police Department was placed on tactical alert. Officers on the day shift will stay on duty along with the night patrol. The city's emergency services office is up and running. So far, though, responding to no emergencies. Also in Los Angeles, television's 53rd annual Emmy Awards were canceled. There will be no star-studded parade of self-congratulation for Hollywood tonight.
There was a general feeling of people feeling uncomfortable, people feeling it was not a day to celebrate, certainly not a day to go up there and accept the best supporting actress in a comedy. It seemed like it was trivial.
Some Hollywood studios putting up literally a show of force, parked empty security cars at their front gates.
And Peter, I think we should say that the tension is not felt quite as much here as it is in New York, where the World Trade Center's collapse. It was normal life throughout the West today. As you said before, the full football schedule was played. Barry Bonds played his last baseball game of the season. He hit number 73, 3 over the record.
Okay, Brian Rooney, thank you very much. Nice to have at least one smile today on behalf of Mr. Bond's success. But there's no doubt there is anxiety in the country. The President himself said in his address earlier that he knew that Americans felt fear today. And, of course, many Americans do. Let's check in one other place. Let's go to the Texas State Fair in Dallas, where ABC's Mike Von Fremd has spent the day. Mike, as you wander through the crowds today, what do you pick up?
Peter, as I've wandered through the crowds, I've picked up that many Americans were saying it's about time, and they don't seem to be living in fear. They're very proud of this, Peter, the largest state fair in the country. It's 150 years old. It's estimated that there were 100,000 people here today. They expect 4 million to pass through the gates, and the Texans I've been talking to make a point of saying that they're not afraid to go out of their homes. If Osama bin Laden was hoping to have the people in the president's home state cowering inside their houses, it's not happening here. They're out. There is a bit more security coming through the gates. You now have to open your bags, but the Texans are taking it in stride. They're very proud of the state fair, Peter, and they're determined to come and enjoy it. There's almost also a sense that they want to enjoy every moment they have. There's a new appreciation for it, and it's also been a spectacular day here in Dallas. A good day to get out.
Thanks very much, Mike Von Fremd. That will be music to the President's ears because, of course, ever since September the 11th, the President and all the other political leadership in the country has urged Americans to get back to life and lead life as they normally would, so as not to give the terrorists who attacked the United States another inch When we come back, we'll hear from the President and some of the other political leadership in the country as well.
An ABC News special, America Fights Back, continues after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Come on, you can do it. Just 30 seconds of Listerine, twice a day. Sure, it's a little intense, but think of all the germs you're killing. Listerine even kills the germs that can cause plaque and the gum disease gingivitis. That's right, you're fighting plaque and gingivitis every time. Keep it up, keep it up. Don't wimp out now. There. See? You can handle it. Germs can't. Listerine, worth the time, every time.
What happens when science and moisture come together? New Tresemme Hydrology shampoos and conditioners. Hydro for moisture, ology for science. The science of moisture for healthy hair. Hydrology. Science that does more than infuse moisture, actually locks it in. For hair that's shiny, healthy, incredible. New Hydrology from Tresemme Professional Hair Care.
In a military prison.
Take that man down.
He was their last hope.
I'm taking command of your prison. Like hell you are.
Robert Redford, James Gandolfini, The Last Castle, rated R. Starts Friday, October 19th.
ABC Tonight, 2 of television's best on one night. Next.
I'm giving you the plan.
I'm giving you the plan.
It's the season's #1 new drama.
This is what you're in the middle of, Sydney. And it is long-term.
Alias.
I'm bringing out a ticking nuclear bomb!
At 10/9 Central.
My ex-wife is trying to rob me.
The guy's my bookie. It's the Emmy-winning drama, The Practice.
I'd settle. I'll kill her first. Are you threatening her life?
An all-new Alias, followed by an all-new Practice. It all starts next on ABC. Comedy is tough, but try being funny in the hot seat. It's Millionaires Comedy Edition with Kathy Griffin, Dennis Leary, Kevin Nealon, Robin Quivers, and more. And the Lions host the undefeated Rams on Monday Night Football. The toughest night on television. Starts Monday at 8/7 Central on ABC. Tuesday, a case that hits close to home.
Is this your father? Don't point your finger at me.
Shut up, Daddy.
Did he flip me off?
An all-new Philly, Tuesday at 10/9 Central on ABC.
I have 11 o'clock and a 4, so it shouldn't be too late.
Okay, good. I need to take Zach to soccer practice.
You just changed jobs. We can roll over your 401k. Come to Peoples, where our experienced investment consultants can show you how easy it is to roll over your account. From stocks to bonds to mutual funds, we have the expertise to tailor a solution that really works for you.
Toyota Audition Hotline.
Hi, it's Charlie, your Toyota client. While you're busy looking for a spokesman, we're having a 5-day Columbus weekend event with, get this, 0% APR financing for 36 months on any new 4Runner. With, and get this too, no payments until next year. 0% financing, no payments till next year. How do we do it? Simple, really. We've substantially reduced your fee.
Set sail to your Toyota dealer for 0% financing this Columbus weekend.
All autumn long, trust Storm Team 8.
This ABC News special continues. Once again from New York, Peter Jennings.
I think everybody knows that since the beginning of this, September the 11th, the Defense Department and the Bush administration generally has to be very careful about what it tells the public in terms of the campaign against terrorism, but it's beginning to sort of seep out now. We've had the first reports back from the USS Carl Vinson, which is in the Arabian Sea and participated in today's attacks. The F-14 pilot who led the first sortie from the carrier in the Arabian Sea to Kabul is quoted tonight as saying, "To me tonight was about giving back America the confidence and letting them know, hey, we're out here and we can take care of whatever we need to." And the briefing goes on from the F-14 pilot, who of course cannot be identified, and it stops when he said, it wasn't a knee-jerk reaction like so many people probably expected, said the commander, who said he had wolfed down 4 and that's exactly where the information from the USS Vincent gets cut off, but we'll try to catch up on that as well. Now, we've become so accustomed in the last almost a month to seeing President Bush rallying the nation from the very first day when he got back to Washington and made his first major speech to the nation on the occasion of the attacks in New York and at the Pentagon. And he's been rallying the nation on every occasion to the clear pleasure of the nation. The president continues to have extraordinarily high affirmative ratings in every poll that's taken by everybody in the country. And then today, the president, after a long night and morning of meetings, went to the country one more time to say that this attack had begun.
On my orders, the United States military has begun strikes against al-Qaeda terrorist training camps and military installations of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. These carefully targeted actions are designed to disrupt the use of Afghanistan as a terrorist base of operations and to attack the military capability of the Taliban regime. More than 2 weeks ago, I gave Taliban leaders a series of clear and specific demands. Close terrorist training camps, hand over leaders of the al-Qaeda network, and return all foreign nationals, including American citizens, unjustly detained in your country. None of these demands were met, and now the Taliban will pay a price. At the same time, the oppressed people of Afghanistan will know the generosity of America and our allies. As we strike military targets, we will also drop food, medicine, and supplies to the starving and suffering men and women and children of Afghanistan. The United States of America is a friend to the Afghan people, and we are the friends of almost 1 billion worldwide who practice the Islamic faith. The United States of America is an enemy of those who aid terrorists and of the barbaric criminals who profane a great religion by committing murder in its name. This military action is a part of our campaign against terrorism, another front in a war that has already been joined through diplomacy, intelligence, the freezing of financial assets, and the arrests of known terrorists by law enforcement agents in 38 countries. Today we focus on Afghanistan, but the battle is broader. Every nation has a choice to make. In this conflict, there is no neutral ground. If any government sponsors the outlaws and killers of innocents, they have become outlaws and murderers themselves, and they will take that lonely path at their own peril. We're a peaceful nation. Yet as we have learned so suddenly and so tragically, there can be no peace in a world of sudden terror. In the face of today's new threat, the only way to pursue peace is to pursue those who threaten it. We did not ask for this mission, but we will fulfill it. The name of today's military operation is Enduring Freedom. We defend not only our precious freedoms, but also the freedom of people everywhere to live and raise their children free from fear. I know many Americans feel fear today, and our government is taking strong precautions. All law enforcement and intelligence agencies are working aggressively around America, around the world, and around the clock. In the months ahead, our patience will be one of our strengths. Patience with the long waits that will result from tighter security. Patience in understanding that it will take time to achieve our goals. Patience in all the sacrifices that may come. Today, those sacrifices are being made by members of our armed forces who now defend us so far from home, and by their proud and worried families. A commander-in-chief sends America's sons and daughters into a battle in a foreign land only after the greatest care and a lot of prayer. To all the men and women in our military, every sailor, every soldier, every airman, every Coast Guardsman, every Marine, I say this: your mission is defined, your objectives are clear, your goal is just. You have my full confidence, and you will have every tool you need to carry out your duty. The battle is now joined on many fronts. We will not waver, we will not tire, we will not falter, and we will not fail. Peace and freedom will prevail.
The battle has now been joined unquestionably. In a little while, we'll hear from Osama bin Laden, who pre-recorded a message and wants very much now to have the world see this as a struggle between Islam and the rest of the world. particularly the United States, but the president going out of his way again, he's done it every single time, to say that this was an attack by twisted people, to a profane attack, he called it, on a great religion, and he's gone out of his way time and time again also to say this is not an attack on the Afghan people, but on a government which he and many Afghans do not believe represents them. In a moment, we'll talk to our White House correspondent, Terry Moran, about what the mood has been like there over the last 12 or 14 hours. But first, we're joined by Congressman Richard Gephardt, who is the Democratic leader in the House of Representatives. Good evening, sir. You were apparently watching Cal Ripken play his last baseball game last night when the White House tracked you down. Who tracked you down, and what did they say?
Well, the Camp David switchboard did, and the president talked to me, and I'm sure he talked to the other three leaders in the House and the Senate, and he told me what was going to happen today, that he was going to talk to the people today on television, and gave us a heads up of what has gone on. We support this. I think the whole Congress, Democrats and Republicans, are really not Democrats and Republicans on this. We're all Americans, and we hope and pray that this and other missions will be accomplished with success.
Have you been kept in the loop today in terms of being briefed about the operations itself, and do you know how well it's going?
Well, I've talked to some of the folks in the White House, and we have some sense of what's happening, but frankly, probably the information that you're getting out on your network and other networks is probably more up to date, because you've got correspondents in Afghanistan and other parts of the world. This is, you need to remember, Peter, this is the first step. This is going to be a long campaign, and it's on many fronts. It's financial fronts, diplomatic, political. Military is just one part of it. It's isolated, it's targeted at the right people, and I think we're going to succeed, but we got to be patient, we got to be unified, and we have to have resolve.
Now, tomorrow's a work day and a school day for most Americans. Based on what you know today, would you advise Americans to go about their business normally?
Absolutely. We've got to have vigilance. We've got to be careful, but we've got to resume normal life in this country. If we all go down our basements and hide, then the terrorists have won. They really want us to be fearful. All of our security forces, the Army, the police, are on full alert, so I'm confident that we'll get through this. These folks aren't magical. They don't have supernatural powers. Takes them a long time to plan events. I think we're safe. We just need to be careful, and we'll get through this fine.
It's not quite a regular day tomorrow. Tomorrow's Columbus Day, and you were originally scheduled to come to New York City. Do you still intend to come?
I sure do. I'm going to be there with the Speaker of the House. We're going to have about 20 CEOs and some labor leaders. We're going to be talking about getting this economy moving again, and I'm looking forward to those meetings with the Speaker of the House.
Now, Mr. Gephardt, you and the President and others have urged Americans constantly since the 11th of September to get on with normal life, but there's no doubt Americans are still anxious. Do you feel absolutely secure about travel in the country? And secondly, what is your take on the impact that this will have on the economy, given that it has been struggling even more since the 11th?
Well, I think people are safe, and I think we hope that they will resume normal activity. We have stepped up security in airports, train stations, all kinds of facilities are on alert. The law enforcement in this country does a great job, and I'm convinced that people are not unsafe. They should resume normal activity. If they were planning a trip, planning on doing something in business, they ought to go ahead and do it. As to where we're going to be in the future, I really think we're going to get through this. I do not feel that the economy is going to be hurt by this. I think Americans are patriotic. They don't want these terrorists to defeat us by stopping from doing normal business activity. The market's been going up the last week. I think people are going to stay out there and do their patriotic duty, which is doing normal things that they would be doing anyway.
At least you hope so. Thank you very much, Congressman Gephardt, the Democratic leader in the House of Representatives, coming to New York tomorrow. Would you please New Yorkers for the annual Columbus Day celebrations. Now let's go back to the White House, to Terry Moran, our White House correspondent. Terry, what's it been like around there today, to put it very simply, and where's the Vice President?
The second question I have a short answer to. I don't know. They aren't telling us. What I can tell you is that the Vice President has been taken to a safe and secure and undisclosed location, as is now the custom. We are told these are security precautions that were put in place on September 11th, and they are described as logical. So the vice president is, for the time being, going to be separated from the president for security reasons. The mood here, I suppose I'd describe as locked down, really. This is a White House that has never been particularly overly generous with behind-the-scenes background information, and things got shut down even more today. And it's partly for reasons of state, not just to try to manage the flow of information, because the communications people here and the National Security Advisor here, Condoleezza Rice, knows that anything that comes out of the White House will echo around the world. So, for example, who the president called today, which world leaders, and who he didn't call, could resound in ways that they want to manage. I can tell you some of those leaders, the traditional allies. He called President Putin very early on. He called Prime Minister Chrétien of Canada, Chirac of France, leaders in the Middle East, Prime Minister Sharon of Israel, and President Mubarak of Egypt. And so he did make a round of those calls, but that was a delicate issue, just releasing that. The other thing that I would describe here...
Can I stop you just
absolutely.
for a second? The president did say in his speech that, to use his words, other close friends, including Canada, Australia, Germany, and France, have pledged forces as the operation unfolds. Do we know what that means?
We don't at the moment. Those kinds of operational details are not being shared, but one of the things that was described to us was a positive eagerness, we were told, by leaders around the world to get involved in this campaign in one way or another. And the closest allies of the country are going to participate, as you point out, militarily. Should also say the president spoke with Lord Robertson of the NATO alliance, which has invoked its treaty chapter, saying that an attack on one is an attack on all.
Do you know, Terry, whether or not the president had to particularly impress upon anybody, and in this case I guess I'm thinking of the so-called moderate Arab leaders, I'm thinking of President Mubarak of Egypt particularly, that this was a mission which they should support overtly? There's been very little forthcoming from the Arab world today of a positive nature, other than from Jordan.
And that, Peter, is the heart of the matter here. The response of responsible governments and responsible leaders throughout the Arab and Muslim worlds. It is really where so much of President Bush's and his administration's efforts have been to try to convince them and their people that this is a war, as he's put it, against terrorism and not against Islam. And the lack of a response and some of the mixed responses that have come from places like Iran so far must be of some worry to the officials here.
But I gather the Iranians have told the administration sort of behind the door that it was okay to go and attack the Taliban. They actually approved of it no matter what they said in public.
And they have a long history with the Taliban. They're deeply opposed to the Taliban ruling in Afghanistan for geostrategic and ethnic reasons. But there's no question that officials here have made clear to us that whatever we hear from governments in the Arab and Muslim world publicly, there may be contacts privately with those governments which are more productive from the U.S. point of view.
Let me ask you just one last question. President Clinton, former President Clinton, said a little while ago, a very honest admission, that he was obsessed with Osama bin Laden. And we see Osama bin Laden today, we'll see it at length in a minute, in a message trying to establish this as the Muslim world versus the rest of the world led by the United States. Have you any idea how President Bush regards this mission against bin Laden and the Taliban in a personal way?
Well, Peter, what I can tell you, sort of reading between the lines of his public appearances when he's asked about bin Laden, he doesn't have a poker face. One can read him, and he does dismiss the questions usually with a look of contempt. He's very careful, as is this administration, not to personalize this conflict, George W. Bush versus Osama bin Laden. But there's no question he does have a degree of contempt for this individual and these actions. I would also say one other thing about the president is when he got back to the White House after coming back from Camp David and a firefighters memorial this morning, we were told he took a walk out on the South Lawn with his dog and knocked some putts around on the putting green. He is, in some ways, a very cool customer after making a decision. He said it himself. He doesn't like to look back.
Many thanks, Terry. Terry Moran at the White House. As President Truman said, every president needs a dog. because may sometimes be the only friend you have in Washington. Certainly that is not the case with President Bush at the moment. As you looked at that video, that's not the video that was released today of Osama bin Laden, but it does give you a clear indication of another character who's very much in evidence today, which is a man named Dr. Ayman al-Zawahiri, who is the head of Islamic Jihad in Egypt, the man sitting there on the right. As I said, we'll look at this at length in a moment, but these are a combination of talent, one can say, that has presented an extraordinary challenge to the rest of the world, each other's mentors in some way in the fine art of violence, and trying at least to incite the Muslim world. Now let's reach out to the rest of the world. No sooner had President Bush spoken today than the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, spoke to the British people. And let's go to London now for Britain and the rest of Europe, and ABC's Richard Gisbert. Richard.
Well, Peter, so far Washington will be pleased to hear what its coalition partners in Europe are saying. Right across this continent, European leaders went on their respective national television channels today to explain to their people why it is that they're siding with Washington in this war. Britain's Prime Minister in particular said that British forces are already involved because of what happened in the United States on September the 11th.
This atrocity was an attack on us all, on people of all faiths and people of none. We know the Al-Qaeda network threatened Europe, including Britain, and indeed any nation throughout the world that does not share their fanatical views.
Not everyone is convinced. A small group of anti-war protesters gathered outside the Prime Minister's home tonight, and some Londoners fear the airstrikes will just make things worse.
I think it's going to grow terrorism. It's not going to defeat it.
I believe there'll be a lot of terrorism in London especially. You know, a lot of suicide bombers, things like that, to be honest.
No, I think we'll win, and that'll end it.
In Berlin, Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder quickly assured Washington of Germany's unqualified support. He also said Germany would contribute militarily if and when it is asked. The French often oppose American foreign policy and U.S. military interventions overseas. But not this time, said President Chirac tonight. France says it's just a matter of time before its forces are also taking part. The Kremlin says that President Bush personally informed Russian President Vladimir Putin of the airstrikes before they began. So far, Putin has been quite supportive, but that could change if casualties among Afghan civilians turn out to be high and Russian public opinion turns against the war.
Now, coalitions are hard to build. They are harder still to maintain. As of now, this one looks solid, but it is much too early to know, Peter, how long that will last.
John, people in the United States, I think, are generally thrilled at the support that Prime Minister Blair has given President Bush. Some people are also puzzled at why he wishes to be so visible on this particular issue. He went to Pakistan the other day, and he's spoken almost as often to the public as has President Bush. Is there something that he has personally about this that we may be missing?
Well, I think a lot of British people have been really taken aback by the support that Tony Blair has given Bush on this, because you have to understand that Tony Blair is from, you know, the liberal side of the Labour Party, and there has been a latent anti-American sentiment amongst his constituency. Some of the language that he's been using, he's been actually out front of the U.S. president, and I think that although there is an enormous amount of sympathy here in the United Kingdom for the victims in the United States on September 11th, there's also a little bit of disquiet, a little bit of concern about Tony Blair and how out front he is, and how that could eventually make Britons a target in this struggle.
Okay, many thanks very much, Richard Gisbert in London. One other thing, of course, about Britain, it's had its own experience and continues to have its own experience with terrorism. Just a couple of days ago, a journalist in Northern Ireland was murdered by Protestant extremists, and Britain has a long history of difficulty with the IRA. It is probably true in Britain and other parts of Europe that the public is somewhat more relaxed about terrorism on their soil than we have found ourselves to be in the last month, in large measure, I think, because they've had a vastly greater experience with terrorism in their soil than have we in the United States. Now let's go to the Middle East, because no discussion of a campaign involving the Muslim world or Muslim terrorists or Afghanistan, however you wish to call it, can be had without talking about Israel and the Palestinians. Osama bin Laden said, among other things today, that Americans will not be safe until Palestinians in the Palestinian territories are safe from attack by the Israelis. Our Jerusalem bureau chief is Gillian Finley, who is in Jerusalem tonight. Gillian, first of all, would you take us through the day in terms of reaction to this U.S. attack on the Taliban?
Well, Peter, the Israeli government was the first to react, not in the form of the Prime Minister, but in the form of the Foreign Minister, Shimon Peres. And he came out fairly early on. He commended President Bush, calling this a right and courageous decision. I'm sure that America will win, not because of its military supremacy, but because of its moral judgment, he said. And I think this went some way to perhaps smoothing over some of the tension that's existed in that relationship between Washington and Israel over the last couple of days. The Palestinians officially have not yet responded at all, and I think that is very significant. Yasser Arafat has not said anything officially. Every PA official we have tried to reach tonight to get a reaction to this has either hung up on us or not answered their telephone. Clearly, they understand the sensitivity of this. This war is not a popular war on the street here. Rightly or wrongly, many Palestinians, many Arabs, but in particular many Palestinians, see this as building towards a war against Islam, even though they understand all the caveats that have been said against that. And they do not want to see ordinary Afghanis, ordinary Muslims being hurt. And that we had somebody out in the streets of Ramallah tonight, and that's what she heard repeatedly from people who'd been watching this on the Arab satellite networks here, that this is not a good thing, that this is pure aggression, that this is what they blame America for in its foreign policy, and they are not happy to see this happening tonight.
Gillian, have you seen anything or heard anything today which would indicate that that the power centers in Israel or in the Palestinian territories feel that this is the moment for greater restraint than either side has exercised in recent days?
Well, certainly both sides have been under tremendous pressure, American pressure, in the last, well, since September 11th, to exercise restraint. And as we know, that not a lot of restraint has been exercised. However, this weekend, Yasser Arafat has said more publicly than he has ever said in the last year that the attacks from the Palestinian side must stop, that people who perpetrate them will have to face some sort of justice. And in fact, he has in fact started arresting some people. This is what the Israelis had insisted that he do for many, many weeks now. The question is, will this be enough? Will this be enough to convince Israel that it too should show restraint, that it should not retaliate perhaps in the same way that it has retaliated? Many Palestinians have been killed in the last number of weeks as they've been trying to get this ceasefire off the ground.
Okay, many thanks, Gillian. Gillian Finley, our bureau chief in Jerusalem. There was, by the way, a Palestinian suicide bomber in northern Israel today. Guy walked up to a kibbutz in northern Israel. A car came out to ask him or apprehend him what was going on. He blew himself up and killed the Israeli who was in the car. That's the first in almost a month, but it's a very stark reminder of what the Israelis live with and to what length some Palestinians will go. And as Gillian Finley says, very difficult for Yasser Arafat, or has been very difficult for Yasser Arafat to restrain some of the most extremist forces which operate out of the Palestinian territories. It's just past the first hour of our broadcast, so in case you are just joining us, the United States, joined by Britain today, in a minor way, has mounted a very extensive, ongoing campaign against targets in Afghanistan. There are the bare details. 15 land-based bombers were used, all U.S., 25 strike aircraft launched from both land bases and aircraft carriers in the Arabian Sea. That at least 50 Tomahawk cruise missiles were fired from American ships, and we know that the British launched at least one, perhaps more, cruise missiles from one of their submarines. We've seen the very first video, which doesn't tell us very much about the early attack on Kabul itself, and the pilot who led the raid, flying an F-14 off one of the carriers, said one of the things they were out there doing was to show the world that the United States was in action and would not succumb to the terrorist attacks which were made in the United States on the 11th of September. Now, for further enlightenment, I hope, we're joined also in Washington tonight by two senators who watch this particular thing very carefully. On the left, Senator John Warner, the Republican, the ranking Republican on the Senate Armed Services Committee, and on the right, the Republican Senator John McCain. Senator Warner, if I may, let me begin with you. What do you know so far that perhaps we don't?
Yes, very clearly. Peter, I'm sorry you cut out as you posed the question.
Okay, or somebody interrupted. It happens to us all the time, Senator. What do you, sir, perhaps know that we do not about this operation?
Well, Peter, I received a call from Secretary Rumsfeld early this morning, and I just, within the past few minutes, talked to the Deputy Secretary. We're very proud here in America of our President and his ability to put this coalition together, and the risks that are being assumed tonight by the men and women of the armed forces. They're carrying out a mission. Thus far, the reports are that the goals are being achieved, that goal being primarily to lay the foundation for such further military action as is likely to be necessary to bring a realization to the Taliban government that they cannot harbor these terrorists.
Are you happy, sir, with the parameters of the mission? And do you believe, we get this impression at least today, that one of the intentions of the U.S. is to open the way, open the door for other Afghan forces on the ground to go after a weakened Taliban?
Peter, as my good friend John McCain and I would say, those of us that have been associated and privileged to be in the military through the years, we don't express happiness or unhappiness. We're just solid people who know that our military tonight are doing the right thing. And absolutely, to the extent that we can, as a part of laying the foundation, enable the existing forces of the North to take a more active role and a more aggressive role towards the Taliban government, and particularly bin Laden and his forces. They probably know more than most of us as to where they are. You bet we're behind them.
And so you believe, sir, do you, if I understand your answer correctly, that part of the aim here is to make it easier for the coalition, for the forces in the North, what's called the Northern Alliance, to gain control of the country?
I don't know that I'd go so far as to gain control of the country. If the Taliban government fails, then I think the coalition of nations that our presidents put together have got to figure out what's next in terms of a form of government. But clearly, as you know, the Russians have given them arms and equipment, and we're trying to, should we say, get the air bases and other things secured so that they can make further advances on their own.
Well, let me turn now to your, as you describe him, your good friend John McCain, Senator John McCain, Republican senator who happens to be in Phoenix tonight, not in Washington, his home state of Arizona. Senator McCain, have you heard anything so far that makes you worried at all about either the status of the operation or the solidity of the coalition?
Nothing. In fact, I've been encouraged by particularly our European friends. The moderate Arab states seem to be holding together, and I'm unaccustomed to saying this, but not only the British and the Canadian and our other European allies, but also the French have been very supportive. So far, I'm very pleased.
I think all of us, sir, today see and hear what the administration is trying to do in the short run. Weaken the Taliban, destroy what remnants there are or what facets there are of the al-Qaeda network in Afghanistan, if there are any on this particular given day. What do you think the longer-term goal is?
Well, let me say, first of all, the Taliban government is akin to Pol Pot. I mean, they're a radical extremist group of people who are bad for Afghanistan and bad for the world. So I think they have to leave the scene. I think that our goal and the rest of this situation is now, after the Taliban are overthrown, after bin Laden is taken care of and his network within Afghanistan, will be the next countries that harbor terrorists, and they're going to have to make a choice. And that choice has clearly got to be that they will not ever again engage in that kind of activity or harbor terrorist organizations. Otherwise, they pay a price. And that's when the coalition will be strained, because there will be those who will say, now bin Laden's gone, the Taliban's been overthrown, everything's okay. That's when the strains will emerge.
Well, there's a lot of assumption today, actually, that these attacks on the Taliban are going to dislodge the Taliban. You watch these matters pretty closely. Should we assume that the Taliban is out of there after this attack?
Not after this attack. I believe that the Taliban will be overthrown, though, over time. not after these attacks, as John Warner said, are just the opening ground laying for further operations, and it's the logical first step by reducing and neutralizing any possible anti-air capabilities they had, which were rudimentary at best, as you know.
Now, let me ask you both the question. It's the delicate political question always of the moment. When do you think, first Senator McCain, then Senator Warner, it will be appropriate for the Congress to exercise some oversight of the U.S. military operation? Senator McCain?
I think as long as the Congress has felt that they're well informed about what's going on and that things are going well, I don't feel any urgency to getting into too much of the oversight of this situation, at least in the short term. I'm gratified at the degree of bipartisanship that has been displayed. I think there will come a time sooner rather than later that we have to look very carefully at why we were not better prepared for these attacks that took place on September 11th.
Thanks, Senator McCain. A final word from you, if you would, Senator Warner, on this question of congressional oversight.
Sure. John McCain's right on target, and of course, he and I know the intelligence there. We've got to do a much better job. But I tell you, in my 23 years in the Senate, I've never seen better and more timely consultation with the leadership in the Congress than under the Bush administration. They've been right on target. Twice, 3 times today that I've talked to the Pentagon about it, as well as yesterday. Our committee, on which John McCain and I serve, has the primary responsibility for the overview of our men and women of the military. And indeed, we take into consideration all aspects, not only their welfare and their armaments, but what are the policies by which the President and the Secretary of Defense and others direct them